For a chance to win, text GOLD to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB22 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 21st of August. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pulled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
I think GB News is completely unique in the way that we interact with our viewers.
Our audience aren't afraid to have their say. They want their voices heard now, and they've got a channel where that can happen.
I find more and more as I'm wandering around, people come up to me and they say, we saw you on television. I say, oh yes, on what? On GB News.
Hello, are you the famous Sue? The whole crew hit me here now. We came to celebrate.
It's our job to be the eyes and ears of the viewers.
They are part of the GB News family, and I'm pleased to say it's a very large family.
And if people go to the time and trouble of listening and watching, then we've got to do a good job for them.
Well, I'm here, right in the epicentre of the protest.
Here we go again.
You just tuned in. Where have you been?
It is raucous here tonight.
That's what makes us the fearless champion of Britain.
Hello, good morning. Hope you're well. Welcome to The Late Show Live. Joining me this evening in Washington is my panel. Political strategist Thomas Corbett-Dillon, communications strategist Dan Rennie, and in London, the journalist and broadcaster Benjamin Butterworth, and former Tory MP Jane Stevenson. This is The Late Show Live, with the story shaping Britain and America. And breaking tonight, net zero U-turn. After years of green promises, Labour is reportedly preparing to water down its net zero targets. Are they finally taking lessons from the right of politics?
Lunacy of net stupid zero.
And elsewhere, broken justice. A registered sex offender murdered 2 women after police repeatedly let him walk free. Why wasn't he behind bars?
Simon Levy is a dangerous and predatory offender. His crimes were calculated, cruel and deeply disturbing.
Professor Porky's. Just days after resigning, more extraordinary claims linked to Professor Jason Arde have just surfaced. Where does the truth really lie? And get this, the Miliband mess. The Foreign Secretary reportedly wanted to take over Brexit negotiations. Could you imagine? Only to be told to back off by cabinet ministers. Is Labour already at war with itself?
It's the honour of my life to have been asked by the Prime Minister to be the Foreign Secretary of our country.
Well, he met Rubio yesterday. Elsewhere, the Trump blunder. Britain reportedly had the perfect gift to give the US president during the state visit to the UK, but they never did. I'll reveal why and just what that gift was in just a tick. I'm Ben Leo, and this is The Late Show Live. Right, let's move on to our main breaking news this evening. Good morning to you. Andy Burnham's government is reportedly looking to relax some of Labour's net zero targets in order to continue their mission to tackle the cost of living crisis.
We need to be a cost of living government, and getting that cost of living down and looking at all possible ways of doing that.
In order to achieve that, it looks like Britain's new Prime Minister is willing to break the manifesto pledge he was elected on. And Miatta Fahnbulleh, the Energy Secretary, has said the government will not strictly follow Ed Miliband's previous pledge to nearly eliminate fossil fuels from Britain's power supplies completely by 2030 if it would risk increasing household bills. So, with reports that ministers are also planning to water down rules on electric car sales too, which could mean half of new cars sold by 2030 would still have petrol engines. Is this Labour proving their worth when it comes to the burn and bounce? Are they serious about putting more money in the pockets of consumers like you, like me, back home, over the priorities of net zero? With me now is my panel, Thomas Corbett-Dillon, Dan Rennie, and in London, the journalist and broadcaster Benjamin Butterworth, and the former Conservative MP Jane Stevenson. Hello to you all, welcome along. Benjamin, I think you're fresh off the back of a party trip to Kosovo, is that right?
Yeah, I was in Kosovo for Dua Lipa's festival last weekend.
Very good. All right, for some. Thank you for joining us. Glad you made it back in one piece. Right, let's start with, well, Benjamin, let's start with you. Why not? Not sure what the energy bills are like in Kosovo, but Labour here, backtracking on their manifesto pledge. Do you support what we're hearing from the likes of Burnham and the Cabinet?
Well, I think the idea of net zero is important because we have a moral responsibility and a practical responsibility to the planet. But the question that I think Andy Burnham is being more pragmatic about is the pace of that and whether you have to slow it down for the sake of the economy. And I think those kind of decisions are quite pragmatic, quite practical. I think Andy Burnham is much more in touch with the electorate in some ways than Keir Starmer was. And so, you know, this is just Labour being where the people are.
OK, well, why not just scrap net zero completely? There's no net zero deranged march here in the United States. They have some of the lowest energy bills in the world. In fact, when I met President Trump in the Oval Office last year, he said, "What do you like about DC?" And I said, "The energy bills. They are cheap as chips. Why not just scrap it completely, Ben?"
Well, if we had listened to Ed Miliband 15 years ago when he was Energy Secretary, then we would have had much lower energy bills today. One of the reasons why we've had such a spike in our costs is because we were vulnerable to situations like the Ukraine war and the situation in Iran. If we had been building solar power, tidal power, wind power, something that we have a great deal of on these islands, then we would have been more resourceful, we would have been more self-reliant as a country, which is surely something you agree with. But instead, we've been ideological up until net zero. Net zero means that we can look after our own energy needs and that they're lower. I think Jane, actually, is quite an advocate for that.
Am I?
Jane, are you a net zero zealot?
Well, you save a fortune, right?
No, I save a lot of money because I'm driven by cost rather than eco-zealotry. But what Benjamin didn't mention then was nuclear. And the Conservatives in coalition with the Liberal Democrats, the Lib Dems stopped the Conservatives going ahead with a big nuclear programme that would have given us a really reliable supply. We definitely need a load more nuclear in the mix. I think what you're seeing with Labour now is a classic example, and we've seen it in not just the Energy Department, in quite a lot of others. In opposition, it is very easy to be highly principled and to really complain about the governing party. When you get into power, it is a different thing. And if you go and read some of Miata Fanbule's previous thoughts on net zero, she wanted us to get to net zero by 2030. So, you know, I think she'll be having the thumb screws put on her because she is very much an eco-zealot. We are responsible for so few emissions now. We're, I think, 0.8% of global emissions in the UK because we did take measures.
Yep.
So I am in favour of being kind to the planet. It makes sense, but not at the expense of our own economy, not at the expense of our own manufacturing. And I work now in green energy, going in to try and save businesses money because manufacturing costs are so high for British companies. But that does involve some solar, it does involve some green energy, but I would say that is being driven by cost, not by some sort of desire to
Thomas,
virtue signal.
Yeah, they do it here, Thomas. They still go for green, for renewables where need be, but they don't cut their nose off to spite their face. By the way, why were you rolling your eyes at our dear friend Benjamin there?
I can't help it when Benjamin speaks. It's just a natural reflex, I'm afraid. But no, you're exactly right about DC. You know, I just paid my energy bill, and get this, $60 for the month. And guess what? I have my air conditioning on the lowest setting all the time. I never turn it up.
I left mine on for 2 weeks.
Right.
I went to the UK and left it on.
It's great. So, you know, and this is the thing with this net zero. You know, China has 1,000 coal plants. They're going to open a 300 next year. It makes no difference whatsoever. If the UK was net zero tomorrow, there's still going to be a heat wave next year. This is my argument. The one thing that needs to change to solve this so-called climate crisis in England, because they keep talking about people keep dying. You know, the people are dying in the summer in the heat wave. Well, let's start putting air conditioning in all the new houses, in the old houses. Let them put the aircon in. That would save the lives.
This reminds me, I've just come back, of course, viewers, you'll know, off a 2-week break in England, and I'm so used to aircon now in the US. You know, it's hot here sometimes in the summer, very hot at times, but you get relief. You go into a shop, you go into a coffee shop, you go home, you put the aircon on. Love it. It's great. I got back to England, even in my own house, in the front room, the kitchen, disgusting, just sweaty, you feel dirty, it's hot everywhere, it's vile. I don't know why we don't have aircon in the UK. It needs to become the norm, Dan. Just to tell our British viewers how good aircon is.
Well, I absolutely love air conditioning, and what's funny about it too is that you know, in my house, you know, my wife and I have been married for 21, 22 years at this point, and the only argument we've ever really had has been over control of the thermostat. So, so there is quite a bit of things that are going on there, but nothing like a utility bill to take one of these ideological conversations and turn it into something that becomes a political movement that is just foolish on its face. And you know, if you want to spend all this time investing in wind power and green energy, that's great, but you're going to be sitting in the dark, both figuratively and literally, when it comes to the demands that are going to be put on the grid when we have these heat spells and things like that. So we need to have more investment in infrastructure, and we need to have more common sense processes here, not just ideological and eco virtue signaling. That's not going to solve any problems at all anyway.
Yeah, well said. Okay, let's speak to political editor of Times Radio, Anna Mihalova, and former Sunday Express editor David Wooding, my former colleague. David, Anna, good to see you. Hope you're well. Right, who wants to go first? Ladies first. Anna, is this well, it is a rollback, isn't it, from Labour? It won't do their poll ratings any harm, will it, this?
No, I mean, I'll go first because obviously the scoop was broken by the Times. So Miata Fanbula has given an interview.
Oh, sorry. Credit to you guys.
Well, to my colleague Oliver Wright, just before we get complete credit. But yes, it's her first big interview. And what's interesting about her is she's been a bit of an unknown. She's only been an MP for 2 years, has had a meteoric rise, is seen as a bit of a policy brain within Labour, but no one really knew what she would be like on energy as Energy Secretary. And at first, people thought that she was a disciple of Ed Miliband. That's how she was described. But in this first big interview, she's given a really interesting intervention where, when asked about this net zero pledge that Ed Miliband signed the country up to, she put the emphasis on affordability and suggested that if it was looking like consumers would be hit hard by this target, then it could be relaxed by a year or two. So, you know, this isn't a rock hard pledge, but it is certainly a very different direction of travel that suggests that she is much more her own person. And you're right, it will help. It will certainly resonate with public opinion on this, particularly in places like, you guessed it, Makerfield. Because don't forget, Andy Burnham, by having Makerfield as his constituency, is having to take positions which a lot of MPs didn't really think he would be taking. But he himself has said that everything he does in government has to pass the Makerfield test. And let me tell you, in Makerfield, people have quite a dim view of net zero targets.
Yeah, indeed. David, I'm just wondering, A, do you have aircon? And B, also, the devil's in the detail of this announcement. I was reading the story. One of the other aspects of this is the EV mandates on electric, on car manufacturers, basically going from, I think it's about 80% by a certain date, maybe watering that down to 60%, then to 50%. Is this enough, do you think, to sustain the so-called Burnham bounce?
Well, I think this is all being driven by Andy Burnham. As Anna rightly said, it's the Makerfield test. And I used to work in that part of the world, and Makerfield is an old mining area, the Lancashire mining field. In fact, Andy Burnham lives in an old pit village. So he will know full well what the feeling is there about. In fact, they probably all want to go back to coal if they were given a chance. But nevertheless, I think this is the start of a climb down. I think Andy Burnham, being a people pleaser, would not want to do anything further on green issues, which would put the cost of living up, and that's been the case all along. Ed Miliband is driving it with a zealotry that we haven't seen from any other minister. Miatta Farnborough, while a disciple of Ed, has obviously been told by Andy Burnham, we've got to do things which keep the people with us. And that's exactly what's happened. And I think there'll be some more announcements on net zero along the lines of anything, in fact, on energy sources and digging in the North Sea, because being Andy Burnham, he won't tell us it all in one go. He'll drip bits out. So I'd stand by for more announcements in the coming weeks and months.
Yeah, more tricks up his sleeve. Anna, can I ask you, just on the topic, the policy of net zero itself, who does that appeal to politically? Would it be such a travesty, correct me if I'm wrong, if Labour at some point, say in 3 years' time, nearing to a general election, flagging slightly in the polls, maybe behind reform, if they just came out and said, you know what, we're going to match you reform, we're going to scrap net zero, who would they be losing in terms of voters? Because surely any proper sort of eco-environmental zealots would be going for the Greens potentially anyway. Who is net zero for, really?
Well, I mean, I'd question the premise that they'd be going for the Greens, because the Greens do not talk much about the environment at the moment. And they have their focus much more on global affairs in the Middle East these days. So I think Labour has done quite well in taking those kind of votes. A lot of them were also the soft Tory vote. Don't forget, net zero was introduced, rushed through by Theresa May originally. And we've seen these targets before. We've also seen them move before, because so often they are completely arbitrary. They're not actually based in hard-headed economics or reality, and they don't count, they don't take into account how much it would actually cost. So often we get politicians saying, 10 years away sounds like it's far away, and then lo and behold, a few years passes and it suddenly starts to creep up a bit, so then the targets shift. So I think there are votes in it, to answer your question, because Ed Miliband, you have to understand, he is taking a slightly different approach to it, certainly, than the Tories did. For Ed Miliband, this is about rewiring the economy. And for a long time, he had large bits of Labour signed up to that, including party members, very much including Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves. And the premise is that you would change the economy, you would change the way it works, and you would build growth through doing this push. And as David correctly said, there is zealotry in it. So there are similar people who have that view, who support it. But I mean, public opinion increasingly, as the cost of living continues to buy, is moving further away.
Yeah, indeed. David, last word to you very quickly, if you don't mind, please. Burnham's gone on holiday or will be going on holiday soon. Is that too soon after just taking the Premiership? Just very quickly.
I think politically it's a bad move. He's only just got the job, being there 2 weeks. I'm all for MPs having, Prime Minister's having a break, but I assume he's been doing a lot of hard work in order to get into number 10, but he's actually not done a great deal in number 10 yet, apart from those announcements. So bad luck, but won't be the end of the world, as long as he comes back with a plan.
Maybe he was seeking somewhere with aircon. Maybe he's come to America. I'm obsessed with aircon. I just find it ridiculous how we don't have it. Oh, poor you. All right, David. Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Anna, nice to see you again. Thank you very much. A few quick comments. BD said, I'm in southeast England. I've had aircon for 5 years. My house hasn't gone above 20 degrees this whole summer with zero humidity. Lucky you. Somebody else, Danny. Hello, Danny. You said, if you want aircon, go and live in Scotland because it's freezing. I had to put my heating on today, and the energy company just put my energy prices up on the 1st of September. Sorry to hear, Danny. I love Scotland. I don't think I've ever seen the sun shine there, though. And to answer somebody else's question, why don't I just get aircon? Because it's about 15, 20 grand, so just not possible. Right, still ahead on The Late Show Live. Just days after resigning, more extraordinary claims coming linked to Professor Jason Arday have surfaced. What has he been lying about now, Professor Porky Pie? But first tonight...
Simon Levy is a dangerous and predatory offender. His crimes were calculated, cruel and deeply disturbing.
A truly awful, disturbing story. I was reading the details of this earlier and I wish I didn't. A registered sex offender murdered 2 women after police repeatedly let him walk free. Why wasn't he behind bars? Back in a tick.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it? We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The fake news would like to go back and take a look, you can, but you'll see a very big foundation that's moving. We're ahead of schedule in the ballroom and under budget. It's going to be, I don't think there'll be anything like it in the world, actually.
Could you imagine the aircon bill in that new ballroom? The $400 million ballroom Trump wants to build, the aircon, it must be amazing. Jealous. His $400 million ballroom, as I said, in the White House has been blocked by a federal court. We'll get onto that fairly shortly. Will it happen at all? We'll find out. But first, let's move on. A warning that this next segment contains distressing content. A serial sex offender has been found guilty of murdering two women and raping a third, after police, prosecutors and courts made a series of decisions, baffling decisions, it has to be said, that left him free to roam the streets of Britain. His name is Simon Levy. He murdered Carmena Valencia Trujillo in March 2025 and Cheryl Wilkins in London last year, in addition to the violent rape of another woman in a car park. The crimes came months after police had deemed him less dangerous because of his poor sight, and after he was freed multiple times, even after having been charged with previous sex offences and breaking his bail conditions, including assaulting a female prison officer while inside. It's just baffling. It's a complete disgrace. Met Police Detective Chief Inspector Neil John spoke outside court a bit earlier.
Simon Levy is a dangerous and predatory offender. His crimes were calculated, cruel and deeply disturbing. Throughout the trial, he has shown complete disregard for the victims and victim survivor, despite being fully aware of the lasting and devastating impact of his actions.
All right, let's get the thoughts on my panel. Thomas Corbett-Dillon, Dan Rennie and Benjamin Butterworth and former Conservative MP Jane Stevenson in London. Jane, if you don't mind, I'll start with you as the lady on the panel. Do you have faith in the police, particularly the Met Police, to keep you safe?
Well, not when you hear things like this. You know, it is outrageous. The amount of warning that had it. It does appear that, you know, these very serious crimes could have been avoided, the later ones. And he'd been in prison. They downgraded his risk. I mean, why on earth you downgrade a risk? He apparently showed no remorse and no sign of redeeming his behaviour. I mean, it is just appalling. I mean, the Met have said today there's been a collective system failure. And clearly, you've got British Transport Police, you've got the Met, all of these agencies, they needed to have been working together. And I just can't believe they missed so many warning signs and dismissed so many things that were clearly bad behaviour. You think because someone's eyesight is going slightly dodgy doesn't make them less of a threat. On
no,
you know,
it's a load of baloney. I don't buy.
It's awful.
Sorry to interject. I don't buy that.
Yeah, I'm just saying you're so vulnerable as a woman on the
sorry,
tube
Jane. There's a bit of a delay, so I thought you'd finish.
No, I was just saying you do feel vulnerable. I lived in London for a long time. If you're on your own, it's late at night on the quiet tube. You do certainly feel. Your eyes are constantly monitoring who's getting off and on, you know, where you could go if there's an issue, who you could try and get to help you. So I think most women living in London do make sort of plans of how you'd get to help or trying to stay in busy areas. But this man, there were so many instances of him behaving criminally, and sadly it's ended up with people losing lives, and it could have been prevented. That's what's so awful.
Right. Yeah, Jane, I'm sorry you feel like that. I think if I had daughters, I wouldn't let them travel public transport. And talking of the tube, this guy, this absolute monster's rap sheet, I mean, it's sickening. In multiple instances, Benjamin, of him roaming the tube at night, public transport, groping women, sexually assaulting women, time after time, dozens of cases. And it just reminds me actually of, for example, on a lesser scale, I mean, equally as horrific crime, but Wayne Couzens, the absolute monster who killed Sarah Everard, he had previously, in the weeks or months before doing what he did, he'd been flashing up at McDonald's. The police didn't do anything. I mean, what are they doing, these agencies? The CPS, the British Transport Police, the police. How can it go so catastrophically wrong to an extent where he goes on to murder two women?
Well, clearly it's extremely serious failure, and I think too often the signs, i.e. things like molesting others, which is monstrous but not as serious clearly as raping and murdering someone, they fail to recognise how indicative they are of somebody of a perverted, warped mindset that would do worse things. I think on a cultural level, historically, we have totally failed to stand up to perverts who touch strangers, who molest people, who grope. Too often it is written off as though it is a minor thing, when actually it's serious in itself, and it shows a sign of that person doing much worse things. You know, you wouldn't believe the kind of places that look the other way when they know they have a man, or a woman for that matter, but usually a man, who goes and molests strangers and vulnerable junior people. It's a common thing, and too often people are willing to tolerate those men if it's too difficult to challenge them. Now, I think that in terms of his release, one of the suggestions that Andy Burnham has made is that people that work on prison wings, for example, could have the power to say whether or not someone can be released, rather than just the parole board, which would mean that people that have a far closer indication of a person's behaviour and character would get a say, which strikes me as a practical and useful step forward.
Yeah, it reminds me as well, Thomas, of the poor girl, North Carolina, who was slashed in the neck, murdered, Irina Zarutska, by, again, another complete wrong'un who shouldn't have been on the streets. Such was his previous rap sheet, just let free from authorities, mental asylums and so on.
Yeah, and you know that it happens here, it happens everywhere, it happens in England seemingly all the time now. I mean, every time I'm on here, there's another one of these stories. One of the things that I would like to see, you know, maybe we put this to reform, is how about allowing people to carry pepper spray? This is a consistent issue that is happening. The country is getting much more dangerous. I know England aren't quite ready for the guns yet, as much as I'd love it. It's great here. But maybe we can allow women to have pepper spray in their bags, and I know the people against it will say, well, the criminals might use it. Well, the criminals have got knives, you know, they've already got it. They're not trying to pepper spray people, they're carrying knives around. So, you know, what would be the problem with allowing women to keep pepper spray just to keep themselves safe, as you say, if you're on the tube late at night? I think we have to start thinking of solutions, because clearly the system is not working.
You can buy here, can't you, pepper spray? Dan?
Absolutely.
Is it in CVS? Am I making that up?
Oh, yeah, you can get it.
You can pretty much get it anywhere, and it's important to be able to defend yourself in these situations. But the fact that I'm even saying that makes me angry. This whole story should make everyone angry, because the fundamental role of a government, regardless if it's here or in the UK or anywhere, is to ensure the safety and well-being of its citizens. This was a brutal failure that resulted in the deaths of people. I mean, this is just so dark and disturbing that it should have been solved, and this person should have been behind bars. I mean, we all know that. But how can we prevent this from happening again? It has to be a situation where the people who know what's happening here, to be able to inform the parole boards, to be able to tell that this person is dangerous, because these warning signs are blatant when we see them. And I get it, you know, the police can't tell the future, but there are warning signs here, and it shouldn't just be suggestions, and this person should not have been free.
Yeah, as Benjamin said, great point, Benjamin. Although, you know, his rap sheet is a precursor to what he would have gone on to do. Likewise, people who torture animals or take joy in, I don't know, you know, even killing insects and so on. Some, I'm not saying in all the times, but in a lot of the cases, especially with cats and dogs and so on, they will go on to commit crimes against, say, humans. They'll go and kill humans. Just on the final note, Jane, on the topic of pepper spray, would you carry pepper spray? It's currently classed as a firearm in the UK, unbelievably, even though you can buy it in the US equivalent of boots here in DC. Would you carry pepper spray, Sarah, if you could? That's Jane, sorry.
I don't know, possibly not, but I think if you allow it, then you allow sale, and it's not just women who can buy it, it's anyone who can buy it. So I suspect you might get it misused by people who are not lone women sitting on a tube train late at night. So I don't know if it results in ASB and it being used by people to cause trouble. I don't know.
Interesting. All right, Jane, thank you for that. Crime and Policing Minister Sarah Jones said in a statement, the fact that Levy was able to inflict such devastating harm after being freed by police and the courts is deeply concerning. It raises serious questions that require urgent answers, and it's right that the IOPC are investigating how this happened, in addition to internal reviews by the organisations involved. Any failures must be identified and must not be repeated. I just have to say, let me just read this next one. Lisa Ramazaran, the Chief Crown Prosecutor for the CPS, said, "Our actions fell short of the standards that victims, families and the public are entitled to expect. We recognise our responsibility and we're sorry for the shortcomings we have identified." I was just going to say, that seems to be the sort of par for the course in Britain. Whenever there's a catastrophic mistake of organisations, council, social work, the courts, the police, lessons will be learned. That's all they say. Lessons will be learned. Sort of mutter under our breath and say sorry about that. We move on until the next tragedy. Right, let's take a quick look at some of the other main news stories here in America. Hunter Biden, the son of former President Joe Biden, has told the BBC he is the most privileged person there is after receiving a presidential pardon from his father. Acknowledging, Hunter, it was not a good choice for America or his father's legacy. The pardon covered his son's federal gun conviction, a tax case he previously pleaded guilty to, and any federal offences committed between 2014 and 2024.
I am eternally grateful for it because I think that Donald Trump has proven to be exactly who my dad thought he was going to be as it relates to the revenge and retribution that he would seek on his political enemies. He spent in the first 100 days alone, he mentioned or criticized my dad or me 6 times a day.
Don't know if anyone's seen his laptop, but goodness me, the contents of that. Elsewhere, German energy company RWE has said it will abandon its offshore wind projects in the United States after reaching a $1.2 billion payout deal with President Trump's Department of the Interior. The energy company said it will now reinvest the sum into conventional gas projects, including a liquefied natural gas export terminal project in Louisiana. And finally, a judge in New Mexico has ordered Meta to pay just under $600 million for its failure to warn the public about dangers its platform posed to children, such as Instagram, Facebook, and so on. It marks the largest fine against the company over child safety. Right, still ahead on The Late Show Live, a GB News exclusive, fresh out the kitchen. Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, is reportedly fighting for her political life as Gaza reshapes Britain's electoral map. Is Labour losing control of its heartlands? But first tonight, just days after resigning, more extraordinary, laughable claims linked to Professor Jason Arde have just surfaced. A litany of his latest lies, deceit and porcupines coming up in just a second on The Late Show Live. Back in a sec.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me. What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans? Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account. You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature, which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's the honour of my life to have been asked by the Prime Minister to be the Foreign Secretary of our country.
Well, that man there, the Foreign Secretary, Ed Miliband, I'm sure he's your favourite. He reportedly wanted to take over Brexit negotiations with Brussels, only to be told to back off by cabinet ministers, his own colleagues. Is Labour already at war with itself? More on that in just a tick. But first, an extraordinary story. Bizarre new claims from former Cambridge University professor Jason Arday have been revealed after a 2024 proposal for his memoir surfaced. Among them, this new list of porky pies, are claims that he survived testicular cancer. He also allegedly recounted being struck by a car as a teenager and spending several months in a coma, where he witnessed doctors telling his parents he would never recover and he should be taken off life support as an act of mercy. Goodness me. The claims follow the university launching an investigation into Arday for allegations of plagiarism and embellishing his qualifications.
I just turned 18 when I learned to read and write. And I was part of a program, actually, which it doesn't really exist anymore, but it was called 7 Up at the time. And so I ended up doing a master's in psychodynamic practice at Birkbeck, and that ended up being one of the most important things I did. And because of it, out of it, I became a qualified counsellor.
Well, his other surprising claims include running, this is ridiculous, running 30 marathons in 35 days and raising £5 million for charities. How on earth did he get away with this for so long? With me now is Professor at City St George's University of London, Dr. Ian Pace, and the broadcaster and historian Rafe Haydel-Manku. Good evening, chaps. Good morning. Thanks for your company. Dr. Ian, I'll start with you if you don't mind.
Hello.
I mean, it's just laughable, this whole thing. How did he ever get to the position he was in and get away with it for so long? What is going on here?
Well, the story is laughable, and just the number of details that have come up just in the last week. I mean, the 7 Up story we heard, the running 9 days of marathon with a leg that had swollen to twice its size, the stuff about doing for the charity water aid, which it turns out they would never have sent someone abroad, and then meeting some weird shaman-like woman in Brazil who was predicting great things for him in the future.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if you tried to make up the story, you wouldn't come up with anything as spectacular as this. But that's on top of the fact that all the very serious academic allegations of plagiarism, and I published a thing today where I'm arguing the scholarship is more widely fraudulent and doesn't satisfy basic criteria. But I wonder if I could just say something, because I think it's really important here. I mean, he has talked about having had a brain tumour and having operations for that, and a stroke just before his PhD viva. Even that the stroke made him lose his mind and he had to relearn the thesis and so on. But there has been serious things. In earlier times, he spoke about the brain tumour and the recovery in a way that I've heard some people say it gave them hope for some of their children who were similarly afflicted. Now, that is extremely dangerous stuff. And if any of that goes in the memoir, I think the publishers will be deeply irresponsible if they've gone ahead and published it. If they've given false hope about diseases due to the lies of Jason Arday, I think that's contemptible.
Yeah, I mean, I think the memoir, Rafe, was due to be published next week. So, I mean, you'd expect the publisher, is it Schuster, to pull the plug on that. Rafe, what's your take on this? And what role does Cambridge have to play in this? I mean, where was their due diligence?
Yeah, this is much bigger than Jason Arday. This is a national scandal, make no mistake about it. Cambridge University is in crisis. This is an institution which has a zero-tolerance policy on plagiarism, and it refused to investigate the allegations of plagiarism, because they had in Jason Arde their golden child. This was the identity politics bingo card in human form. Race, poverty, illiterate, neurodivergent, a troubled, unorthodox childhood. They had so much invested in him that they circled the wagons around this individual and would defend him, even though the rest of us could quite clearly see that this was a Walter Mitty character. And you have to ask, what sort of world are we in, where the brightest and the best people at our elite institutions have had their brains so addled by the woke mind virus that they can't see what the rest of us can clearly see? This is a devastating situation for academia. And the real question is, how many other Jason Ardes are there out there? He was caught because he was so bold, so blatant with his outlandish claims. But there must be scores of other people who are more discreet, not just in academia and in these ridiculous subjects like critical race theory, which already have substandard academics spouting drivel. And he was championed as a world leader. What an indictment of that. But in medicine, doctors, nurses, engineers, architects, pilots, how many DEI hires haven't had their CVs scrutinized or cross-checked, haven't had their qualifications verified? This is a real issue which should affect people around this country and also in Canada, America, Australia, anywhere that has embraced this damaging, self-harming policy of DEI.
Yeah, well said, Ray. Dr. Ian, the Telegraph is reporting that students who complained about Professor Arde, the quality of his teaching and the unwillingness to meet with them were falsely accused of racism and given lower grades than he predicted for their coursework. I mean, what a betrayal of not just his friends and family and society for being an out-and-out liar, but those students, their futures, their education.
Absolutely, and they're paying good money, or at least running up big debts to get this education. I think he mostly taught postgraduate students rather than undergraduates, but the same situation applies. And let's remember, it's not just Cambridge. He was teaching before that at the University of Glasgow, before that at the University of Durham, before that at the Roehampton Institute. There might be students at all three of those who have similar complaints to make. I saw a report in the Telegraph that some of the students are preparing some legal action over this, and that seems appropriate to me. And they're in this situation where, when I'm saying this, I don't want in any more sense want to sort of suggest that all claims of racism at universities are unfounded. They certainly aren't. It is a very real thing. But you're facing someone who, in the face of any criticism, will always claim that. And unfortunately, some of his blinder defenders, some of whom I've been debating the last few days, will take the same attitude, that the only possible reason this could happen, the circumstance that led to his resignation could happen, is for that. And when you hear students being sort of browbeaten and intimidated into silence when they don't think he's a very appropriate supervisor because he doesn't even turn up, and then they're just being sort of bashed to that. I think that's a really serious situation, and those responsible for allowing that culture to happen, and it's certainly not just at Cambridge. It's something you'll probably find at a lot of institutions. That's one of the things we need to address.
Rafe, last very, very quick word to you, if you don't mind. I've learned one thing in my, well, amongst other things, of course, in my short 37 years, which is more people than not, I argue, are absolutely blagging it. Nobody knows what they're doing, and a lot of the time, as I said, people are just blagging it, making it up as they go along in all walks of society.
Yes, and I think that is the key issue here. This has exposed something. This is far bigger than Jason Arde. I think that the DEI programs particularly need a root and branch investigation in this country and elsewhere, because I think what we have now had exposed is the corruption, the incompetence, and the ideological capture of our universities, of DEI programs, of the media. And we have to ask, how is it that the brightest and the best in this country were hoodwinked by somebody who was so clearly such a charlatan?
Yeah. All right, Ray, thank you very much. Dr. Ian Pace, thank you as well. Appreciate it. Good morning to you, and thanks for joining the Late Show Live. A Cambridge University spokesman has said the university has begun an investigation following new information about Professor Arday's academic qualifications and honorary appointments. In order to ensure a fair process, we won't comment further until this has been concluded. GB News has also contacted Professor Arday for comment, but he previously told the Times newspaper there has been, since I arrived at Cambridge, a very well orchestrated and coordinated campaign to unseat me from my position. The motive is racially motivated. I think there's a reason why it's me, and I do think the reason is aligned with ableism and racism. The Times interview also said he argued that he lacks adequate supervision during his PhD because of his autism and learning disabilities. He said he was accountable for mistakes, but that what I am is not a liar. OK, well, I mean, so the scenario is, if he's not a liar, he is one of the most extraordinary human beings on earth with all these achievements, all these marathons, and, you know, goodness me, what a guy. Right, still ahead on the Late Show Live tonight.
I want just chilling. I just go here for fun.
Europe's migration crisis has exploded into a major diplomatic showdown. Spain and Italy are now imposing border controls on each other. Is free movement, is it over now for good? Is the Schengen over in the EU? But also on the show tonight is Andy Burnham, the new Prime Minister, about to intervene yet again in the early release scheme and block two of the nation's most high-profile killers from being released. Back in a second, don't go anywhere on the Late Show Live.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Okoye, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. Right, silent black triangles, mysterious orbs and unexplained encounters. President Trump has declassified another batch of UFO files. Two top experts will join me shortly. And I want to ask you, viewers and listeners back home, let me know, do you believe in aliens? Are we alone in the universe? Maybe they walk amongst us, possibly in Westminster. But first, let's delve into some of the main stories on the front pages tomorrow, starting with The Telegraph, which is reporting Andy Burnham is considering blocking the early release of two men who killed PC Andrew Harper, despite previously insisting there was nothing he could do to keep them behind bars for longer. Let's speak to the guys in London on this, journalist and broadcaster Benjamin Butterworth and the former Tory MP Jane Stevenson. Hello, you two. Jane, I'll start with you. Is this a Burnham U-turn, maybe his first one, is it, in the same sort of fashion as Keir Starmer?
Well, I think it's a sign that Andy Burnham, he wants to be everyone's mate, everyone's bezzy down the pub. And I think this has just got, he doesn't want the unpopularity. He is desperate to ride on this sort of wave. And of course, these two people killing a police officer, I think is an exceptional case. But to anybody who is going to be released, there will be another story that to the families of that person will be as important as this. So I'm afraid if you make a rule, you should probably stick to it rather than being run as a sort of popularity contest. But I think Andy Burnham does want to be all things to all people and only say nice things and what people want to hear. And that will, I think, turn into a problem as he gets into some of the more serious issues he's going to face as Prime Minister.
Yeah, Benjamin, your thoughts?
Well, I mean, you still have the fundamental problem that our prisons are at nearly 98% capacity. And that means that if we were to not have people being released at 40% of their sentence rather than 50% in some cases, we would have 0 prison spaces by November. So you can't escape that reality. And it's the reality that the Conservatives left us when there were just 500 vacant spaces at the time of the 2024 election. Now, that's where you start. And that's why I think there's a valid argument to say, OK, where do you start making exceptions just because this was a particularly newsworthy and terrible crime? You have to have the rules. I think what you could probably make the argument is that we already have a situation where if you attack a service worker, like PC Harper, a police officer, then you get a worse sentence. It is a crime in itself as opposed to attacking a member of the general public. And so maybe if Andy Burnham is to say these people don't get the earlier release, that is because he will change the rules to say, I think you already said the worst child abusers and murderers won't be let out earlier. Maybe he should say people that have abused an emergency worker also shouldn't be let out earlier. But you still have to come back to the central problem that there aren't enough prison spaces. And so what's happened in recent years is that governments keep driving demand for spaces by, wagging their finger and saying, we'll give you longer sentences, but they weren't building the spaces, and this made this scenario inevitable.
I do absolutely accept the Conservatives should have built more prison places. Because of the growth in population since the millennium, we certainly needed to have grown that as part of growing a number of other public services. But 2 years in, we could be renting prison places abroad. We could be deporting some of the foreign criminals to serve sentences in their own countries. There are options that I would have hoped Labour would have looked at by now.
All right, thank you both. Appreciate it. You could start with deporting 10,000 foreign criminals in our jails. Just send them all home. Just get them out and, free up those spaces. Bang up the paedophiles. Stop letting paedophiles walk free. Anyway, more coming up on The Late Show Live in the next hour, including this.
Brexit has been damaging, but I also believe the last thing we should do right now is rerun those arguments.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Outbreaks of rain will continue across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland today. Much drier for England and Wales with rising temperatures. The next heat wave is on its way. Extensive cloud, however, as we start the weekend. The cloud across England and Wales will break, although 1 or 2 showers may pop up across parts of Wales and Western England. Nothing substantial, of course, as is the theme so far this summer, but the most persistent and at times heavy rain will be across the north and west of Scotland, Northern Ireland, where we don't need further rain. Feeling cool here with a blustery wind much warmer day to come for England and Wales compared with the week so far. This is the first day of what looks likely to be another fairly intense heat wave. Now, as we end the day on Saturday, plenty of sunshine for England and Wales. Temperatures still up into the mid or even high 20s during the evening. A very different story over the border into Scotland, Northern Ireland. A lot of cloud cover, outbreaks of rain, heavy and persistent at times. Although through the evening it will tend to break up, it will become more fragmented. It will sink a little into the northwest of England. The breeze will ease, just some showers for the far north and northwest of Scotland, otherwise a little drier in northern areas by the end of the night. Now for England and Wales it stays clear through the night, but it's a warmer night compared with recent nights. Higher humidities, a little more comfortable for sleeping. And after a warm start to the day across the southern half of the UK, it's going to be another hot one. Hottest day we've had for a week or so. And temperatures rising quickly through the morning. Extensive sunshine across England and Wales, away from the far north of England where there will be some cloud and patchy rain initially. And then the rain becomes more confined to central and southern Scotland. Showery stuff for Northern Ireland and far north. A keen breeze here, making it feel cool further south into the low 30s.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Box Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature, which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is GB News with the stories shaping Britain and America. And breaking tonight, net zero U-turn. Hallelujah. After years of green promises, Labour now reportedly preparing to water down its net zero targets. Are they finally taking lessons from the right of politics?
Lunacy of net stupid zero.
The Miliband mess, and I'm not talking about his bacon sandwich. The Foreign Secretary reportedly wanted to take over Brexit negotiations, only to be told to get back in his box by his fellow cabinet ministers. Is Labour already at war with itself?
It's the honour of my life to have been asked by the Prime Minister to be the Foreign Secretary of our country.
And elsewhere tonight, a GB News exclusive. Losing Ladywood, Shabana Mahmood is reportedly fighting for her political life as Gaza reshapes Britain's electoral map, especially in Birmingham. Is Labour losing control of its heartlands? And the Trump blunder. Britain, get this, reportedly had the perfect gift to give the US president during his state visit to the UK, but we never ended up giving it. Keir Starmer, the Cabinet Office, it disappeared. He never got it. I'll tell you why and what that gift was in just a second. And talking of Trump, the ballroom battle continues. The president's $400 million White House ballroom in the East Wing has been blocked by a federal court. But will he win against them?
If the fake news would like to go back and take a look, you can, but you'll see a very big foundation that's moving. We're ahead of schedule in the ballroom and under budget. It's going to be, I don't think there'll be anything like it in the world, actually.
I'm Ben Leo, and this is The Late Show Live. Hello to you, good morning. Hope you've had a pleasant Friday today, isn't it? Joining me in Washington this evening is my panel, political strategist Thomas Corbett-Dillon and the comms strategist Dan Rennie. And in London, delighted to say, journalist and broadcaster Benjamin Butterworth and the former Conservative MP Jane Stevenson. Hello, you two. Looking lovely tonight. Jane, not you, Benjamin. No, I'm joking. Both looking great.
Can I just, viewers are saying on your say that I'm on Ozempic. I'm actually naturally this skinny. It's not Ozempic.
Well, somebody just asked me if I've been having my teeth bleached here in America. I mean, I don't think they're that white.
Hollywood.
No, I call it Hollywood smile. The answer to that is no. I mean, I clean my teeth, obviously, but copious amounts of black coffee. But no, I haven't yet done that, or fillers, or anything else. But watch this space. Right, thank you, guys. Let's start this hour with a GB News alert. Foreign Secretary Ed Miliband has been accused of attempting a major land grab and trying to take control of Brexit negotiations on behalf of the government, only to be rebuffed and blocked from doing so by fellow ministers. He's been told literally to get back in his box. Questions over Miliband's influence were raised after Andy Burnham sacked Nick Thomas-Symonds, the previous Brexit minister, who was an ally of Keir Starmer and had responsibility for EU relations. But one source has told the Times newspaper that Miliband saw this as an opportunity to take greater control over the Brexit process and potentially bring back responsibility for the EU into his Foreign Office, something officials in the department have long wanted. Let's get the thoughts on my panel. Thomas Corbett-Dillon, Dan Rennie, Benjamin Butterworth and Jane Stevenson. Thomas, I'll start with you on this. You used to sort of work for Boris, did some bits and bobs for him. What do you make of this? This is Ed Miliband apparently, reportedly, seizing his opportunity and trying to get his mitts over Brussels negotiations.
Well, good on him. Good for trying. I think, you know, if you were in the position, you'd probably want to do that too. I'm grateful they didn't, because I imagine the negotiation would exist of us basically rejoining the EU if he had his way. So this is good news, I suppose. But, you know, once again, I really don't know why this guy is anywhere near power. I don't think anyone, particularly in DC, rates him, has any time for him. I don't think he's representing the UK in a very well way at all.
He met Rubio 2 days ago, didn't he?
Do you see Rubio's statement? He basically said, good luck, you guys are on your own. Like, there's nothing, no help coming from the US, because this guy's an idiot. And remember, his brother runs the largest refugee charity in the world, so he is not popular. The whole family are not popular in DC, let me tell you, so they're not doing too good here.
Dan, what did you make of Miliband's trip to DC recently?
I mean, I don't know if he was having government meetings or therapy sessions. You know, there's a lot of confusion that's going on here about these things. And, you know, this whole, you know, the EU thing, I mean, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to be able to come in and see this movie all over again. I mean, you've pressed the reset button and now you want to reset the reset button. I don't quite understand. You know, we've seen this movie before. We know how it ends. And I think that these personalities need to have more preparation and a history book.
Well, let's ask Benjamin Butterworth, who, Benjamin, I believe you voted Remain. Why don't you accept the democratic vote, Benjamin? You had your answer. It was the biggest democratic vote in, I think, the history of the country. Do you support Miliband trying to get involved and cosy us back up to the gravy train?
Well, I worked on the campaign to remain in the EU. I am old enough for that. In fact, it was me and Stanley Johnson, father of Boris, who ran the environmental campaign to remain in Europe, and along with Polly Billington, who's now a Labour MP. Now, I think that Ed Miliband, being Foreign Secretary, it would make sense in many ways that he would have a significant role in our relationship with the EU. And what you talk about accept the will of the people, well, there was no specific laid out for what Brexit meant. That was one of the great flaws of the vote.
Brexit means Brexit.
Which means absolutely, nothing, to put it politely. And so that was the problem. And the truth is that our economy and our politics has done so poorly since 2016. We know that there are jobs and trade in the EU. For example, Marks & Spencer used to be one of the biggest sandwich sellers in Paris. Now it can't sell a single one because of the sheer amount of red tape and the slowness to get fresh food across the channel. And so these are examples of businesses, British businesses failing. A government that's serious about our economy and our relationships will go to the EU, try and get rid of some of that red tape, make things faster, and Britain will be stronger.
All right. Can I ask you, Benjamin, in that case then, why was Germany, who, a leader in the European Union, why were they on the precipice of recession? Maybe, I think they were in recession some years ago. Why is the UK, despite having Brexiters, by your lot's own admission, the fastest growing economy in the G7? Which is it? Was Brexit bad for the UK economy, or was it good? Make your mind up.
This is a nonsense comparison, because what that seems to assume is that if the UK were in the EU, it would somehow then align with exactly the same growth as France or Germany. I mean, Poland, for example, has exceptional growth. There are many countries in the EU that are doing very well. The question isn't that somehow
all the polls are going back because they've got strong borders.
Well, they let lots of Ukrainians in, which they should be proud of.
500,000 Poles left the UK last year to go back to Poland because they're turning away migrants at the border. There's video footage online of Polish border force saying, get away. They're being very forceful, protecting their borders. Poles are now seeing... Go on.
I don't think that Polish people that lived in Britain are going home because of border control. They're going home because they're set to have a higher GDP per capita by 2030. And I've been to Poland a fair few times in recent years, and it's really quite a nice place these days. It's a very modern, pleasant place to live in the big cities. But look, the fact is that we wouldn't suddenly have the same growth as Germany if we were in the EU. What we would have is access to hundreds of millions of middle-class people with disposable income for our businesses. And that was the great failure of Brexit that is now laid bare.
Jane, do you mind me asking you, did you vote to leave or remain? You don't have to tell me, but that's just the question I posed.
I am the Brexit supporter to end all Brexit supporters. I got back involved in politics to campaign to leave the European Union. When I was doing my A-level politics, it was in the time of Maastricht, the old Save the Pound campaigns. You're all too young to remember this. But
thank goodness for that. Thank you for that.
My first MP was Nick Budgeon, who was one of the Maastricht rebels, and I've been a committed Eurosceptic ever since. I was in the ERG while I was in Parliament, so no, I wasn't a Conservative Party member during the Cameron-Osborne pro-EU years, so no, I'm very Brexity. I completely disagree with what Benjamin's just said. Brexit is very simple. It's about having a sovereign country that makes its own laws, that is friendly, a good neighbour to Europe rather than a grumpy lodger, was how Daniel Hannan put it. We never sat comfortably in that relationship, which is getting worse by year on year. And I think the growth areas in the world, the tremendous opportunities in the United States. I was lucky enough to go and visit Texas a few years ago, and it was just phenomenal. I came back with a bit of yeehaw in my soul at how government was just getting out the way and letting people make money, letting businesses create growth. And I think I would like a little bit of that. And you see agreements like CPTPP. These are the growth areas in the world. This is where, in the next 20, 30 years, and I'm afraid this renegotiation with the European Union, I don't trust many people in Labour because we've lost all those great Labour Brexiteers like Tony Benn, and we're left with Hillary Benn, who is the opposite side of the argument. But I think we need a government that really will believe in Brexit, will believe in the trade opportunities. And of course, we still trade with our European neighbours. You know, only 7 or 8% of businesses actually export to the EU. But when we were a member, they all had to abide by these ridiculous rules and legislation. So there are many positives to Brexit. And I think we need to start reminding people of the positive things and what people voted for, which is your MP goes to Parliament, makes the law under which you live. It's quite simple.
Yeah, it's also better. One thing says it all above anything else. It's better to die on your feet than to live on your knees. So regardless of M&S strawberries and cream sandwiches, I wish M&S well. I like them. But we have sovereignty. Dan, you were going to say something.
Well, no, I was talking about, you mentioned Texas, and there's lots of places in the United States where we have this type of open economy, where you've got places like California and places like New York where they're taxing the rich to the point where they can't function, where they have businesses regulated to the point where they can't function, and so they're going to go to places like Florida and Texas. It's the same situation, but with European countries here. So the more you're able to open up economies, the more you're able to control your own regulation and control your own destiny, the more successful you're going to be.
Indeed. Thomas, anything to say on the American stuff before I ask Benjamin a very key question?
I think it's interesting. I don't know if you guys saw this in the Financial Times today, that they found out that an illiterate American, basically an American who can't read or write, earns the same as the average British salary. It just shows you how the comparison between the two countries, how embarrassingly poor the UK is and how there is no money to pay the people. It's really bad, and Brexit was one of these opportunities that we had to become more like the Americans and embrace smaller government, cutting regulations, and becoming a very high power. We have a great economy. Problem is there's just so many regulations and all of this. You couldn't do half the things. See, Tesla just announced they're building a huge new factory plant in Texas. Can you imagine building anything in England? We can't even build reservoirs, let alone a factory. We've really got to figure this out. I
think I'm right in saying that the GDP of Mississippi, which is the poorest state in America, GDP per capita is higher now than the UK. So
we'd be the poorest state, 51st state, and we're the poorest one.
Benjamin, last question to you on this. What was it like in 2016 on the night of the Brexit vote? What was it like at the Remain party when the exit polls came in? Just give us some colour.
Well, I was in our office in Vauxhall, which is opposite Westminster, opposite Parliament, with Paddy Ashdown, the former Lib Dem leader, and we'd gone outside, and he was smoking, and he was crying, and he was saying that everything he had fought for in his political life, the liberalism he believed in, had been undone in one night, which was, frankly, quite. I didn't know Paddy Ashdown well. He was a very highly regarded politician, of course, and it was quite extraordinary to see him saying that. And that was a feeling that a lot of people felt. And the fact is, I do think that it's led to a rise in xenophobic and racist sentiment in Britain, which is highly regrettable. A rise of division in our society, which is now so commonplace, so Americanized and revolting. But also on the practicality, we've heard all in the past 10-20 minutes of people saying about how you should have fewer regulations. I agree. So why did we leave the EU? So now we have endless paperwork to do trade with our biggest trading partner. It doesn't make sense.
Get in, Jane.
Well, I will say, because I'm being a bit flippant, I had very good friends who were very upset by the referendum result. And I will say there wasn't a right or a wrong. It was a choice. But it was a clear choice, and it was a clear choice that the British people made. And I don't lord it over Remain people and say, I'm completely right, you're completely wrong. Of course, there are positives and negatives, but the overriding thing is our sovereignty, the ability to vote out and vote in the people who make the laws that you live under. It's very basic.
And they voted
you
out.
Interest rate. They did vote me out, absolutely. And it's, that's politics, that's what happens. But people voted me in to do Brexit. That was why I stood for Parliament, because I thought it wasn't going to happen, because the 17 to 19 Parliament really looked like they were going to ruin our one chance of leaving the European Union. And so I put myself forward. So at least I got to press the button.
Jane, can I just ask you as well? Sorry, I know we're pushed for time. I'm going to get shouted at. But what was it like in those meetings in the Theresa May days in the ERG with you and Steve Baker? Was it Mark Francois as well? What was the ERG like?
I only went in 2019, so sadly I missed the Burko horror years of Theresa May's deal. But I was getting so frustrated watching Brexit just be completely ruined, and I was about to say a word that sounds swearing but isn't, but I'm not going to use it. But it was frustrating me so much, I put my hat in the ring to stand for Parliament because I wanted a proper Brexit. I don't think I still got it, but I got a better version than it looked like we were getting in 2018.
Yeah, well done. Thank you for your efforts. Those 17.4 million Brexit voters appreciate you. We thank you. And as you said, I don't think that it's not a binary thing saying Brexit was right and Remain was wrong. There are positives and negatives to both of them. But I'll just say the fundamental principle is that we are an individual sovereign nation again, not ruled by the likes of Guy Verhofstadt in the European Union, direct accountability. I think the EU at one point hadn't had their accounts audited for about 40 years. Somebody said, Sally, hello Sally, Ben, we've never had Brexit. Any issues with it have been created by the EU. How many layers of governance do we need? It costs over 9 billion quid a year to run. It's a Ponzi scheme. There we go. Right, keep those comments coming in. gbnews.com/your say. Still ahead on The Late Show Live tonight, Britain reportedly had the perfect gift to give the US president during his big state visit to the UK, but we never gave it. In the end, Keir Starmer never handed it over. I'll reveal why and what that gift was in just a tick. But also tonight,
I want just chilling. I just go here for fun.
Well, talking of Europe, the migration crisis has exploded into a major diplomatic showdown tonight. Spain, Pedro Sanchez, and Italy, Giorgia Meloni, now at loggerheads, imposing border controls on each other's nations. Is free movement, is the Schengen zone now over once and for all? I guess they didn't need Brexit after all. This is The Late Show Live. Back in a sec. First tonight, GB News can exclusively reveal that Shabana Mahmood is bracing to lose her seat at the next general election after Muslim independents have been accused of a Gaza plot to boost Green Party candidates. The Home Secretary is already facing pressure from the left of her party over her stance on immigration. Apparently she's quite tough on immigration. But pollsters are warning that the real risk to her seat is actually Gaza, thousands of miles away, which has seen a dramatic change since she won her seat in 2010. The seat is in Birmingham and it's been a Labour stronghold for more than half a century, but it's now forecast to be overtaken by the Greens within the next 3 years. Predictions are warning that Mahmood could suffer the same fate as Reform UK did in the Gorton and Denton by-election, where Zach Polansky rallied a fierce campaign centred around that war in Gaza. Let's get the thoughts of political commentator, friend of the show, Fahima Mohammed. Fahima, good morning. Nice to see you again after a few weeks' absence. Hope you're well. What do you make of this? Shabana Mahmood at risk of losing her seat, not because of her performance in the UK, but because of an issue thousands of miles away. Close to your heart, indeed, Fahima, Gaza.
I think we need to strip away the sensational language here. There's no evidence presented of any sort of sinister kind of Gaza plot or anything like that. I think we're actually seeing democracy. Voters who once reliably supported Labour decided that Labour no longer represents them and looking elsewhere for many reasons. Obviously, Gaza clearly matters. We're not going to, pretend that it doesn't. But at the same time, we have to understand that, we cannot just reduce the green surge to Muslims or Gaza, ignoring a much wider fragmentation of British politics. Reform targets disaffected voters, parties court pensioners, homeowners or workers in particular communities all the time. And we call that campaigning. Yet when Muslim voters organise around an issue, that they care about, suddenly it becomes sectarian or a plot. So, Shabana Mahmood is vulnerable because of Labour's support collapsing in Ladywood. Obviously, she went from a huge historical Labour advantage, like you mentioned, just by winning in 3,421 votes in 2024. The political question should be why Labour lost those votes, not whether these voters are somehow behaving improperly by exercising exactly the same democratic choice as everybody else. We've had people vote for various, foreign policies, and it is part of British politics. People can vote even on immigration, on Brexit, on taxation, and include Gaza and Israel. And foreign policy doesn't cease to become, a legitimate electoral issue because a Muslim voter can strongly sort of care about it. So we need to understand that, even a voter motivated by Brexit was exercising democracy. So again, a voter motivated by Ukraine is exercising democracy. So why is it suddenly now seen, motivated by Gaza is becoming more like sectarian or, and I actually see a lot of independents themselves don't actually follow the Green Party. So, you'll find them everywhere. Muslims are in all parties, not just in one particular one. Even though we see them surging in the Greens, they still belong to many other of the parties as well, including Reform.
Yeah, I would just say, voting on Brexit in a by-election or a general election, that's a domestic issue. Same with taxation, same with immigration policy. What's Gaza got to do with Birmingham?
It's nothing to do with Birmingham, but it's the fact that it's policy, it's British policies, it's still part of politics. And that is only one sort of, I would say, policy. We always focus on it, but they are voting on other things as well, whether it's climate change, whether it's wealth taxes or anything like that. But we just seem to frame the kind of conversation only around Gaza. I know I am, a Green Party member. The conversations are not just Gaza. It is so much more. And it is also the same as Reform when it comes to immigration, just on the other side of the spectrum. So again, we need to understand that this
domestic.
is all, but even still, foreign affairs have always influenced British elections. British voters legitimately judge governments over wars, defence, alliances, international aid, and British, Britain's relationship with other countries. More importantly, Gaza isn't entirely disconnected from Britain. Voters can legitimately judge British government policy and diplomatic recognition, arms policy, humanitarian policy, and Britain's international position. These are all kind of, British politics and democracy. It is definitely, a voter can simultaneously vote about the NHS and Gaza, housing and Gaza, crime and Gaza, cost of living in Gaza, Ukraine, whatever it is nothing which is sort of a decision where voting means that somebody doesn't care about Britain. It is absolutely about Britain. That's what, this is all about. And there is no election that's come across anyway. Shabana Mahmood is not really, I would say, something that she needs to worry about. These things happen really randomly. And yes, it's a fragmentation. But even if you think about Birmingham right now, you see all parties have taken over in that area, including Reform, Lib Dems, Conservatives. It has been broken into pieces. There is not just one particular group party that I would say that's really on top from the past elections.
OK. Well, I would just say Wes Streeting narrowly held onto his seat. He wouldn't have been an MP if it wasn't for the independent vote who were voting on Gaza. Jonathan Ashworth, the former Labour MP, he lost his seat to the independents, and now it's rumoured that Shabana Mahmood is under.
There's nothing wrong with it. It is democracy. People have their sort of ways in which that they would come forward, and there's absolutely nothing wrong in the electoral sort of commissioning or any sort of sinister voting or candidate or anything.
Can I ask you very quickly?
Legal. Sorry.
All right, before I let you go, can I ask you very quickly, do you think it's right, for example, I think it was correct me if I'm wrong, this is off the top of my head, in Tower Hamlets, where there was a council meeting with a motion about Bangladeshi, something to do with the Bangladeshi elections or Prime Minister. There was a wasted council meeting about that. Is that democracy? Is that fine with you, using Tower Hamlets council time and taxpayer money to vote on something going on in Bangladesh?
Look, that community is not mine, but they do have a stronghold of Bangladeshis in that area. And I guess, people do travel, they invest. A lot of things might be where it can be connected to the UK when it comes to that. I don't know the, real details about that. But there's nothing wrong, like I said before, in discussing sort of foreign countries and areas. But again, I think majority of people here, including Muslims, do care more about Britain and the actual home policy peace, and to include a foreign country in, with that, which is part of British politics, is not the sort of like, sort of democracy that we are not used to. We all do that. It's just a problem, I think, or something seen as sinister when it's Muslims doing it.
Okay, Fahima, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good to see you again. Hope you have a good weekend. Thank you very much, Fahima Mohammed. Let's get the thoughts of my panel. Thomas Corbett-Dillon, Dan Rennie, Jane Stevenson and Benjamin Butterworth. Right, let's get some balance in here, shall we? Thomas, what's your take on this? It is democracy. That is what we've allowed to happen in our country. We've opened the floodgates to immigration from all over the world, and it's a democratic vote. That's what they're voting on. They choose to vote on that.
Yeah, but it still concerns me. It comes down to the sort of assimilation angle. They still seem to care more about foreign issues than they care about what's happening at home. I'd like to see them arguing over, bin deliveries or potholes and things, which actually is what MPs should be focusing on. They don't seem to care that much. I also note that they don't seem to care, if you use the argument that it's about, defending Islam in other places, they don't seem to care too much about the Uyghur Muslims in China. It seems to be very much just about Gaza, which gives me the indication that is more of an anti-Israeli, anti-Jewish angle that, of course, they aren't big fans of. So I don't really buy these arguments. I think they are bringing foreign arguments, hatred, religious wars brought to our country, when actually these are not what we should be arguing over.
Dan, as an American, what's your take watching that, seeing that? Well, I guess you get it in Minneapolis here, with Somali.
We have some of the very same issues here, but the thing is, this isn't democracy. This is identity politics, and there's a real difference there. And I can understand where we have issues where there might be, are we going to fund the war against Russia and fund Ukraine, or are we going to send more aid to Gaza and refugees? Okay, I can get that as being part of the political discussion, but people should be making these decisions locally based on employment, based on the economy, based on these kitchen table issues that people are really thinking about, things that are on your doorstep, not thousands of miles away. So that's why I don't quite understand how come these issues are permeating so much, but it's because it's the identity politics that are coming into play, and that's unfortunate, because the real issues, the ones that really matter locally, are the ones that end up neglected.
Jane, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's because of the way our constituency system works, and because a lot of communities concentrate in certain areas. This is an issue, and of course a lot of people have those views in the United Kingdom. But I do find it incredible. It's funny. Someone mentioned bin collections. I was just telling Ben in the break. One lady I met on the doorstep refused to vote in Wolverhampton City Council elections because of Gaza. And I was literally, it was the local elections. I said, this is about adult social care locally, bin collections, parking in the city centre. She would not vote because she would not be seen to be supporting in any way a party who wasn't taking Gaza seriously. And, I think it's really sad, because your identity as a Muslim is surely not the whole of who you are. It is part of who, I'm a Christian. It is part of who I am. But I also have to consider lots of other factors. And whether there are ways you could try and dilute the vote, but I think Shabana Mahmood may well be in trouble.
Just on that point, and it's pertinent to Shabana Mahmood, I think and I was right, the memory popped into my head, I think in November 2024, she said her Muslim faith was the core of who she was. And she's decorated her office with photos of holy sites in Islam. I mean, that's a moot point. But Shabana Mahmood herself has said that her faith is the core of who she is. So I guess to address your point, it is who she is. I
think lots of people say they're guided by their faith or their principles. Their kind of moral code is guided by their upbringing and their faith. I was at Sunday school, going to church every week as a child. Some of those things have certainly stuck with me. But I think this is a different question. When you have a political... Shabana's backbenchers don't particularly like what she's doing, because a lot of them are far more pro open borders than she is. I think she is a very bright, determined woman who does seem to be trying to put some effort in to solve the small boats issue. I don't think she's doing nearly enough, but at least she's trying to make some sensible chipping away at the problem. But I don't think
Okay.
that would go down at all well in Ladywood. So I think, as Jess Phillips in the last election clung on by a very, very small amount, the Green Party do campaign really hard, saying, you know, show Labour what you care about Gaza. And that's what they'll do in Ladywood, I'm sure.
Benjamin, you're a big supporter of Israel and you know, the Jewish cause. How do you square this with your kind of other worldviews?
Well, I'd say two things. You know, local elections should be about bin collections, not bin Laden. You know, the idea that these things in the outside world are determining how people vote for quite basic things is just ridiculous. And, you know, you could make the argument that Jewish voters often think about Israel, but they don't start determining who they would vote for as their local councillor in the same way that these people do. The second point I'd make is, you know, maybe I've been a bit controversial as someone on the left who has been outspoken in defence of Israel and in opposition to this Gaza obsession that has taken over some pockets of this country. And that's because I don't believe that the people leading that movement truly only care about what's happening in Gaza. And no one should pretend that what's happened there isn't awful and that, you know, it's been a terrible situation for civilians that live in that part of the world. I'm sure it has been. But I'm afraid that these people all too often use Gaza as a gateway to far more sinister, sectarian, dangerous politics. And there is nothing left-wing about their politics. A gay man like me, a gay liberal journalist, would not fare well if they were in charge. And I think that there is an historic naivety among some people on the left to think that just because Muslims are a minority in religion and ethnicity, that therefore we should be on their side without any caveat. There is too many of these people that don't care for our Western values, that don't care for liberalism, and you should stand up to that. The idea that, you know, I have friends that would think Jacob Rees-Mogg is appalling because of his view on same-sex marriage or abortion, which I think his views are appalling, but then they would let it's someone who, because they're a Muslim, believes actually that we should have Sharia law that would hang a gay person. It is completely politically illiterate and dangerous, and I hope that more people on my side of the politics would wake up to that instead of this obsession with hating Israel.
I think you've just won the audience back, Benjamin. An hour and a half of...
He's more based than me now. When did that happen?
Base Ben. There it is. Base Ben on the Ozempic. Back from Kosovo. Maybe it was a hang of all those Balkans.
Do you know,
Thank you, Benjamin.
No, I was just going to say, Kosovo is a Muslim country, and you will not see people in a hijab or anything in Kosovo. You know, they have a very liberal Western idea of Islam, so it's completely possible.
Yeah, good stuff. I enjoy your adventures. Keep going. He's been to Yemen, he's been to Afghanistan, he's best mates with the Taliban. He is. I'm not joking.
Crazy place.
Right, let's take a quick look at some of the other main news stories here in America. Hunter Biden has told the BBC he is the most privileged person there is after receiving a presidential pardon from his father, former President Joe Biden, a couple of years ago, acknowledging it was not a good choice for America or his father's legacy. The pardon covered his son's federal gun conviction, a tax case he previously pleaded guilty to, and any federal offences committed between 2014 and 2024.
I am eternally grateful for it because I think that Donald Trump has proven to be exactly who my dad thought he was going to be as it relates to the revenge and retribution that he would seek on his political enemies. He spent, in the first 100 days alone, he mentioned or criticized my dad or me 6 times a day.
Elsewhere, German energy company RWE has said it will abandon its offshore wind projects in the United States after reaching a $1.2 billion payout deal with President Trump's Department of the Interior. The energy company said it will now reinvest the sum into conventional gas projects, including a liquefied natural gas export terminal project in Louisiana. And finally, a judge in New Mexico has ordered Meta to pay another just under $600 million for its failure to warn the public about dangers its platforms, including WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, pose to children. It marks the largest fine against the company over child safety. Still ahead on the show tonight, cracking story on the front page of the Daily Star and other papers. A suicide bomber reportedly targeted Lionel Messi during the World Cup. Details coming very shortly on that. But first tonight, Britain reportedly had the perfect gift, the best gift of all, to give US President Donald Trump during his state visit to the UK. But Keir Starmer, his government, they never did. I'll explain why and what that gift was in just a second. Any guesses? Get them in on gbnews.com/your say. Very quick look at your weather.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello, very good morning to you. Outbreaks of rain will continue across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland today. Much drier for England and Wales with rising temperatures. The next heat wave is on its way. Extensive cloud, however, as we start the weekend. The cloud across England and Wales will break, although 1 or 2 showers may pop up across parts of Wales and Western England. Nothing substantial, of course, as is the theme so far this summer, but the most persistent and at times heavy rain will be across the north and west of Scotland, Northern Ireland, where we don't need further rain. Feeling cool here with a blustery wind. Much warmer day to come for England and Wales compared with the week so far. This is the first day of what looks likely to be another fairly intense heat wave. Now, as we end the day on Saturday, plenty of sunshine for England and Wales. Temperatures still up into the mid or even high 20s during the evening. A very different story over the border into Scotland, Northern Ireland. A lot of cloud cover, outbreaks of rain, heavy and persistent at times. Although through the evening it will tend to break up, it will become more fragmented. It will sink a little into the northwest of England. The breeze will ease, just some showers for the far north and northwest of Scotland, otherwise a little drier in northern areas by the end of the night. Now for England and Wales it stays clear through the night, but it's a warmer night compared with recent nights. Higher humidities, a little more comfortable for sleeping. And after a warm start to the day across the southern half of the UK, it's going to be another hot one. Hottest day we've had for a week or so. And temperatures rising quickly through the morning. Extensive sunshine across England and Wales, away from the far north of England, where there will be some cloud and patchy rain initially. And then the rain becomes more confined to central and southern Scotland. Showery stuff for Northern Ireland and far north. A keen breeze here, making it feel cool further south into the low 30s.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Well, some breaking news. Thomas Corbett-Dillon has just discovered the entity that is gbnews.com/your say, Thomas. He's been scrolling through all the comments. Any favourites you've picked out?
Well, I love the nicknames for Ben. They have
Who, me?
No, Butterworth.
All right.
Not you. They come up with very creative. What was the one? I just texted him one of them. What was the one I liked?
Benjamin Butternut?
Butternut. That's a good one. I like that. They've got some
one.
good ones. They're very creative, these people. I like it. Impressive.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Thomas Corbett-Dillon is live on Your Say now. He's doing a Q&A, asking him about all his darkest secrets in the past, and he'll reveal them all. Yes, gbnews.com/your say. Get your comments coming in. I'll try and get stuck into a bit more as the show goes on. Let's move on, shall we? Because it's been revealed tonight that a personalised gift commissioned for President Trump by the British government was never actually given to him. So during the state visit in September last year, British diplomats were supposed to present him with a gold-crested red dispatch box inscribed with President of the United States. The box was designed to mimic the briefcases used by the British government ministers and the monarch to transport official papers. It was never, though, for some reason, presented to the president. He never got it. He never got his present. Reportedly, though, in the months leading up to his visit, the owner of the company that creates the leather boxes warned that failure to present Trump with the box would risk hurting transatlantic relations. It's a bizarre story. Let's get the thoughts of Chair of Republicans Overseas UK, Greg Swenson, who I've not spoken to in millennia. Greg, good to see you. Are you well?
Yeah.
And just your comments, please, on this bizarre story. Why did he never get his box?
Well, I'm not sure it's the biggest story to ever hit the airwaves, Ben. You know, like it just, to me, it's like kind of, I know, but it's not, you know, I think it would have been nice. It would have been, the president would have appreciated it. I'm sure he likes gifts, obviously. He got one today. He got a nice little gold nugget from one of his mining people in America. You know, it could have been a great moment, but I don't think it takes away from the fact that state visit last September was spectacular. And then the state visit that the king made to America in April was also spectacular. So, you know, it would have been nice, but I don't think it's a big deal.
Right, if we could just look at this email that we just showed there. So this was an email between Sir Ollie Robbins, who was the most senior civil servant at the time, handling things for Keir Starmer, and Lord Peter Mandelson, who, of course, at the time was the British ambassador to the United States. Yeah. So Robbins emails him and other members of the team, also to Morgan McSweeney, and Mandelson replies to Morgan McSweeney saying this saga of the box goes on and on. He's trying to find out where the box is, why it's not been made yet. Trump's coming in a couple of days. He says this is something out of the thick of it. We're now facing the red box being presented by somebody redacted after something. Mandelson says, I have gone tonto on this. So the likes of Mandelson, Ollie Robbins, Morgan McSweeney, the British government, they were going a bit crazy over this box. It just begs the question, why was it never made and why wasn't it presented to President Trump?
Yeah, I mean, we might never know, but I think, you know, Peter Mandelson, for all the critics and all the criticism he's received, he actually did a pretty good job of managing that relationship with President Trump. That's probably the only good thing you can argue about Keir Starmer's first year in office was both, you know, Keir Starmer and Mandelson actually managed the president or the relationship with the president very well. So, yeah, this might have been like a little speed bump. Again, if it didn't come up, you know, in the last day or so, no one would ever known. But would the president have appreciated it? Of course he would. But I don't think it's going to change, you know, the transatlantic relationship very much.
Yeah, well, he liked his gifts, and he did in the end, President Trump. What did he get? Was it the HMS Trump, the Bell?
Yeah, the Bell from the World War
Navy.
II submarine or Navy ship, yeah, which was really cool. Actually, I would rather have that gift than the red, you know, luggage. And so I think that was really a great moment, and I think the president really appreciates those things.
Last question to you, Greg. If you were the British government and Trump was making a state visit, what present would you give him?
Yeah, it's a great one. I mean, I think anything that's got some historical value, especially if it's from Scotland, you know, because that's where the president's heart is. And, you know, he's a big fan. You know, as I've said to you many times, Ben, he's a big fan. He's very fond of the UK, but I think his heart is in Scotland. So maybe like a cool golf club from, you know, 150 years ago or something.
Or maybe a can of Iron Brew and some haggis from Lidl or something.
He's not a drinker, but I think I'm not sure he could take the haggis. But you know, I think a golf club would
Iron
be better.
Brew, Greg. Do you know what Iron Brew is?
No.
Oh, it's like how do you describe Iron Brew? Scottish viewers, get in touch. It's like a soda. It's like an orange. It's kind of like orange.
Okay.
Like orangeade kind of thing. It's very Scottish. Great drink.
If it tastes anything like Diet Coke, I think the president would like it.
Yeah. Amen. Greg, thank you so much. Great to see you again. Hope you're well. Love to the family, and we'll catch up soon. Thank you. Same question to my panel here. Thomas Corbett, Dylan, Jane, Benjamin Busworth, Dan as well. Dan, what would you give if you're the British government? He's coming for a big state visit. What would your present be?
I mean, I wouldn't know what to get him because it's, you know, what do you give to someone who has essentially everything? But this is a story that really, you know, illustrates it's the thought that counts. So I would like to know at some point where this box ends up, and maybe it'll be in a museum someday as a result of this kind of fun story. And it's just intriguing to see what happens behind the scenes for things that should be somewhat simple. But yeah, what do you get someone who has everything? I mean, he's a billionaire. He's president of the United States. I mean, there's really nothing that you can get him unless it's something that's incredibly thoughtful, like a piece of historic memorabilia, or again, like this dispatch box that would have been custom made for him. It'd be an amazing gift.
I'd give him an Arsenal shirt, I think, with Trump 47 on the back. Thomas, what would you get?
I don't know. It's a tough question, and it's such a shame because it would have been such a good gift. You know, he would absolutely love this. I actually heard this from people in the administration. He actually really wants one. He still wants one. He wants one that says POTUS in you know, gold letters on it.
What, the box?
Yeah. That's
so he wants the box.
He absolutely wants the box. Yeah. Yes, he was the one that was like pushing for it. That's how the embassy knew that he wanted it. He's the one. He will tell you what he wants. But interested with this bell that they found, they gave to him. A different bell has appeared in the Oval Office. I don't know if you saw Dan Scavino's recent video doing a little tour of the office. A new bell is in there, not the British one. So I don't know where that one has gone. Maybe they're polishing it or doing something. But there is a bell in the Oval. We were hoping we were going to get the Trump bell on the mantelpiece or something, but it hasn't been seen since the King gave it to him. So I don't know where that's gone. Maybe it's down in Mar-a-Lago. Maybe he's kept it personally. But yeah, it just shows you another mess up that could have been a great relationship builder for us.
Whose bell is in the Oval Office? Jane, the emails between Mandelson, McSweeney, Ollie Robbins as well, as Dan was saying, it just highlights the kind of chaos which maybe you experience in everyday companies, or no government department or institution is immune from the kind of everyday chaos of normal people.
Well, it's quite unbelievable they can't organise a box to be made and presented to the president. I think that would have been a really lovely gift, because they're very special boxes. I never had one, but I know how beautiful they are. But I think because Donald Trump's mother was from the Isle of Lewis, I think that maybe something relating to the Isle of Lewis would have been lovely. Not a chess man, but because they're a bit priceless, but something from Lewis would have been an appropriate thing, I think, because he holds that very dear. I know Scotland is very close to his heart.
Yeah, indeed. Benjamin, your thoughts on this? Also, what would you have got Trump should you have been in government?
Probably a one-way taxi to prison. That would work a treat.
Great diplomacy there, Ben. We must put you in charge.
Well, he's convicted in a civil court of rape, so I'd say it suits him. But on these red boxes, they actually cost more than £4,000 to make, and they take about 10 weeks, so they're not cheap. And in very typical style of the British government, I looked this up. In 2010, one of these boxes cost 850 quid, and now it's £4,000. So everything has gone through the roof. I actually don't particularly like the idea that we would give this to a foreign leader, because it feels inappropriate when it is a mark of a British minister, a British government official. I don't think it's appropriate to rebrand those for foreign leaders. And I think the HMS Trump bell was a truly excellent gift. Whoever came up with that idea was frankly a genius. And as Thomas, says, I'll use his American name, as Thomas says, it would be nice to see it in the Oval Office. I think that place just needs more gold.
Oh, it's a great place. I've had the privilege of going in there. The atmosphere, incredible. Gold everywhere. Yeah, it's great. £4,000, still cheaper than Keir Starmer's glasses from Lord Ali, though, I suspect. Just to correct you, Benjamin, so we don't all lose our jobs, President Trump was convicted of sexual assault in that civil court against Jean E. Carroll. So, yeah, not rape. Right, still ahead on The Late Show Live this evening.
I want just chilling. I just go here for fun.
Massive row on the continent. Spain and Italy now at loggerheads, imposing border controls on each other. Meloni and Pedro Sanchez, the Spanish PM who gave amnesty to 500,000 illegals and then wonders why 60,000 Moroccans flood the border. Anyway, they're now having a massive row. Is free movement over on the continent? Plus, silent black triangles, mysterious orbs, and unexplained encounters. No, not Benjamin's night out last week. President Trump has declassified another batch of UFO files. This is The Late Show Live, only on GBNews. Quick look at the front pages tomorrow, starting with the Daily Star, which is reporting a chilling police dossier that's revealed major security threats made during the World Cup, including a horror warning from a suicide bomber. Bombshell document details multiple terrifying terror attempts in the United States, with Argentina's national team a particular target, the likes of Leo Messi included, who, of course, is on the front page there after losing in the final to Spain. Well done, Spain. Unlucky Argentina. Great result. The suspected bomber threatened to attack police officers and players from both teams, but made a special mention of Messi, according to reports. Thomas Corbett-Dillon, Kash Patel, the FBI director, posted in the wake of the World Cup what a great job the FBI had done. They'd kept everybody safe. And actually, the World Cup, I think, in that aspect, I mean, Gianni Infantino, the FIFA chief, that's another conversation. But in terms of security and keeping people safe, they did a great job.
Yes, and, the Americans are literally the pros at this. These stadiums, these weren't like newly built stadiums. They host, NFL games every week. So They're checking for guns and everything. Even if this guy, you know, it was foiled, they say. Even if he got close, he wasn't getting anywhere. I went to the games, massive security. He wasn't going to get anywhere near them, so I wasn't worried. I feel much safer here than I feel anywhere else in the world, actually. It's certainly, New York is much safer than London, that's for sure. No one's stealing your phone in New York. It's a real shame.
Somebody got shot outside my apartment a few months ago. I woke up at 2 in the morning to 6 gunshots, and I went down there the next morning, Dan, and there was blood everywhere. It turns out somebody got shot in the face.
Yeah, scary. But the thing that we have here, though, what we're talking about with the World Cup games and things like that, it shows that that there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. And luckily, the people who are building those boxes we were just talking about aren't the ones who are running our security, because we would have to have some things that would be changed up here very rapidly. But when it comes to these nefarious actors, I mean, they only have to get it right once. The people in security, I mean, we have to be right all the time, and to ensure that the safety of the people that are out there. So there are some setbacks, and you have to walk through metal detectors, and I don't think anyone really enjoys going through customs at the airports and things like that. But these are necessary things to ensure that people are kept safe. And so when there is news of these types of incidents or these foiled attacks, it's very important that we understand what was going on, what could have possibly went wrong. I mean, we saw these things even at the White House Press Association Correspondence Center, where there was a gunman that tried to get after the president even there. So there are lots of things that can happen at these events, and a lot of security scares, but if we have to learn from them, and we have to ensure that there's got to be a way to continue to enjoy these events while still being safe and secure during them.
Benjamin, your thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, I can't correct everything that Thomas says because we'd need a whole extra hour on the show, but I will point out that the homicide rate in New York is nearly 4 times what it is in London, and there is not a single major city in the US with a lower homicide rate than London. So it's complete fiction to say that you are safer there than here.
But it's completely ridiculous, because this is totally different. This is gangland shootings. That's completely different. If you walk down the street in New York, I will happily wear any Rolex, any phone, walk anywhere you want in New York. No one is grabbing your phone off the street, taking your watch. Try and walk through Soho with your phone out, with your watch out. You're not going to last 5 minutes. We saw the undercover police did it, and they were catching these people.
And the fact of the matter is that the murder rate in the United States is at a rate lower than it's ever been since before they even started maintaining these statistics. So crime is at a historic low in the United States at this point.
The crime in London is out of control. Everyone, Ben, weren't you mugged on the street? I saw you post about this. You certainly wouldn't get mugged in America, that's for sure.
Is that true, Ben?
Well, look, Craig, Thomas, pardon me, there's no danger of you owning a Rolex, so there's no worry that it's going to be stolen in the first place. And yes, a few years ago, I was mugged, and thankfully, the police managed to catch one of the perpetrators, thanks to GBNews helping as well and putting it on the television. But look, I've lived in London for 16 years, and that was the one time I'd had an incident that serious. I think London, well, it's a fact that London is much safer, but, some people love to do down the country that gave them everything. It is.
How many people at GBNews that you work with do you know have had their phones stolen in London? I guarantee
Matthew Stadling got
all of them. Everyone I know in London has their phone snatched. These people on bikes, you see it all the time. It doesn't happen here. And it's such a simple crime to fix. It's the same gangs doing it. The crime in London is out of control.
Okay. Jane, have you been mugged in London, of the unfortunate?
I haven't been mugged in London. I think you are more likely to be the victim of mugging if you are a young male. Actually, which is perhaps a positive for me, but not for young male residents of London. But I certainly, when I lived in London for a long time, I left in about 2012, just as the riots were kicking off, and I saw some horrific things on the street. I know lots of people who have been victims of crime in London. I think it's just a big city. You're always going to get a lot of crime, but we were talking earlier about the sexual assaults on the tube and all sorts of things. I certainly feel more relaxed not living in London a lot of the time, just being a bit more civilized, a bit more comfortable at night, going about my business. But it's a challenge, I think, for everybody to deal with in a city. But phone theft in London is absolutely epidemic.
But can I just point out that the numbers of phone theft it's actually halved. They've managed to track down a lot of the gangs. So they found that one gang was responsible for 40,000 thefts, and they've deconstructed that. So it's going in the right direction for sure.
OK, thank you guys. Spirited debate, gbnews.com/your say. Somebody has said, I was mugged in London in 1981, and I'm a woman. It's only got worse. More coming up on The Late Show Live in the next hour, including this.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Outbreaks of rain will continue across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland today. Much drier for England and Wales with rising temperatures. The next heat wave is on its way. Extensive cloud, however, as we start the weekend. The cloud across England and Wales will break, although 1 or 2 showers may pop up across parts of Wales and Western England. Nothing substantial, of course, as is the theme so far this summer, but the most persistent and at times heavy rain will be across the north and west of Scotland, Northern Ireland, where we don't need further rain. Feeling cool here with a blustery wind. Much warmer day to come for England and Wales compared with the weeks so far. This is the first day of what looks likely to be another fairly intense heat wave. Now, as we end the day on Saturday, plenty of sunshine for England and Wales. Temperatures still up into the mid or even high 20s during the evening. A very different story over the border into Scotland, Northern Ireland. A lot of cloud cover, outbreaks of rain, heavy and persistent at times. Although through the evening it will tend to break up, it will become more fragmented. It will sink a little into the northwest of England. The breeze will ease, just some showers for the far north and northwest of Scotland. Otherwise, a little drier in northern areas by the end of the night. Now for England and Wales, it stays clear through the night, but it's a warmer night compared with recent nights. Higher humidities, a little more comfortable for sleeping. And after a warm start to the day across the southern half of the UK, it's going to be another hot one. Hottest day we've had for a week or so. And temperatures rising quickly through the morning. Extensive sunshine across England and Wales, away from the far north of England, where there will be some cloud and patchy rain initially. And then the rain becomes more confined to central and southern Scotland. Showery stuff for Northern Ireland and far north. A keen breeze here, making it feel cool further south into the low 30s.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Bold. They are under no illusion.
Ray.
Are you a human trafficker?
Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get us on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What I'm going to do now is they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christys tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it? We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Good morning, live from Washington. This is GB News with the stories shaping Britain and America. And breaking tonight, net zero U-turn. After years of green promises, Labour's reportedly preparing to water down its net zero targets. Are they finally, perhaps, taking lessons from the right of politics?
Lunacy of net stupid zero.
Elsewhere, a GB News exclusive this evening, losing Ladywood. Shabana Mahmood is reportedly fighting for her political life as Gaza reshapes Britain's electoral map. Is Labour losing control of its heartlands? And elsewhere on the continent, there's a border war. Europe's migration crisis has exploded into a diplomatic showdown. Spain and Italy now imposing border controls on each other. Is free movement over?
I want just chilling. I just go here for fun.
A secret no more. Are we alone in the universe? Well, silent black triangles, mysterious orbs and unexplained encounters. President Trump has today declassified a whole nother load of UFO files. And talking of Trump, he's got a ballroom battle on his hands. His $400 million White House ballroom in the East Wing of the White House has been blocked by a federal court. Will he finally get what he wants with a massive new ballroom?
The fake news would like to go back and take a look, you can, but you'll see a very big foundation that's moving. We're ahead of schedule in the ballroom and under budget. It's going to be, I don't think there'll be anything like it in the world, actually.
Good morning, happy weekend to you. I'm Ben Leo and this is The Late Show Live. Good morning. Welcome to Washington, D.C. and The Late Show Live. Joining me in D.C. tonight, my panel, political strategist Thomas Corbett-Dillon and the communications strategist Dan Rennie. And in London, journalist and broadcaster Benjamin Butterworth and the former Conservative MP Jane Stevenson. Thank you again. Welcome back for the third hour, you two. Right, let's start this hour with a GB News alert. Spain has imposed border controls on all air and sea travel from Italy as a row between the two nations intensifies. The measures will last for a month and come a week after Italy introduced similar restrictions following that massive influx of about 78,000 migrants from Morocco into the Spanish enclave of Ceuta. While a majority of those people have been sent back, the incident has nonetheless sparked concern all across other European countries over border policy. And in the wake of the incident, the Spanish government accused some allies of having an unhelpful and polarising response, saying Italy's decision to suspend their free movement agreement was unjust, contrary to EU interests and discriminatory. Joining me in Washington is my panel, Thomas Corbett-Dillon, former advisor to Boris Johnson, and the comms strategist Dan Rennie. It's pretty cheap of Pedro Sanchez, Dan, the Prime Minister of Spain, to bang on about things being unjust, not in the EU's interest, saying that it's unhelpful and polarising. I mean, mate, you've just had 78,000 Moroccans storm your border after, by the way, giving amnesty to 500,000 illegals, saying, yeah, guys, you broke into the country.
Come on in.
We don't know who you are or where you're from, but you can stay.
Come on in and break the laws. But nothing quite says European solidarity like a border crisis over migrants.
Yeah.
This is certainly something that I think that everyone kind of has the right to do here. And good on Italy for going out there and showing that they care about their population and that this migrant crisis isn't going to impact them. And I just see what Spain is doing is it's a tit for tat when it comes to these sorts of things. And so, in order to solve this crisis, I think there's going to have to be either a new policy or they're going to have to restrict movement, because if you can't have agreement from one side or one country to another, then what kind of borders do you have? I mean, really, if you don't have real borders, you don't have a real country. So this is going to be incredibly concerning moving forward, and I don't think this is the last we've seen of it.
Yeah. Interesting. Thomas, I mean, it's surprising that now EU nations are so concerned about borders, because they essentially have open borders with freedom of movement. The big reason why many patriotic Brits voted for Brexit, and now they're going at it like rats.
Right, and this is surprising to me. You're telling me all along we could have suspended free movement? I didn't think that was an option. I thought that, we were banned from ever suspending or controlling our borders. We had to leave to do that. But, this is what concerns me, because as much as they're saying, yes, they're suspending free movement and stuff, there are no border checks. You can get, if these people get onto mainland Spain, they can get into Italy, into Germany, into France, anywhere really. But where they're all going to go is to the border of to the coast of France. They're going to get on these small boats. They're going to come to England because they're not speaking Spanish or French or Italian. They speak English. We're the most generous. All of these people, yes, fine, it looks like it's an invasion of Europe right now. They're all going to end up in England.
Oh, I mean, that's was there, I'm trying to remember, there was some reports yesterday saying that a vast swathes of them were saying they'd come to England.
Why wouldn't you? That's most generous. They're going to get a house, they're getting mobile phones, they're getting credit cards, buy food and everything. It makes sense. Of course you would come here.
And it becomes a real crisis. This migrant crisis is a real crisis, and it's a crisis for anyone who cannot control their borders. That becomes the real issue there, because, again, if you don't know who's coming in, you don't know if there's crime coming in, you don't know what type of situation you're going to have to deal with. And there's going to be money problems there, too. I mean, and we all have money problems as countries as it is right now as well.
I will say, Dan, this pales, this 78,000 Moroccans into Ceuta, in comparison to what happened in your country here under Joe Biden. Trump reckons it's up to 25 million. Others, I mean, even if it's 10 million at the low
huge numbers, huge numbers, and it's a drain on the economy, it's a drain on resources, and again, it's a question about what type of people are these that are coming in. And so when we've seen these ICE protests and things like that, at this point it becomes, well, we're just trying to get rid of the worst of the worst. I mean, it's a sheer numbers game at this point. So you have a lot of issues there about wanting to get rid of the worst of the worst, but at the same time, immigration and migration is a real problem, and I think that there's other countries throughout the world that are going to see that the United States has been dealing with it here for a while, and now they're going to have a taste of that same medicine.
Interesting. Let's get the thoughts of the chaps and ladies in London. Journalist and broadcaster Benjamin Busworth, former Conservative MP Jane Stevenson. Jane, I'll start with you. Somebody has said, John O'Connor on your side, good morning, John. He said, Ben, this now shows reform considerations of sending illegal migrants back can happen. Thank you, Spain and Italy. As Thomas was just saying, apparently you can just stop freedom of movement when you want and control your border, even if you're in the EU.
Well, it's not the first time that Spain and Italy have had a little clash. When Sanchez announced this ridiculous amnesty for 500,000 illegal migrants, Giorgia Meloni stated at the time, he had to think about the effects on Spain's neighbours and the other EU member states. The Prime Minister of Denmark gave a similar very robust response, because it is not just Spain's decision. I think if you are going to be in an area of free movement of people, I think it is outrageous that the Spanish PM would take such an extraordinary decision. 500,000 people is a lot of people, and you don't know who they are. You don't know how many are going to stay in Spain. People estimate fewer than half of those people will choose to settle in Spain. The rest are going to move on to France, Italy, Denmark, maybe. So I think there are cracks, certainly, in the EU. The Ceuta incident again highlights this. But I think the European Union, because the economies are so diverse, the actual countries and the people, and I love Europe. I've travelled to many, many places in Europe, but they are very different. People's nature, people's sort of national identity feels feels different. And I think those cracks are starting to emerge, certainly over mass immigration, which is causing a lurch to the right in many, many places.
Yeah, Benjamin, there are unconfirmed reports. Some news organisations who, I mean, I don't consider that reputable, but they are reporting that, unfortunately, in the wake of that invasion of Spain's border, well, one says here, a minor has reportedly been raped in Ceuta during the ongoing migration crisis. Victim was treated at hospital. Authorities have launched an investigation. Look, no direct link, of course. We can't prove that it was one of those migrants, but, I mean, Ceuta is a very small enclave, I think, enclave of Spain, and they have probably 1 or 2 rapes a year. I think I was looking at stats, but that is the potential danger when you welcome 78,000 illegals into your country when you don't know who they are, where they're from, or what their backgrounds are.
Well, I think from what I've read, relations between this Spanish enclave and its Moroccan neighbour have got a lot worse in recent years. It used to be that people could come and go for work purposes safely and securely, and they had much better relations. But in recent years, Spain and the King of Morocco have had a rather fraught relation, and they've made the border tougher, and now they've broken down the border. So clearly something's gone seriously wrong. I think, you know, the vast majority of them have been sent back. You were talking, I think one of your commentators was talking about how it shows you can send people back. Well, the UK has sent more than 1,000 people back to France in the last 12 months. So we do it as well. It's completely possible. And I think that, you know, freedom of movement makes
more than
a lot
what, sorry, 1,000, did you say?
Yeah,
And we've accepted 1,003 back, or whatever. You know, the one-in, one-out deal is ridiculous.
We've sent 1,087 people back to France.
And how many did we
which
take?
Which is 1,087 more than your government did, Jane.
What about the other 70,000?
I'd say that's progress.
Not really.
Well, this is completely separate. It's what we've done in Britain. Look, freedom of movement makes sense in lots of parts of Europe because it is normal that people live in one country and work in another between many countries in a way that we can't quite relate to as an island. And so it makes sense. It's practical. It's good for their economies. It's, you know, a necessary decision for those countries. But it is dangerous to try and have these people come here, which is why everybody watching should say 4 words. Thank you, Keir Starmer, because he is the man that's managed to fix this system. Half the number of boats coming across as 12 months earlier, number of deportations up, number of asylum approvals down, the biggest ever flight deporting people, the number of people being deported to France up, all good news keeping Britain safe. So, you know, I'm sure everyone will share this view that thank you, Keir Starmer, because it took a Labour government to deal with this.
I don't think so. Benjamin, the figures last year, only the weather at the very end of 2025 stopped that being the worst year on record. Those last sort of 6 weeks, the weather in the Channel got really bad. Until then, it was matching 2022.
And now the numbers have collapsed. The numbers are
from
half.
that year, but as soon as Labour got in, they started rising.
But the numbers are half in this first 6 months of this year compared to the previous year. And we've had very, very good weather this year, so it would have been easy to get across the Channel.
Not in the Channel. The winds were bad in the Channel as well. We've had more than 2,000 come over since Andy Burnham has been Prime Minister, which seems like 10 minutes ago. You know, this is not... They're getting bigger boats. I'm pretty sure those people smugglers have not gone away. They are regrouping. They are changing tactic. And they are starting to launch bigger boats from different locations. So I think this is a temporary reprieve, thanks to weather and some measures that have had some effect on last year. But last year was a terrible year. I think I wouldn't celebrate too early.
Yeah, still far too many. Benjamin, thank you. Jane, thank you very much. Appreciate it. gbnews.com/your say. Is there one comment coming in here? John, again. Hello, John. You said, Ben, no matter the chitter-chatter, this is proof to reform that their legislation can now happen. You will see polls go stronger towards reform now. And Rick has said... Rick, you've been a little bit nasty to Benjamin. You've called him a clown. I don't think that's not very gracious on a weekend. But he said, anyway, let's celebrate 1,000 in a year for sending 1,000 back. Whoopee, we get that in a week. And of the 70,000 deported, 53,000 were overstayers and were paid to leave. Also, yes, less boats, but 4 times bigger boats. Utter clowns. Thank you, Rick. Appreciate it. Right, let's move on. US intelligence has warned that Russia could launch an attack on a NATO country within the coming weeks in order to test the alliance. And it marks a significant shift from the previous intelligence assessments that Putin would not attack while still caught up in the war with Ukraine. The new concerns come after an explosive drone was found at an airport in Germany on Tuesday, and a Russian missile landed in Poland last week. This is what Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch said on the issue.
Britain has received intelligence that Russia could launch an attack on NATO as soon as 2030. This could put us in direct conflict with the world's biggest nuclear state. We could not be facing a more serious situation.
With me now is geopolitical expert, defence analyst Kate Jones. Kate, good to see you. Welcome along to the studio again. Nice to see you after a few weeks off.
I know.
What's going on here?
So it is very likely, I think, that Russia would test NATO, and particularly now, because testing the resolve of NATO could give them a result that says exactly what is this coalition and how will it respond. I mean, just like a toddler would test the parents to see where the rules really are. Where do they stand? What happens? Can you break one piece of the coalition and reduce the level of patience, or will there be a unified response? And part of that brinkmanship is to ask, if we were to test you and you do nothing, then you look feckless, right?
What would
but
a
if you
test
do
look
too
like?
much, it could be anything. It would be probably in the grey zone, something that could be sending migrants through tunnels, like the Belarus to Poland, or the cyber attacks, maybe with a kinetic attack, accidental drone incursions. Remember, we saw the incursions of Russian drones into Poland. And they were shot down by F-35s. Some of them turned out to be decoys. That kind of limited, ambiguous, small-scale test would be have a serious impact to NATO.
I mean, have they not done that? Or, by the way, I've got a separate question. You mentioned the migrants there, which I'll get onto. But have Russia not been doing that already with shadow fleets passing through the English Channel, buzzing? Was it a British government plane somewhere in the North Sea? Does that not?
Yeah, submarines in the Arctic. I mean, all of these things are grey zone attacks.
So have they not done that already?
Yeah, of course they have. But what they haven't done is had the kind of incursion that puts that test to the point where certain countries start to wonder if NATO will protect them. And that's really where the key point comes in. If one of the smaller NATO nations, without an established air force or the kind of defense to rally in confidence, would begin potentially to be nervous enough about Russia that they would start to placate. And that starts to break the alliance. So that's one of the issues. But there's an answer to this. The solution is NATO has to come together and put light on any kind of potential attack. In other words, what's our plan if it's a drone incursion, and then have a unified response? So if there's pre-planning, then it makes it very tough to have that kind of contest.
Would NATO respond? Are you confident NATO would respond with appropriately, or would it depend on what happens?
How is NATO responding now to any of these other things? It's a bit listless on them. So if there's not going to be a comment when a ship anchor drags across a cable, aside from, well, who did it, and what do we do? So sanctions is one way to respond. There are, certainly we saw that in the Senate today, the big Lindsey Graham bill to allow the president to have a lot more flexibility to sanction Russia, and these secondary sanctions on 5 countries. Potentially he can pull that lever. In addition, the shadow shipping to react to that.
You mentioned there one of the potential attacks would be sending migrants through Belarus to Poland. I'm not sure how much you caught of our last segment with this piece on Ceuta, so it's the sort of Spanish enclave at the north tip of Morocco. And it's an extraordinary story, 78,000 of them. Is that organised?
Potentially.
And if so, by who? I mean, I wouldn't. Is it just Morocco? Is it anybody else behind?
Could be.
Morocco?
Yeah, I mean, this is a territorial integrity, right? I would highly question that. I mean, that's a diplomatic issue. Was it organised? And it will probably take some time to get to that. But I'm sure that all the intelligence agencies in Europe are currently working on that, and then diplomatic conversations are being had as well. So yeah, that's very possible. Pushing large numbers of people into countries is a weapon.
Who tends to do that the most?
Well, Russia did it to Ukraine. They pushed a lot of their citizenry into the Donbass area. And so suddenly, over time, you start to see changes in the way that people feel and where they align.
Where they vote as well.
Look at Crimea. Crimea was a huge push of population into Crimea. And the response later from Obama was, well, we saw there were so many Russians there. So that was a very interesting moment that set a tone that sovereign borders matter less than population movement.
Has Russia been behind any of the sort of the migrant influx into Europe over the recent decades, particularly at its peak, say during Greece, Lesbos and so on?
Hard to say. And that's not something I know or I'm privy to. But
yeah.
Population movement, yes, it is a weapon, and it should probably be viewed that way. And it's also just a consequence, you know, it's a consequence of disturbance, famine, war, all of these things, right? In Syria in particular, the movement, the Syrians, that had to do with the war directly.
I'm not sure how much you know about our new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. He's been in the job a couple of weeks. I think he's just popped off on holiday very quickly as well. How should he be following in the footsteps of Keir Starmer when it comes to Russia and this war in Ukraine?
He might want to avoid following in the footsteps of Keir Starmer, because the UK needs to build a supply chain resiliency and an industrial defence complex, and it needs to call upon the things that exist already in the UK that fit beautifully into the defence chain. The UK has an outstanding navy, needs to build more ships, is working on doing that, has great capability in the Arctic, the autonomous systems, and a good connection to Ukraine and autonomy, as well as great infrastructure when it comes to compute, quantum. Quantum is actually making some real steps in the future. So when you apply those to targeting ISR and all the defence pieces that need to be addressed, UK is in a great position for that. So, you know, you go back to the defence budget and actually putting money towards it, finding the money that's needed. I think that would be one way of not following in Starmer's steps. And possibly, I have a question for you on that, is like when you look at Burnham, he comes from Manchester. His interest in industry ought to be a reflection of the place that he's come from. It's quite possible that he might be the one that can make those steps.
Final $1 million question. The war in Ukraine.
Oh, yeah.
When's it coming to an end, if ever?
Well, I mean, I think, didn't we say it was going to be over in just a few weeks? Then it was months. But we kind of stepped back to that point in April of 2022, when Russia and Ukraine actually negotiated certain points, and there was no security guarantee at the back end of that. When you look at those points, it's really hard for Zelensky to concede any of that, because of the losses of all the people. If he goes back to that very agreement, there has to be something better than that for him to wish to find a resolution. And on both sides, anytime they see they have gains, they're going to be less likely to want to finish this and go to peace. And right now, the long-range strikes that Ukraine is able to perform against these oil industry things, they just was it Wildberries, all the logistic chain that they've just been decimating, Crimea itself, you know. So, and then on the Russian side, they also it's a great lab for them. They're learning a lot about warfare.
Yeah.
Hard for them to give that up if the cost isn't high.
Okay. Do you feel like Trump's kind of put Ukraine on the back burner?
I think he put it back on the map with the Patriot missile systems, but then when they asked for the Tomahawks, it shifted back again. Yeah. So the problem is that the conversation between the two is not meeting one another. Yeah. And if you ask for more, after what has been given from Trump's perspective, that closes down the conversation. So that Patriot missile development for Ukraine would be huge. But if they're demanding Tomahawks in order to continue forward, that's not going to happen.
Well, I hope it comes to an end soon. I had a Russian, we lived in the UK for 20 odd years, but my taxi driver to Heathrow the other day was Russian, and I was asking him about the war. He says, yeah, they're just, on both sides, Ukraine and Russia, just taking people off the streets for cannon fodder, young men, throwing them into taxis away from their families.
Yeah, I know the Russians were talking about a huge recruitment push, and giant questions over that. And of course, there are so many people have been lost.
Just massacring each other in trench warfare, just running around the Donbass, killing each other in close combat, young men, 18-year-olds. I mean, it's just...
I think oil might be the one that really puts the pressure. If there's a way to really constrain the income that Russia receives on oil, that might be the defining factor.
All right, we'll see. Till next time. Kate, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Love talking to you again. Kate Jones, defence analyst and geopolitical expert. Right, still ahead on The Late Show Live this evening.
If the fake news would like to go back and take a look, you can, but you'll see a very big foundation that's moving. We're ahead of schedule in the ballroom and under budget. It's going to be, I don't think there'll be anything like it in the world, actually.
President Trump's $400 million White House ballroom has been blocked by a federal court right here in DC, but will he win against them finally? Will he get his way and get his ballroom? But also tonight, silent black triangles. I could have spoken to Kate about this. Mysterious orbs and unexplained encounters. President Trump has just declassified another batch of UFO files. Two top experts join me shortly. Are we alone in the universe? GBNews.com/your say. Or are they potentially even walking amongst us now? This is The Late Show Live. Back in a sec.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Outbreaks of rain will continue across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland today. Much drier for England and Wales with rising temperatures. The next heat wave is on its way. Extensive cloud, however, as we start the weekend. The cloud across England and Wales will break, although one or two showers may pop up across parts of Wales and Western England. Nothing substantial, of course, as is the theme so far this summer, but the most persistent and at times heavy rain will be across the north and west of Scotland, Northern Ireland, where we don't need further rain. Feeling cool here with a blustery wind. Much warmer day to come for England and Wales compared with the weeks so far. This is the first day of what looks likely to be another fairly intense heat wave. Now, as we end the day on Saturday, plenty of sunshine for England and Wales. Temperatures still up into the mid or even high 20s during the evening. A very different story over the border into Scotland, Northern Ireland. A lot of cloud cover, outbreaks of rain, heavy and persistent at times. Although through the evening it will tend to break up, it will become more fragmented. It will sink a little into the northwest of England. The breeze will ease, just some showers for the far north and northwest of Scotland. Otherwise a little drier in northern areas by the end of the night. Now for England and Wales it stays clear through the night, but it's a warmer night compared with recent nights. Higher humidities, a little more comfortable for sleeping. And after a warm start to the day across the southern half of the UK, it's going to be another hot one. Hottest day we've had for a week or so. And temperatures rising quickly through the morning. Extensive sunshine across England and Wales, away from the far north of England, where there will be some cloud and patchy rain initially. And then the rain becomes more confined to central and southern Scotland. Showery stuff for Northern Ireland and far north. A keen breeze here, making it feel cool further south into the low 30s.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Welcome back. Big question. Are we surrounded by reptilians and lizards? I'd answer yes, but the caveat is, are they of alien life form? The Trump administration has released a new batch of UFO files, revealing dozens of reports and videos previously kept secret from the public. Among the files released today, well, yesterday, Friday, is a military pilot's account of a 500-foot triangular object that swept over a US-operated base in Afghanistan in 2002. Quick flash on your screen there. I'm not really sure what we're looking at. There we go. What is that? Looks like a mosquito. Another recounts claims that a large metal sphere crashed into the centre of Brazil's Rio de Janeiro in 1963. The mysterious object reportedly had window-shaped openings covered with thick glass and contained a human body. Secretary of War here in the United States, Pete Hegseth, said the continued release of the UFO files is to bring transparency to the government's understanding of unidentified anomalous phenomena to the public, or UFOs. Let's speak to a couple of experts on this now, shall we? UFO researcher and award-winning filmmaker Mark Christopher Lee and fellow UFO researcher Greg Goins. Hello, chaps. Thank you for your company. Age-old question, Mark. Are we alone in the universe? Is this now definitive proof that we are surrounded or visited by reptilians from Andromeda?
We are not alone. I don't think this latest tranche is proof of anything, to be honest. I was quite disappointed. I thought the large 500-meter black triangle was quite interesting because there's been reports of these going back to the Belgian wave in 1989. And then in Stephenville in Texas in the 90s, and even the Phoenix Lights in Arizona, these large, massive craft that are the size of 2 football fields. And the most logical answer to what that is extraterrestrial. But I actually think they're our own technology, which sounds quite far-fetched, especially when, the pilot recounted this object was silent, massive, silent, moving slowly. How is that possible? I don't know.
So, Mark, just to clarify, do you believe? Okay, so you're not that impressed by today's tranche, and maybe there's explanations for other documents as well and videos. But do you believe we are alone in the universe?
We are not alone. I definitely know. I've had my own experiences, so I've got that to fall back on.
Oh,
and as a scientist
tell us about
as
that.
well.
Your own experiences with ETs.
Yeah, I've had an experience when I was young, which I can't explain rationally. I've got a science degree, and I spent my whole life trying to work out what this was, and I still am. And I get so many reports from in the UK from pilots, from police officers that have had experiences too. These are credible people. There's something in our skies that's unexplained, and I think we will eventually get full. What's that, sorry?
What was it? What was the experience?
I had a woman's face come out of my bedroom wall. It was like an angel at the time. I mean, it sounds, but it was like coming from another.
No, I don't think it sounds bonkers.
Well, it's not. It's this is my experience. It was real. It wasn't a dream. It was something real, something tangible that happened to me and had a profound effect. And I still can't explain it now. At the time, I thought it was some sort of angelic experience, having a slightly religious upbringing. But now, with my scientific head on, I think it was something otherworldly from another dimension, possibly, possibly alien.
Yeah, that's interesting. Greg, sorry, I'll get to you in just a second, but Mark's dropped that bombshell. Mark, I mean, I don't think it's bonkers at all. I've had similar sort of paranormal experiences, maybe not as vivid as that. But so why did you come to the conclusion that it was extraterrestrial as opposed to, say, spiritual in nature or a ghost or something, which, again, I believe in? Call me nuts, I don't care. Or do you think those two things are intertwined? They're the same thing. JD Vance, the Vice President, thinks aliens and ETs are
I do think we're dealing with the same phenomena. It is the paranormal, UFOs sometimes overlap, and I think it's complex. There is a non-human intelligence that possibly lives alongside us, maybe in other dimensions, and quantum physics and science is kind of alluding to that now a little bit. And we still can't explain spooky action at a distance, what Einstein called, quantum physics and the collapse of the wave function and things like that. So we still can't explain the mysteries of life.
Yeah. OK, thank you, Mark. I'm going to have to sleep with the bedroom light on tonight. Greg, sorry to keep you there. Thank you for your patience. First of all, your take on the tranche we've seen today and Mark's, amazing experience he was just articulating there.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me. So I was also underwhelmed by the drop today. Not much there, not much context for which was released. The black triangles are interesting to me. They're my actual favorite type of UFO. The 500-foot version that you guys were talking about with the Phoenix Lights and all the other ones, it actually goes back to the 16th century. If you look at the celestial phenomena over Nuremberg, it's a broadsheet, which is a newspaper that tells you an event that happened. There's a picture at the top, and in it you see a giant black triangular craft hovering low to the ground, just like the reports that you get today. So those do go back quite far. And as far as Mark's experience, listen, over 80% of people believe in a God in the world, so they believe in angelic beings. They believe in different entities of non-human intelligence that have been interacting with us. It goes back to, humanity, the dawn of humanity. People have felt that way. And yeah, maybe there's an element of the universe that we can't see. You were bringing up physics. You think about dark matter and dark energy. Science can't even explain 95% of the universe's mass and energy content. Yeah. So within that 95%, I'm sure there are things that would blow our mind. So, I take people like Mark and his experience seriously and, give him credit for standing up and talking about it and having bravery to do that.
Yeah, well said. Mark, can I just ask you, how did that feel? How was it at the time experiencing that? Were you scared? Did you get any sort of feeling? And how has it affected you in later life?
Yeah, I mean, it did have, at the time, it had a profound impact on me. And to be honest, it got me through a very, very tough childhood. And it kind of gave me kind of hope that there's something else out there, you know. And I think it comes down to that humans, we have a soul, and I'm sure this has got something to do with it. There's more to life than just material reality, and you know, you go back to, you know, the ancient wisdom, you know, to the birth of religion. There's been a spiritual aspect of humanity. And I think UFOs is part of this. That's my opinion anyway.
Fascinating. Guys, thank you so much. I really appreciate your company, as always. Great speaking to you too, and let's hope the next tranche get a little bit better. My only point would be, why on earth would the US government, if they knew aliens existed or extraterrestrials existed and all this fancy tech and so on, why would they tell us? They don't have to tell us. I think they're probably just throwing some red meat out and saying, well, there you go, guys, there's a weird triangle above the Pacific. I don't trust them at all. Thank you so much. Greg Goins, Mark Christopher Lee. Take care of yourselves. Watch out for those sources. Let's get the take of my panel here in DC. Thomas, what an extraordinary experience from Mark then.
I know, how interesting. I think that was probably a very moving moment for him. I mean, who are we to know what anyone experiences? But, you know, my question is, I'd like to know, do the British government have any of this? Is there any British UFO files? No one else seems to be coming forward and releasing this, only America. So we'd like to see, you know, literally no one knows anything.
They're all running the government. They're not going to release info on their own operation.
Right, maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's the left. Maybe we've got one on the panel over there. Look at Benjamin. And, you know, and I'm surprised. If anyone was going to go on be abducted and go on an international trip to some galaxy, it'd be Benjamin. He'd be the first one on there. So maybe he's already been. Let's find out.
Benjamin, is that true? Have you been to Andromeda or anywhere else?
No, but I would. I absolutely would. You know, if I can go to Afghanistan, I can go to Andromeda or whatever it is. I have to say, I mean, look, any of you that think this is real, I think you need to take your meds. It's obviously nonsense. And I just always think that, you know, when people say that they've had these visions, why does it always look just like what we see in the films? It's incredibly convenient. And, you know, what would make us so interesting? There probably is some life form out there, that seems likely, but what makes us so special that they'd be, you know, straight down to DC or London?
Humanity, Benjamin, humanity is amazing. Just look at the body, the human body and the cells, the way they interact with each other. The human body, for starters, is a miracle. Pregnancy, flowers, the beauty of life. What do you mean, what makes us interesting? It's a fantastic experience, this mortal coil. I think aliens or extraterrestrials would be fascinated. Even if they were a more advanced race, maybe technologically, spiritually, whatever, they'd probably look at us and think, goodness me, what a bunch of degenerates they are. I mean, I'd have fun looking at us from above and seeing how we kill each other and go to war over land and so on. We're a really interesting race. Jane, am I nuts?
No, I watch my sci-fi. I think we're really interesting because they probably want to, like, eat us and harvest our organs. But, you know, I think until I get some definitive proof, I will remain slightly sceptical. But I don't think the photos today were especially groundbreaking or convincing. So, you know, I'd like something a bit more meaty. If there is any evidence, I will remain, you know, I think it's unlikely, but not impossible. So, you know,
okay,
who knows?
Dan, have you had any women's faces emerging out your wall?
I wish they would come out of the walls. I mean, I had a rough enough time getting attention from females back when it was. But what it comes down to here is that you know, there is some, maybe it's just wishful thinking. I don't know. But what it comes down to here is that no matter what is released when it comes to these types of things, no one will ever be satisfied because the questions that are out there are just fundamentally unanswerable. They cannot be unanswered. And so what it comes down to is the need for people to satisfy that information and that desire to know what's happening. And there is no way to know at this point. Is there extraterrestrial life? Probably. But if there is, it's going to be way more advanced. I mean, we can't even get to the moon at this point. And, these are people that are coming in from hundreds of billions of miles away. And, they would have such amazing, technology that we would be, not even into the Stone Age. We would just be this life forms that would be more of a nuisance than anything. So, I do think that there is, angels and demons and spiritual warfare and what have you. But at the end of the day, I think that there is just a lot of unanswered questions out there, and people are looking for whatever it is to satisfy that. And unfortunately, there'll never be that satisfaction.
Who are the angels and demons on this panel tonight?
Oh, I think that we all play a role on both sides.
I'm an angel.
Yeah.
I'm angelic.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm angelic. Okay, thank you guys. Interesting conversation. Very apt for nearly 3 in the morning.
Yeah, exactly.
In the UK. So, yeah. Bonkers. Although I believe in aliens. I think it's mathematically impossible that they don't exist. I mean, science says that. If I told you my true thoughts on aliens and demons and dimensions, I'd probably be shipped off to the nearest psych ward. Right, let's take a quick look at some of the other main news stories here in America. Hunter Biden has told the BBC he is the most privileged person there is after receiving a presidential pardon from his father, former President Joe Biden, acknowledging it wasn't a good choice for America or his father's legacy. The pardon covered his son's federal gun conviction, a tax case he previously pleaded guilty to, and any federal offences committed between 2014 and 2024.
I am eternally grateful for it because I think that Donald Trump has proven to be exactly who my dad thought he was going to be as it relates to the revenge and retribution that he would seek on his political enemies. He spent in the first 100 days alone, he mentioned or criticized my dad or me 6 times a day.
Elsewhere, German energy company RWE has said it will abandon its offshore wind projects in the United States after reaching a $1.2 billion payout deal with President Trump's Department of the Interior. The energy company said it will now reinvest the sum into conventional gas projects, including a liquefied natural gas export terminal project in the great state of Louisiana. And finally, a judge in New Mexico has ordered Meta, the owner of the likes of WhatsApp, Facebook and Instagram, to pay another just under $600 million for its failure to warn the public about dangers its platforms pose to children. It marks the largest fine against the company over child safety. A new unexpected star has joined the adult platform OnlyFans. Dr. Daniel Blumstein, a biologist behind a long-running study on marmots. What are marmots? M-A-R-M-O-T-S. Marmots? Am I being incredibly thick here? Which are large... There we go. Read on. Which are large, stout ground squirrels. There you go. Has created an account featuring the animals after concerns about research funding. Take a look.
Wife and I had seen Margot's Got Money Troubles, the Apple TV show about a single mother who resorts to OnlyFans to support her baby. And I came back to the lab one day and said, hey, what do you think about starting an OnlyFans account?
Marmots. The account dubbed Only Marms features family-friendly videos of the rodents running around and popping out of their burrows, and it's already raised more than $5,000. The profits from the account will help the Marmot Project, which has been running for over 60 years. With me now is evolutionary ecologist Professor Julian Martin. Julian, good to see you. I'm sorry, I've just exposed my absolute ignorance. I didn't know what a marmot was, but we've got there in the end. This is interesting and actually a very creative and fun way of I guess raising money for these cute little creatures and preserving them for the future. Just tell us about it. Good idea?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, to be honest. I think it's not raising that much money, but it's getting a lot of attention, to be honest. I think we got worldwide media coverage from creating that account. And what I would say that we got a bit of money from it. But the real money gatherer is that a big community has gathered around us and created a crypto coin, so a meme coin called Only Moms 2, and that has collected over $75,000 already. So I would say overall, I think it has been a fantastic idea.
So where are marmots? Just educate me on these creatures. Where are they found? Are they domesticated? Just enlighten me, Julian, if you would.
No, so they are a wild rodent that you can find in the west of the US and of Canada. We are studying them in Colorado, in the Rockies, and we have been studying them for over 60 years. So they're small wild rodents, and we catch them and follow them from birth to death every summer.
Okay, great stuff. And where can viewers find out more if they want to donate to these marmots and help their future on planet Earth? Where can they go?
Well, so if people want to get more information, that's what you said? So essentially, we've got people where to reach us. There's, of course, the OnlyMom profile on OnlyFans, but it's a bit limited because you have to create an OnlyFan account, and not everyone wants to do it.
What's OnlyFans?
You could have a look at... Yeah. You could have a look at our website. So I would say the website from Dan Blumstein or my website, where we've got more information. But OnlyMoms on OnlyFan and the Instagram Rumble Marmot Project also are the great places to get more information and more videos about them.
Great stuff. Sounds really good fun. Thank you, Julian. Appreciate it. And good luck to the marmots. And may they run free and wild across Colorado and have a long future on planet Earth. Thank you, Julian. Take care. That's Julian Martin, evolutionary ecologist and professor. I don't know what. Anyone heard of OnlyFans here?
Well, I think that's the way that they have air conditioning in the UK.
Oh, yeah,
right? OnlyFans, right? That's right.
Well, I'm looking forward to the first politician's defence when they find that their email had been connected to an OnlyFans. I just joined it for the marmots.
Can you imagine the leak?
That's what I was on. But apparently they're groundhogs. So I've heard of those. Those are much more common here. Groundhog Days. So.
I'm sorry. Was I being incredibly thick? Have you heard of marmots?
I think it's an American thing. I'd never heard of it. But that's like the group. A groundhog is a marmot. So they're being.
Yeah, or they look like beavers or some other type of.
It's like an overarching.
Joke there, was what I meant to say. Benjamin, have you heard of marmots? And Jane, have you both heard of marmots? I've heard of groundhogs, of course.
I haven't. This feels like such a 2-3 a.m. conversation. I've absolutely no idea what they are. But OnlyFans is a great British company. It generates like £1 billion a year. Yeah, it's British. Yeah. So well done us.
Never heard
of it. Great British success story. I'm sure.
I'm sure like the only, what do they call it, unicorn companies in England now? That's like the only thing England can do is make awful sites.
And sadly, the founder...
Not that we know anything about it, of course. But.
The founder sadly died of cancer early this year, but, he leaves a big legacy.
Jane, any thoughts on this?
I quite like the marmots. I thought the marmots looked halfway between a squirrel and a capybara, which is the world's biggest rodent from South America, which are very sweet. So, but I think good for him for using a channel, a medium that is connected with a slightly less wholesome clientele than nature lovers for raising money to save the marmots. Good for them.
I can't work out what's weirder, the alien segment we just did or this. And Benjamin just texted me and said, this feels like I'm at an after party at 3 in the morning at somebody's kitchen. So, right, good fun. Good fun and frolics. Let's move on to something more serious. President Donald Trump has been ordered to stop the construction of his White House ballroom by a federal court today after a legal challenge. On Friday, yesterday, a 3-judge panel ruled that construction must stop on the site of the East Wing here in DC, which was destroyed. Well, it wasn't really destroyed. I mean, they bulldozed it to build this ballroom. Anyway, it was destroyed as part of a $400 million plan to build this extravagant new ballroom. The ruling is on hold for 2 weeks to allow the Trump administration the opportunity to appeal the decision in the Republican-backed Supreme Court. The National Trust for Historic Preservation has sued last year after the East Wing was torn down, claiming permission wasn't granted from Congress, which they claim was needed in order to proceed with the project. Dan, any thoughts on this? I don't understand these people. Most of the money, bar I think it's $750 million, which is needed for security on the site. The rest of the money is donations from President Trump or raised himself. What's people's problems with it?
They're miserable. They are just miserable people out there, and Trump derangement syndrome is a real illness. There are people out there, no matter what Trump wants to do, they will say that there's something wrong with it, no matter how good it might be. There is no win for Donald Trump among some people. Now, on the other side of that, there are some Donald Trump sycophants out there as well, that the guy can do no wrong. But in this case, there is a real issue that comes to, we've got a ballroom that is halfway constructed. It was incredibly needed. The lawn was soggy. You couldn't be able to walk through it and have events without having your tables and shoes sinking into the wet ground. I mean, it just wasn't a facility that could work. And the fact that we had a attempted shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner shows that there's not a whole lot of ballrooms out there that can provide the security that are needed for heads of state visits and things like that. So let's have it. Let's have something out there that's being privately funded, that's being built by someone who knows about buildings, who's run his business and made his fortune doing that. Again, just because it's Donald Trump doesn't mean it's all bad.
Well, Thomas, what is the argument against it? They're saying he tore down a historical part of the White House. But by the way, the East Wing, it was built in like the 1940s. I mean, I know America's only been around for 250 years, but I mean, that's not historic.
Right, and all it was used for was that the First Lady had an office there, and, she's not exactly occupying that very often. So, the Trump administration expected this. They prepared for this. They knew this was going to happen because, of course, these judges are totally corrupt and they're all left-wing. So, of course, they were going to stop it, but they built it so quickly. There's no way they can go back and just put grass over it. They're like almost halfway done. So it'll probably go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will all say, yes, it's fine. Their issue is that he didn't necessarily have the approval to single-handedly. It was supposed to be Congress should have approved it. They didn't. That's their issue. But yeah, and it's, the actual fact of it, it's actually like more of a military facility underneath that they're building. It's a massive bunker. They just finished the drone port, he announced, which is important to protect the White House from drone attacks and these sorts of things. So it's going to go ahead. It's a great project. It's going to look beautiful. I think he might use the money from suing the BBC to make it even bigger. So we'll see if he wins that case.
Yes, that trial coming up in February 2027 in Miami. Jane, your thoughts on this? Do you care really as a Brit seeing what they do with the White House?
Well, the White House is iconic when Brits think of America or we visit Washington. That's where we want our photo taken. In front of the White House. I'm afraid I can't picture in my mind what the demolished part of the East Wing looked like, but I think there's a very good argument for having a venue that can be secure and the drone capability as a defensive thing. If those things need doing, this seems like a fairly good plan. But I will say, I think those permissions, if Andy Burnham decided to knock down a wing of Chequers to build a northern pub he could be northern in, I think I'd have a big issue with that. So I think getting permission is probably a good idea before you rip down part of a historic building owned by the nation.
Benjamin, your thoughts?
Look, I actually feel really sorry for Donald Trump because, the truth is that he was destined to be a first lady and is forced to be the president. It's clear that his dream would be to pick out soft furnishings and chandeliers and, design lawns. And unfortunately, he has to lose wars to Iran instead of doing that. He's doing both job of president and first lady. This is clearly ludicrous, OK? Maybe a ballroom is beneficial, but you can't just go around bulldozing the people's house, which is what the White House is, because you fancy your ego, which is what this is about. He wants to have a legacy in the form of buildings because it's harder to dismantle, and that's why he's doing it. If Andy Burnham went to knock down part of Windsor Castle or part of the, Palace of Westminster without asking anybody, you'd be apoplectic. You'd be calling him a dictator. You'd say it's like North Korea. Well, that's what Donald Trump is doing.
I do find it hilarious, Thomas, the likes of Hillary Clinton saying he's disgraced the White House and the legacy of the White House. Hillary, excuse me?
Yeah. She famously stole the china. She took all the china with her. There was a congressional inquiry. She had to give the china back. She took all the plates. So she's not one to speak. But, of course, all of the Democrats are going to use this ballroom. They all love it. I think there's such a lack of ambition in England when they announced this number 10 North. I was like, why didn't they get some big country house and actually make it a number 10 North instead of some awful office building that, you know,
shared space.
Right, it's not going to be used. You think if there's a next administration, whatever you call it, government in England, if Reform win, hopefully, they're not going to keep using that. If they'd actually made it like a actual sort of like Northern Embassy, it could have been great. But, you know, it's just lack of ambition in England. No one wants to spend any money.
Yeah. If any other president tried to do this, they would have been applauded. Any other president would have been applauded for this.
Benjamin?
You can't just tear down part of the White House. And also, Thomas, I'm afraid, as usual, you're wrong, because they are actually building a special building for number 10 in the north.
Is dreadful.
In the meantime,
they're building it. Great. It's going to be the ugliest building. It will look like the Barbican. It's going to be the most awful building you've ever seen. The
Barbican is
that's what we need. More Labour buildings. Can they not get a nice, beautiful, stately home? That would be lovely. You know, let's have some, you know, pride in our country. The ballroom is going to look beautiful, and for years, that's going to be the place. And England, even Downing Street, you've been in Downing Street, it's falling apart. We've got to fix the country.
No, Thomas, I'm sorry. If this were an after party, you're the guy that everyone is going, why did we bring him back from the club? You know, that's
get him out.
That's complete nonsense, right? They're building a specialist building for it, and in the meantime, they put it in what was the northern headquarters of GCHQ.
There has not been such a waste of money since the European Parliament travels between Brussels and Strasbourg every month at a cost of tens of millions of pounds. Don't bother. Number 10 North is a farce.
One last wallop in the EU. Fine with me. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you for spending your time with the Late Show Live. Benjamin, Jane, Thomas and Dan, good to see you. And yeah, viewers and listeners, thank you so much. My first show back in about 2 months, I think. I hope I've been okay in coherence and punctual. But until then, I'll see you tomorrow night, midnight in the UK, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Sweet dreams. Have a great Saturday. Bye. Bye.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello, very good morning to you. Outbreaks of rain will continue across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland today. Much drier for England and Wales with rising temperatures. The next heat wave is on its way. Extensive cloud, however, as we start the weekend. The cloud across England and Wales will break, although 1 or 2 showers may pop up across parts of Wales and Western England. Nothing substantial, of course, as is the theme so far this summer, but the most persistent and at times heavy rain will be across the north and west of Scotland, Northern Ireland, where we don't need further rain. Feeling cool here with a blustery wind. Much warmer day to come for England and Wales compared with the week so far. This is the first day of what looks likely to be another fairly intense heat wave. Now, as we end the day on Saturday, plenty of sunshine for England and Wales. Temperatures still up into the mid or even high 20s during the evening. A very different story over the border into Scotland, Northern Ireland. A lot of cloud cover, outbreaks of rain, heavy and persistent at times. Although through the evening it will tend to break up, it will become more fragmented. It will sink a little into the northwest of England. The breeze will ease, just some showers for the far north and northwest of Scotland. Otherwise, a little drier in northern areas by the end of the night. Now for England and Wales, it stays clear through the night, but it's a warmer night compared with recent nights. Higher humidities, a little more comfortable for sleeping. And after a warm start to the day across the southern half of the UK, it's going to be another hot one. Hottest day we've had for a week or so. And temperatures rising quickly through the morning. Extensive sunshine across England and Wales, away from the far north of England, where there will be some cloud and patchy rain initially. And then the rain becomes more confined to central and southern Scotland. Showery stuff for Northern Ireland and far north. A keen breeze here, making it feel cool further south into the low 30s.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Five hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday Five. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me. Do you trust what you're being told? Good, because neither do I.
Those are just facts.
I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
Needs to stop. You think we can allow?
Politics, policy, parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain is not just a geographical expression. We are a people bound together by history and culture that are distinctively British. Join me to celebrate our music, theatre, artworks and literature, which we can explore and enjoy together.
Everybody's welcome.
Sunday with Michael Portillo. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The GB News audience is different, it's unique, because they see through the nonsense. We want to debate with each other, we want to listen and maybe learn.
We have a chat. That's what we do. We try and have a chat.
They'll watch my programme while they're eating their tea, they'll watch breakfast while they're busy getting their kids ready for school.
We want to hear what matters to you, what is news for you.
And what's brought you out here today?
What are the biggest issues affecting this particular area?
The audience are the best thing about GB News.
Their friends, their family. They're people who need to have their voices heard.
They're passionate about the channel, they're passionate about what they believe in.
The one thing about GB News is you get a chance to speak.
Talk to me about why so many people have gathered here today.
Do you want to say something back in return? The GB News audience is what makes GB News special.
It's incredible to see.
They shape our programmes, they shape our output, and they shape our channel.
That's what makes us the fearless champion of Britain.
Patrick Christys tonight.
What's your takeaway here? Because mine is very, very personal. I can't separate the personal from the public. I feel like a mug.
Oh, James O'Brien says he feels like a mug. If you could just drink that in for a second, that's fantastic. It's got even worse for the plagiarism professor and DEI final boss, Jason Arday, and...
قم في بلدية وستمنستر حالياً بتغيير طريقة عمل الإسكان الاجتماعي.
Brafnar zanatam sayar ze Westminster Council amdar housing register system re budlaitam.
Yes, well, that was an advert on how to get social housing in various different foreign languages, but the Tories say they now want to boot foreign nationals out of council houses. Is that OK? Plus?
Well, it does. It's dismissed.
the lived experience of trans people and protects nobody.
Slightly weird video, that. Why are MPs, including that Labour MP who was on a sun lounger at the time, and the NHS just ignoring the law on single-sex spaces? And
200,000 people have turned up on our beaches illegally, including murderers and terrorists. That's more people than stormed the beaches of Normandy on D-Day. Reform will respond by ordering His Majesty's Royal Navy into the Channel to defend Britain's borders.
Seems like a long time ago they announced that, doesn't it? But it was just earlier this week. Should we put the Navy in the Channel? And
Nothing beats a jet-to holiday. And right now...
well, well done for so many of you getting here tonight, because apparently just a 90-second power outage caused delays on trains right across England. That's all it took to knock out trains all the way across England. Why are trains so rubbish in this country? And, look, very serious story this. It was revealed today, huge blunders at the Met Police allowed a serial murderer and rapist to commit his crimes. Does Mark Rowley, the head of the Met, have to resign? On our panel tonight, we have got making her debut on the panel, so thank you very much, is political commentator Ada Akpala. We are joined by broadcasting royalty Christo Fufas. We've got the editorial director at Guido Fawkes, Adam Cherry. And everybody's favourite trade unionist, who today remarkably has got a suit on, is Andy 12. Oh, there we go. All right, so get ready, Britain. Here we go. It's gone from bad to worse for the plagiarism professor. Next.
Very good evening to you from the newsroom. Back to Patrick shortly. First, though, the headlines tonight at 9. A convicted sex offender described as a jobless loner has today been found guilty of murdering 2 women, raping a third and sexually assaulting others on public transport. 40-year-old Simon Levy killed Carmenza Valencia Trujillo on March last year and Cheryl Wilkins last year too, after a string of police prosecution and court failures led him to be free and continue his crime spree. Outside court, Detective Chief Inspector Neil John said Levy targeted vulnerable women in secluded areas of the capital after years of sexual offending in public places.
Simon Levy is a dangerous and predatory offender. His crimes were calculated, cruel and deeply disturbing. Throughout the trial, he has shown complete disregard for the victims and victim survivor, despite being fully aware of the lasting and devastating impact of his actions.
Well, tonight, the Met Police has admitted that Ms Wilkins' life could have been saved after Levy's risk to women was downgraded before the attacks. The police watchdog is now also investigating alleged failures by Met officers in how he managed to be released from prison. One constable has been served a gross misconduct notice and a detective sergeant served a misconduct notice. Earlier today, we also heard from the Met's Deputy Assistant Commissioner, Kevin Southworth, who admitted the system failed to stop Levy, describing him as a prolific serial sexual predator, finally brought to justice today, but too late for his victims.
His behaviour is self-evidently that of a very prolific serial sexual predator who seeks his sexual gratification in a number of ways, whether it's opportunistically offending against strangers on the underground system, or whether it's targeting sex workers in the most horrific and harrowing fashion. So I think ultimately what we're talking about here is a serial sexual predator who's finally been brought to justice, but ultimately one too late to help the victims.
Next to news in Scotland, where police have launched an urgent manhunt for a convicted child rapist who escaped from staff in Perth city centre this morning. Cliff Lyons-Dobby was convicted of raping a 10-year-old girl in Glasgow while on bail for sexually abusing a 12-year-old boy in 1990. Police say the public should not approach him and call officers immediately with any sightings. Well, Well, next, some breaking news emerging from the counter-terror police force that they have referred themselves to the police watchdog tonight after admitting a potentially relevant lead was missed in an earlier investigation now being linked to the murder of Anne Widdecombe. The case relates to an attempted burglary in Greater London reported to the Metropolitan Police in April of last year. That investigation was supported by counter-terrorism policing but was later closed after no arrests were made. Police now say a line of inquiry which may have been relevant was not identified or pursued at the time, triggering a mandatory conduct referral to the IOPC. And in other breaking news tonight, Spain has said it will bring back border checks on flights and ships arriving from Italy immediately as an immigration row between Madrid and Rome continues to escalate. Means from midnight on Saturday, passengers arriving by air or sea from Italy will face passport, nationality and visa checks. The Spanish government says the move is a response to persistent, irregular migratory pressure and will remain in place until at least September. It comes after Italy imposed its own controls following a mass migration incident involving Spain's African enclave of Ceuta. Here, asylum seekers have been removed from properties in Thetford for their safety after a third night of anti-immigration unrest. Norfolk Police says 2 more people were arrested last night following disorder in the town. It comes after officers were subjected to significant aggression on Wednesday, with 1 hit by a rock, another bitten and a third spat at. The Chief Constable says anyone involved in the disorder will face the full force of the law. And the Conservatives have pledged today to end council housing for foreign nationals. Under that policy, Kemi Badenoch says almost 230,000 non-EU foreign national households would be evicted and then barred from new tenancies in future. The Tory leader says the move would free up homes for British people and help reduce the country's rising welfare bill. But Labour insists local authorities are already prioritising local residents and British people for social housing. Those are the latest headlines for now. Now, I've always wanted to say this. Get ready, Britain. Here we go.
You can now watch GB News live across the United States of America and the world on Truth Plus. Scan the QR code to find out more or visit gbnews.com/truth.
Great to see so many of you here. Now, this week saw the downfall of the Diversity, Equity and Inclusion final boss. Yes, the DEI final boss is this guy, Jason Arday. He became the youngest black professor at Cambridge University, once seen as one of the world's best academic institutions. It began to unravel for Mr Arday when people actually bothered to look into his CV. So he claimed to have been a visiting professor at Glasgow University. That wasn't true. He claimed to be a visiting professor at Ohio University. That wasn't true. He claimed to hold a master's degree in psychodynamic practices from Birkbeck, University of London. In fact, here he is saying it.
And he said to me, look, Jay, like, if you're going to do mental health, like, you got to have some credibility. So you can't just write about it. You actually do need to go and kind of upskill yourself. And so I ended up doing a master's in psychodynamic practice at Birkbeck. And that ended up being one of the most important things I did. And because of it, out of it, I became a qualified counsellor.
Well, they reportedly say there's no record of him being there, so there you go. He claimed to be the author of a published book titled Being Young, Black and Male, Challenging the Dominant Discourse. The publisher, Palgrave Macmillan, confirmed the project was actually abandoned years ago and never printed. He did a PhD thesis in 2015. Analysis of his thesis revealed more than 180 separate passages that were identical or nearly identical to a 2009 thesis by a Brunel University student. He claimed someone had sent a pig's head to his family home as a threat. The police say there's no record of the incident. There's a theme here, isn't there? He claimed to have been on the TV show 7 Up.
I just turned 18 and I learned to read and write. And I was part of a program, actually, which it doesn't really exist anymore, but it was called 7 Up at the time.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, that show aired 20 years before he was born. So he really is a genius, isn't he? Amazing. He claimed to have run about 600 miles in 6 days, which is impossible unless you're Mo Farah. He claimed to have completed 30 marathons in 35 days. But he actually even stated that on the 21st marathon, he suffered an epileptic fit and a hairline fracture that caused his leg to swell to twice the size. But don't worry, he did manage to run the final 9 marathons, regardless. It's unbelievable. Hilariously, Jason Arday's memoirs are due to be published next week. Some journalists got hold of a book proposal for his memoirs. There are reportedly some remarkable things in there. So this is what they're saying in The Atlantic, which is an outlet. A mystical woman in Brazil touched him and told him that he would experience suffering, but was ultimately destined for greater things. He claimed that he'd been mugged and beaten up by some kids years ago, but he went to court and he urged the judge not to send them to prison. These students later turned out to be his students at an unnamed London university who were so touched by his act of kindness and mercy that they've gone into doing things like rehabilitation work themselves. He also claims to be the godfather of one of their children. He appears to have changed his story about how old the boys were, because they were younger than him initially, and now it turns out that they were 4 years older than him. He claimed that he'd made a suicide attempt during the pandemic. Now it seems that if it was true, of course, then it was actually, during the pandemic. 2 brain tumours he says he had, suffered a mini stroke, but in his book it reportedly doesn't mention anything about brain tumours, I don't think. I think it says that he had testicular cancer. He claims to have been hit by a car, put in an induced coma. His parents were told to turn life support off, but he miraculously woke up. It's baffling, isn't it? It is impossible to verify loads of that stuff, but when the publishers were asked if they'd even bothered to check, they did not respond to the journalist. Talking of journalists, the Met Police spent 4 months investigating a Times reporter who was daring to examine whether or not Jason Arday was a complete fraud. Apparently, he was accused of harassment just for doing his job, and now the head of the Met, Mark Rowley, has apologised.
To challenge you on this one, the Metropolitan Police is accused of press censorship for investigating a journalist who tried to expose a Cambridge professor who's alleged to have committed plagiarism. Jack Grove, a reporter for the Times Higher Education, a 4-month investigation. Why was that necessary, Commissioner?
We dropped the ball on that one, Nick. Let's not sort of beat about the bush.
No, we just dropped the ball. We just dropped... sorry, ruined a bloke's life for 4 months, didn't we? Oh, gosh, you know. It's outrageous that they investigated a journalist for 4 months for just doing research. It just shows you what the police's priorities are. But despite all of the very obvious warning signs about Arday, Cambridge made him a professor. They even said that he was the best in the world at what he does.
The Board of Electors on your interview day were absolutely unanimous. We are so lucky to have you. You are the best in the world in terms of the research that you do.
Yes. She's a senior fellow at Homerton College, and the bloke in charge of that college is a man called Lord Simon Woolley. He signed a letter supporting Arday, and his name is still attached to that letter, although he removed the title of his college for some reason. I don't know why he did that. We approached Lord Woolley for comment. We are yet to hear back. In case you're wondering how well Lord Woolley's college is actually doing, by the way, they are right at the bottom, or very near the bottom, of Cambridge colleges for academic achievement. So, anyway, I had a look at Cambridge's recruitment policies. Imagine my shock when it turned out that they have an inclusive hiring programme. So the university deploys gender-biased decoders to strip stereotypic language from job advertisements. It also mandated unconscious bias awareness training for appointment selection committees. In a period when we have made, this is them, in a period when we have made equality and diversity training mandatory for all staff involved in recruitment decisions and introduced unconscious bias training, we have seen a change in the success rate. Well, not so much, to be fair, when it came to Jason Arday. Today, Cambridge announced that it was going to review all of those processes. Look, it has exposed the idiocy of a lot of people on the left and some of those grifters. Take James O'Brien, for example. He supported Arday, he backed him, and then now he's been made to look like a complete mug.
What's your takeaway here? Because mine is very, very personal. I can't separate the personal from the public. I feel like a mug, actually.
Let's just take a little moment to appreciate that, shall we? I think drinking that picture there of James O'Brien feeling like a mug. I mean, it is absolutely fantastic. Look at that. No, leave it up there. Leave it up there. Yeah. Oh, brilliant. People like James O'Brien and staff at Cambridge University were so desperate for the DEI pin-up that they didn't bother to check whether or not any of what Ade was saying was actually true. And then people who called him out were branded a racist or investigated by the police. And this, ladies and gents, is why I think DEI needs to end. But let's get the views of my panel on this. Christy, I'll start with you. What do you make of this fantastic story about Jason Ade?
It is a fantastic story. I mean, it's the most amazing story. So let me get this right. He was non-verbal, autistic, couldn't read or write. Then he ran all these marathons with a broken leg. He had an epileptic fit, but he also had some sort of other fit. He had brain cancer, claimed to. He had testicular cancer as well. He's like a walking episode of Holby City, isn't he? I mean, how is he, without the sex, of course, because there's a lot of that in Holby City. How is this man functioning? I don't quite understand.
Not very well at the moment.
I mean, the Met Police, they're right. The Met Police, they're right to say they dropped the ball. That was not a reference to the testicular cancer. To make that very clear. But I think there's a really, really important point here, right? Well, there's a lot of important points. But firstly, you cannot hail someone being hired, anyone being hired, and then whatever trait they might have, whatever background they might have, whatever minority trait they might have, when you hire them, say, oh, my God, isn't this brilliant because we've got this brilliant black professor, and hail it when it goes right, and then when it goes wrong, one that brings up their race is told that they're not allowed to. Well, sorry, you can't have it both ways, firstly. Secondly, all of those people who have complained that DEI, which is probably something that started with good intentions, have said, well, hang on, is this fair? And people are being hired with positive discrimination, and these people are maybe getting jobs that they're not qualified for. What happened to merit? All of those people were called racist, right? Now, it appears they've all been proven right, and what are the people calling them? Racist, for actually being right about it all along. But finally, just really important, right? I think it is great when you have someone who is, you know, from a deprived background, lower class background, if they're gay, if they're black, if they're bi, if they're Thai. I don't care what they are, but if they make it to a position of power, I think that's great. But that trait is incidental, i.e., isn't it brilliant that Christo is on this panel tonight? Did you know he's as gay as Christmas? It's an additional trait. It's not why I'm here. And we've got it the wrong way round. Do you see what I mean? It's an incidental thing. You know, isn't it wonderful that, you know, Andy Burnham is our Prime Minister, is not said very often in this studio. Incidentally, he's from Manchester, in case you didn't know. It's incidental. It's not the thing that we should be hiring people for.
Fine. I'll bring you in on this one. What do you make of this Jason Ade story there?
Well, I agree with you that it may have started with good intentions, this whole idea of diversity and inclusion, but the road to hell, as we know, is paved with good intentions. And I think, definitely echoing what Patrick said, the reason why DEI really needs to die is because what it produces is substandard people.
So not DEI, DIE.
Exactly. Well, you know, because what people are doing is that they are sacrificing merit for diversity and inclusion. DEI doesn't introduce excellence or equality. What it does is it gets someone in with no qualifications checked because they thought it was racist. And the funny thing about it, as we see this happen all the time, people are more outraged about the scrutiny, even getting the police involved and the institutions involved, than the fact that a professor who is getting paid to teach people has actually pushed his way through.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? It's absolutely insane. And if I was at that university, by the way, and he was teaching me, I'd be like, I kind of want my money back. This is ridiculous. The idea that you've gone and done this. There's a gentleman on the front row, and then we'll go to Andy and then Adam as well. So what would you like to say about this story?
Surely, as it's such a high university institution, it should be investigated for its failings.
What? So an independent investigation
I would say that there is failings in these societies.
Yeah, OK, well, it's a solid point. Well, go on, Andy, what's your views on this?
I think that Jordan raises a good point, and, you know, me and Adam were, you know, exploiting the goodwill of the 2-for-1 cocktail deal at the...
I wondered if you were going to bring this up.
Pub.
You have, yeah.
And we were speaking to a good comrade who actually came out in favour of Ardé, which I suppose is the Ofcom balance required for this debate,
right.
Where actually, you know, he is actually the greatest in the world at what he does, and that is, you know, conning people. This is class. I actually think this is really quite funny. You know, he's not, as, you know, our comrade said, he's not, you know, ripping off grannies or pensioners. You know, he's actually, you know, taking the mick out of the chattering classes, you know, the real great elites of our society. And I think it kind of exposes how shallow and easy to deceive they are, and, you know, the fundamentals of what they're built up on, you know, especially in this kind of post-Blair era of education, is just, you know, actually not that deep. And I think I'll be reading the book next week when it comes out. That's all I can say.
You don't get to do that, sorry. No. It's your side of politics.
Christo Futhas, come on.
Christo, hang on. Right, I think we're going to...
Christo, please.
Anyone who gets James O'Brien to admit he's a mug deserves a knighthood or something. We are clearly misdiagnosing this. But you're right, Andy and I were having a chat with some chaps earlier, and he made this very, very astute
convincing
point. I'm totally convinced of it. He's holding up a mirror to academia and, as you say, the chattering class, and saying, look, I took you to the brink here. I actually got you to believe some real nonsense. Maybe you should have a think about how easy it is for me to do that. Now, whether it's an investigation or you know, maybe they take a more subtle approach, I don't know. But if there's some good in it, it's that, hold on, this wasn't some, you know, it's not some little small college. This was University of Cambridge that was beguiled by a complete fraud. Well, seemingly. You know, don't sue me. But...
Yeah,
great. Well, he's done. There's a public service here.
Yeah, it is absolutely insane that someone could tell that level of whopper.
Is he a reform plant? Reform want to get rid of DGI. I mean, actually, this would be the most...
There'll be a movie in a year's time, all right? It'll be like a Sacha Baron Cohen. It's a long con. He's actually he's a Manchurian candidate or something.
On a more serious point, I do feel quite sorry for the people who were supervised by him. You know, he was a professor, whether it's the undergraduates, the masters, or, you know, even the PhD people that were supervised by him, or, you know, colleagues who authored papers with him, because they have been deceived. You know, they are real people, and, you know, actually, you know, I don't really... I think now he's resigned, we should probably leave it. You know, the media does hound people to quite nasty ends.
Look at how this has to happen, the people that back...
That's kind of the point I was making.
This was what I was going to come in and say. I think we really need to move away, well, not we, but sort of the chattering classes need to move away from this pursuit for the first. Right, the first black, the first gay, the youngest, that's not interesting. What's interesting is what you can say and what you can do and what you can deliver. It's nice to know, you know, our sexual orientation and where we come from, but that's not interesting in these spaces. It's what you bring. And if you've watched some of his lectures, he doesn't actually bring that much.
Can I just to your point as well, who knew that Cambridge couldn't do research? They're a university.
I know. Well, look, Jason Ardé has previously denied the allegations. He also said, whilst criticism is an inevitable part of academic life, what I have experienced has gone far beyond academic scholarly disagreements. I will return stronger, wiser, and with the same determination that has always defined my journey.
Oh, dear.
A Cambridge University spokesman said, the University of Cambridge has begun an investigation following new information about Professor Ardé's academic qualifications and honorary appointments. In order to ensure a fair process, we will not comment further until it has been concluded. Right, OK, fine. Well, look, it's time for the Great British Giveaway now, and it's your chance to become an academic professor at the University of Cambridge. No, it's not really. It's not. It's loads of cash. Thank you for doing it.
Welcome to Orlis Santi by Domes Resorts. I'm in one of their beautiful sea view rooms. Luxurious, right? And there's just 2 weeks left to see how you too could be enjoying the 5-star lifestyle. There's over £65,000 in cash and gold to be won. First, you can bank an incredible £60,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like. That's cash you could save, spend the rest of the year spending, or just relax somewhere like here, the award-winning Soma Spa. We'll also give you a fine gold bullion bar worth over £5,000. Just make sure you don't miss out as lines close on the 21st of August.
For a chance to win, text GOLD to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB22 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 21st of August. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pulled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis, in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it? We're here again to start your day just right. GB News breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So finally, a year after the Supreme Court ruled that a woman is indeed a woman, new official guidance has come into force across the UK this week. Single-sex spaces open to the public, including toilets and changing rooms, should be organised according to biological sex. So the Equality and Human Rights Commission says that trans people should either use gender-neutral facilities or those matching their biological sex. But with some left-wing councils already declaring they will just defy the law, pledging to keep these spaces inclusive. Is this what's happening now? How can we just ignore the law? Let's get the views of my panel on this. I'll start with you on this. I just don't... So can I just, like, not pay tax now? I don't like it. You know, I don't like that law. I don't like the law about speed limits. I'll just drive as fast as I want. I mean, this is a rule, isn't it?
It's just absolutely absurd. And, you know, the party that's so pro-law in some areas, suddenly when it fits them, then they completely dismiss the law. This was already settled a year ago. And you have 16 months after, millions of taxpayers' pounds as well gone to this. And here they are recreating, not even doing a new law, they're actually just reconfirming what was already said. And with all due respect to everyone's individual lived experiences, we actually have bigger things to worry about than when someone wants to go and weed themselves themselves. And apparently there was a lady, a trans woman, who apparently weed herself because she couldn't use the right toilet after this. Like, come on, guys, let's get a little bit of a grip, I think.
Well, quite literally, come on, guys, in that sense. But yeah, Adam, your views on it. This is what I mean. There's also that Labour MP as well who did that kind of weird video. I think Emily Thornberry's come out and posted something as well.
You always get this. Yeah, I mean, I was outside the Supreme Court when they made that ruling that sex means biological sex in law, which is an obvious, a very sane position to take in the eyes of the law. And it's taken, what, they say, over a year, 16 months to even issue this guidance. And then the NHS specifically is still refusing to set a deadline for when they're going to implement it within wards. And you'd think medical professionals would have a very clear understanding of what biological sex is, but apparently not. So I hope they figure this out quickly, but it just seems like there's such institutional resistance from this. You mentioned a few of those MPs. There'll be a lot of that within Whitehall and beyond the Quangos. There's going to be so much resistance to it for the next God knows how long.
Yeah. And what about you, Christo? Your thoughts?
Well, as a trans woman, Jason Arday has said a lot about this that I think should be listened to, and it's something else that's gone in her book, I should say. Look, I absolutely agree that sex is sex, biological sex is sex. The fact it took the Supreme Court so many months to actually work that out is ridiculous. But the one thing I will say, though, and I don't want to get lynched on this panel, is where are trans people if there isn't a gender-neutral toilet meant to go to the toilet? My worry is that whilst this is absolutely correct and absolutely reasonable that the Supreme Court needs to rule on this and is right, where do they go? I don't know whether it's
where do they go?
Well, what if
you go to wherever you...
OK, all right, well, then let me give you a scenario. You are a trans woman and you've had the complete surgery, right? You look more female than you do now male, even though biologically you're still male. Is that person supposed to go into a men's toilet?
Yeah.
By the law, yes.
Yeah, so then, by the converse one of that then, if you're a trans man, you've got a hairy chest, you've got a beard, you've got everything else, but you are a trans man, you're supposed to then be in a woman's toilet. So you will have a scenario where women are in toilets with people with beards. Now, biologically, that will be another woman, but it will be someone with a beard. So this is why I worry that it's not going to solve the problem.
I understand. And the other alternative that was put out by this guidance is to actually introduce sort of lockable, self-inclusive cubicles. But again, this is going to cost businesses and it's going to cost some taxpayers, if it's in a public building, thousands and thousands of pounds. So if that's the route that has to be taken, then that's fine. But as the law stands today, you go where your biological sex is determined.
I'm not arguing against that. I'm just trying to point out that some of the practicalities, I think, need to be ironed out so that women aren't sharing spaces with people with beards.
I don't think beards are the problem, Christo.
No, there are... No. And I get that, and even though I've got a lovely beard. But the problem is, doesn't that then normalise someone who presents as a male in a woman's toilet? So therefore, if anyone's got ill intent, that's not going to keep women safe.
I'm talking going over to a fellow beard wearer.
Well, quite.
What's your views on that?
I think, really, as it is said, I do agree with Christo on this. I think you...
I've got it wrong. Everyone...
That's how you know you're in trouble.
I think there are two lines. You know, the first line going down what Christo said about you will have trans men going in who have beards and, you know, look like me, are bigger than me, have bigger beards than me. What's to excuse, you know, if I had ill intent going to a woman's toilet and say, well, I'm a trans man, I can do what I want. I think that is the first issue. And the second issue is the compliance angle. You're going to ask small business owners to intervene when they think something is wrong. And I think that's an unfair burden to put on them. You know, if it's a small cafe and there's only one toilet of each, you know, are you really going to ask them to go, you know, up to, you know, a slightly masculine-looking woman going, well, you know, actually, I really need to check, are you cisgender, are you transgender? You know, I think that's quite unfair to put that legal responsibility on those people. And I think on the practicality, you know, I would not want to see, you know, a beautiful woman who's got long hair and, you know, breasts and all the rest of it in my toilet.
But yes, OK, fine. But then the flip side of that is as awkward as that might be sometimes and as difficult as that might be, you know, is it not a price worth paying to stop basically women being sexually assaulted in their own spaces by people?
I completely appreciate that argument. It's, you know, it's cisgender straight men that are raping women, not trans women that are raping women.
And how would you prove?
Fundamentally, it's not.
And how,
with this,
that is actually factually not true.
No, I can promise you that more straight cisgender men
you said
rape women.
Yeah, hang on a minute. But
that's the real issue here.
Say, that's a ridiculous argument because
it's not, because now I've got the right to go into a women's toilet if I want to. I can go. I'm a trans man. I can go and rape you. It's a mad thing to do.
A little bit of a straw man here because there are obviously loads more straight biological men than there are trans people.
And it gives them an excuse to be in women's toilets now.
Well, no,
that's all it is. If we're going on this women's safety thing,
it does.
Do you honestly think it's going to be as easy as that for you to walk into a women's toilet?
How would you, if this becomes normalised, which is my worry, how would that cafe owner, if I said to them, well, look, I'm a trans man, I'm biologically female, what are they going to do? Are they going to check? I mean,
do you honestly think? Can we just get out of the lands of absurd here, right? Because
Patrick, it's not even that. It's not even a check. I know trans men that have penises that have it on their ID that they're men. Yeah. They are legally, as far as it can go, unless you pull out the birth certificate. Right. They are legally men. What is to stop me as someone who is a legal man going, well, actually, biologically, I'm a woman? Come on.
Do they honestly, are you telling me, are both of you seriously telling me
I think that rapists will, yes.
That you cannot very often, very easily tell if someone has been through gender reassignment?
Sometimes you can, but sometimes they are more muscular and more butch than any of us.
To put it into perspective, this will affect 0.5% people.
Which is exactly why it's ridiculous why the Supreme Court is dealing with this. Kids are starving, pensioners are freezing to death in the winters, and we're talking about whether or not people have penises and vaginas. It's just a distraction. It's the cultural distraction from the real class war. That's all it is.
It's not a cultural distraction.
It is.
This has come about from the concerns. This is why you have so many institutions like Rosie Parker's institutions and so on, because women have addressed have given concerns about this, about male going into women's spaces.
And this is going to give them more licence.
I agree with you that it shouldn't have gone to the Supreme Court, but unfortunately, with male entering women's spaces, they had to intervene. But in the grand scheme of things, this will affect 0.5% of people, and that's why I think.
No, but it will affect all women, and I don't agree with you. It should have gone to the Supreme Court because it needed to be clarified, and women should be listened to. I agree with that.
Okay, all right. Well, anyway, so when we come back. A 90-second electrical fault is reportedly to blame for 2 days of travel chaos across the country, which left thousands of passengers stranded. So why can't Britain's trains work better? That's next.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GBNews Travel Destinations Forecast.
Heat is still a big talking point across parts of Europe at the moment, as well as the fact that there's a lot of dry weather not helping with the ongoing wildfire risk in many places. For Spain, yes, there will be a few showery bursts of rain around tomorrow, but not many, and temperatures are set to rise again as we go into next week. It's still hot across Italy, and there could be some thundery downpours here and there, as well as across parts of Greece, the potential for some thundery showers here. Lots of dry weather into next week, with temperatures for some rising.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GBNews Travel Destinations Forecast.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Everybody, so just a 90-second power failure was all it took to cause 2 days of train delays. A momentary electrical fault at a control centre in Network Rail in Manchester caused major delays yesterday afternoon, leaving thousands of passengers stranded throughout the country. National Rail confirmed that events meant delays would continue into today. So, look, I mean, come on, is this all it takes? What is going on with trains in this country? Before we get on to the bloke who wants to nationalise them all, of course. And what is going on here? I mean, Britain just doesn't work, does it? That's all it takes to grind it to a halt.
Nothing works, does it? Yeah. Trains, hospitals, schools, it's all broken. And I don't know, how do you fix this? Andy, what's your solution?
Well, I think
here we go.
Ooh, of course. I hear slightly nervous, giggles from the audience there. No, I think this is genuinely, and I'm sure my right-wing comrades here will tell me that I'm wrong. This is the impact of those 10 years of austerity that we had under George Osborne and under Philip Hammond as chancellors. It was seen as just, cutting the waste at the time, but it's had that long-term effect that will affect us for the next 10, 15, 20 years on from those cuts. If we're cutting public services, things like this are going to happen. Whether it's National Rail.
Maybe Labour shouldn't have spent all the money then. Maybe Labour shouldn't have presided over the biggest financial crisis that this country.
In fairness, I believe it was the American banks that were lending mortgages to people that couldn't pay them back. Not in fact Gordon Brown. In fairness, not to come out as
possibly predicted that was happening. The best economic mind.
Seemingly no one.
Running.
Seemingly no one, Christopher Fufest, because it happened for 30 years. And, the big greatest minds in the private sector of the banking couldn't predict. Why are we debating the 2008 economic crisis?
Financial crisis, austerity.
Because I think those austerity cuts are having a massive term impact.
By the way, Alistair Darling was going to cut even more severely than I think George Osborne did. I think you got off lightly, according to your own
I think we're very lucky at Alistair Darling. I think we look at the consequences that we see in our daily lives, in our communities, whether it's the community centres that are closed, whether it's the local diagnostic centres. It's austerity. It's a consequence of austerity.
It's my fault, Patrick.
It's a consequence of austerity.
This is like the people who don't want to follow the law about toilets. You can't just talk. We've got a segment here. You can't just go on and talk about whatever you want.
It's my fault.
It was Adam Cherry's fault because he said, "How do you fix Britain?" And it was authority's fault that it was broken. It was Adam Cherry's fault. Guido Fawkes again trying to discredit the left wing.
The long and short is that Britain doesn't work, and people want to work. People want to go to work. People want to go around their daily lives. And for me, this isn't even about a power cut. This is about a preparedness, a competence issue, a control issue. 90 seconds affecting 5,000 homes, affecting railway when people are going around their daily lives, that, like I said. So you can blame whatever you want, but the government has still been in power. And so where is the competence? competency in getting the country back on its feet.
In
it's
fairness,
not here. Where were the working generators as a backup? Where were the maintenance and you know, this country is like every little thing, and then it breaks down. It's a heat wave, we can't go to work. It's cold, we can't go to work. Like, come on.
In fairness to the government, they don't.
We want to work.
I don't think the transport sector.
Just quickly, they cancel trains quite often because it's autumn and there are leaves on the track.
That's why we need to nationalise it, mate.
Every single year. Oh, God.
When we bring it under public control, we won't be having none of that. Avanti West Coast.
And I'm sorry, right?
It's OK, I accept your apology, Christo, that's OK.
Nonsense. Yeah, because everyone was talking about how brilliant the trains were before austerity. Right. Now, I'll tell you whose fault this is. This isn't the fault of trans men. Even though everyone shares a toilet on the train. And also, I'll tell you what
trains are you going on?
Well, they do, don't they? They all use the same one. Not at the same time. But it is the fault, actually, of small boats and immigration. Another good... another one that we like talking about here. No, we do not have in this country... We are a basket case when it comes to infrastructure. Yes. Do you know... Gatwick Airport this week wanted to extend a runway that already existed by move it 15 feet, and it took them 8 years. We have been talking about a third runway at Heathrow since 1949. Seriously. And we don't build anything. Our population has gone up. We haven't had infrastructure that would catch up with it. It will never, ever catch up. Never expect to get a train and get anywhere ever again, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, well, look at HS2 as well, right?
Yeah, HS2 as well. Have you got a very quick point you want to make, sir?
I spent a lot of time in France, and they've got...
Sit back down, sorry. You're close to the camera. That's all right, don't worry. We just had a fabulous view of your midriff there.
Oh, no.
And
what a view it was. What a view it was.
Yeah. As long as it wasn't the double chin.
That's all right. Go on, carry on.
No, I mean, the French have got a reputation for having some of the most sophisticated rail systems in the world, but even the French complain about their railways all the time. You know, they've got issues as well, but foreigners think that France have perfect railways, but the French complain about their railways as well.
If we went to, like, Norway, they're all talking about how great the British trains are.
No.
Maybe it's just an us thing.
Yeah, how can it be so hard just to have a reliable, integrated system? But I definitely think we're on the right track now, though.
Because we've got to go. What a way to finish. Thank you very much. The government introduced the Railways Bill, which creates Great British Railways, a planned state-owned public body that Labour believes will unify Britain's rail infrastructure and passenger services. Well, that's good. OK, a staggering number of young people, now this is interesting, are out of work or education because they say that they have special needs. But when you realise the true number of it, you've got to ask, is it all genuine? That's coming up next.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News. Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Welcome back, everybody. So, thank you very much. Now, 40% of young people are in long-term unemployment because they say they've been diagnosed with conditions like ADHD and autism. It's a very high number, that, isn't it? New figures show that more than, 40% of those who spent 4 years or more out of education, employment or training by the age of 21 had been identified as having special educational needs. Now, that number is soaring. This is why it's an important issue as well, because apparently it's more than 1.8 million pupils in England at the moment requiring special educational needs for disabilities in schools. Look, obviously, don't get me wrong, there's plenty of people, the vast majority of those will absolutely need it. But when you look at the sheer numbers there, it does make me think, OK, is there something else going on? I don't know. What do you think, Ada?
I mean, some reports have said that there's an over-diagnosis culture happening, and other people have said that it's just, people being more aware. But for me, whatever the case may be, I just think this is actually a bit of a crisis for me. These are young people, so these are the future potential leaders and potential defenders of the nation. Hopefully, God forbid nothing happens, but that is the reality, the potential future providers as well. So we have to find a way in investing in our young. This is actually the core issue here. Now, around 25% of those are actually working class, so on free school meals. So can you see, again, working class folk are neglected. So instead of worrying about the other cultural war issues, we need to see what's going wrong there. Because I think in 4 years, we're going to add another million to that number. So this is, again, taxpayers' money. Now, for those who are worried about demographic change and mass migration, if you don't invest in your young today, then this is an inevitable problem that we're going to have to deal with in the next couple of years.
Adam? Yeah, I do think young people have a pretty raw deal, and that is the result of political choices that have been made. But it is also true that, particularly in the case of ADHD and anxiety, we are overdiagnosing, and that is part of the mix here. I think both things can be true at the same time. Youth unemployment has absolutely exploded in the last couple of years since the election of this Labour government. And we can talk about that for a very long time, but, I think that the young people are still struggling, and you can acknowledge that whilst also acknowledging that things need to change.
I do also think that there has to be some accountability for the damage that relentless lockdowns.
Yeah, COVID's a big part of it as well.
Absolutely. Like, we had Bozo Boris locked us all down, backed by loony Labour. At the time, we told so many young people you need to be petrified of going out. Now we're surprised young people are petrified of going out. Could you imagine if we went to war? They'd be in the trenches saying, "Where's my sunflower lanyard?" Do you know what I mean? Honestly, it's a joke, but it is a genuine crisis. And you are absolutely right, by the way. We need to try and solve it.
I agree with you, and I can see that there needs to be more that needs to be looked into in terms of overdiagnosis, but we can't deny the psychological impacts from that time of COVID.
Sure, I can see that.
Very quickly, Andy, sorry, because we've only got about 30 seconds, but, this is less working class. Some people would say it's more shirking.
Sure, wow, very good. That's an old boss's slogan there, I think, from the 70s. No, I don't know. I think it's quite sad. I know we're being jovial and laughing and mocking, but this is very sad. These are kids who have probably had quite a traumatic.
In your view, though,
I think they've probably had quite a traumatic childhood, being locked in their houses for a year and a half, 2 years, and I think we've got better at diagnosing what anxiety and ADHD looks like. I think there was I don't think a lot of these people are out of employment because they've got ADHD and autism. I think they're just out of employment and they have it.
OK.
To be honest.
All right, OK, well, there you go. Right, look, coming up, we're going to be looking at the Tories' new plan today to tackle the housing crisis and the immigration crisis in one fell swoop. We'll talk about that and more.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening. Coming to you from the Met Office, this is your latest GB News weather update. There's more wet weather to come across northern parts this weekend, but further south, where we really are in desperate need for some significant rain, it's staying drier and turning hotter, all because we have high pressure dominating here. Further north, a different story, with a front gradually making its way southeastwards this weekend. It's already brought a fair amount of rain to northwestern parts of Scotland today, and will continue to do so as we go overnight. Many other places will have a dry night, but a bit of cloud and a few spots of rain pushing into Northern Ireland later on as we head towards dawn. With lots of clear skies across England and Wales, it is going to be a fresh night. Temperatures in some places similar to last night could get as low as maybe 4, 5, 6 Celsius, that kind of thing. Possibly as low as 3 Celsius, perhaps, in some prone spots. So we wake up tomorrow morning to a bit of a fresh start. There will be a bit of cloud around some parts of England and Wales, but it should be mostly bright. Similar for parts of Northern Ireland, but the chance of some thicker cloud and some rain is there, especially in the west. And then southern parts of Scotland, a few outbreaks of rain here across more central northern parts, especially northwestern areas. Well, here it's going to be wet and quite blustery. Then that front, as I mentioned, does gradually make its way southeastwards through the day. So rain spilling in across Northern Ireland and across much of Scotland too, perhaps reaching some parts of northern England later on in the afternoon, maybe North Wales as well, seeing a few showers perhaps. Elsewhere across England and Wales, often dry, well, actually pretty much totally dry. There'll be some sunshine as well and temperatures higher than today, getting into the high 20s Celsius. That rain in the north edges a little bit further southwards as we head into Sunday, so central southern Scotland, northern England, Northern Ireland having a fairly wet day, a bit drier across the far north of Scotland, but the sunniest weather will be across central and southern England, where we're going to see temperatures getting back into the low 30s with more dry and at times hot weather to come next week.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account. You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very, very much, everyone who is here. It is 10 p.m. I'm Patrick Christys. Tonight,
what's your takeaway here? Because mine is very, very personal. I can't separate the personal from the public. I feel like a mug.
Yes! Yes! Get in! Absolutely! It got even worse for the plagiarism professor. Sorry, we're not actually doing this story this hour. I just wanted to play that video again of James O'Brien's I Feel Like a Mug. We're also going to be talking about this.
نقوم في بلدية ويستمنستر حاليا بتغيير طريقة عمل الإسكان الاجتماعي.
Rafnar zanatam sayar ze Westminster Council amrar housing register system re budlaitam.
I understood a little bit of that, but the Tories now want to boot foreign nationals out of council houses and ban them from getting more in the future. Is that fair enough? Plus,
200,000 people have turned up on our beaches illegally, including murderers and terrorists. That's more people than stormed the beaches of Normandy on D-Day. Reform will respond by ordering His Majesty's Royal Navy into the Channel to defend Britain's borders.
well, we talk about the Tories' immigration policy. That was one of reforms. Should we just put the Navy in the Channel? Also, this story broke today. Huge blunders at the Met Police allowed a serial murderer and rapist to go on to commit his crimes. I'm asking whether or not Mark Rowley, the head of the Met, has to resign. On our panel tonight, we are joined by political commentator Ada Agpala. We have got broadcasting royalty Christo Fupas. We've got the editorial director at Guido Forbes, Adam Cherry. And we've got everybody's favourite trade unionist, it's Andy 12. Oh, it's got worse. It's got worse. It's got worse. OK, get ready, Britain. Here we go. No council houses for foreign nationals. Next.
Very good evening to you from the newsroom. The top story tonight at 10. Police, prosecutors and the courts are facing serious questions after a convicted sex offender was let free to roam the streets before murdering 2 women, raping a 3rd and sexually assaulting others on public transport. 40-year-old Simon Levy killed Carmenza Valencia Trujillo and Cheryl Wilkins last year. He was being monitored by the Met Police at the time and was on bail for separate sex attacks. The Metropolitan Police has admitted that Ms Wilkins' life could have been saved after Levy was downgraded as a risk to women before the attacks. Deputy Assistant Commissioner Kevin Southworth from the Metropolitan Police says the case is a collective failure of the system and a tragedy beyond words.
His behaviour is self-evidently that of a very prolific serial sexual predator who seeks his sexual gratification in a number of ways, whether it's opportunistically offending against strangers on the underground system, or whether it's targeting sex workers in the most horrific and harrowing fashion. So I think ultimately what we're talking about here is a serial sexual predator who's finally been brought to justice, but ultimately one too late to help the victims.
Investigators looking into the death of former MP Anne Widdecombe have reopened an old burglary case after identifying a potential lead that was missed at the time. That attempted burglary was reported to the Metropolitan Police in Greater London last April, but the investigation was closed with no arrests. Officers now say a line of inquiry which may have been relevant was not identified or pursued during the original investigation. The handling of the case has been referred to the IOPC, and the police watchdog is now investigating the conduct of a single staff member at counter-terrorism policing. Spain says it will impose border controls immediately on all air and sea travel from Italy as the migration row between Madrid and Rome intensifies. The checks will come into force from midnight and are due to last for a month. Madrid says passengers arriving from Italy will face passport, nationality and visa checks because of persistent irregular migratory pressure. It comes after Italy imposed its own controls following the arrival of more than 70,000 migrants into Spain's Africa enclave of Ceuta. But Rome says it will not accept ultimatums from Spain. Here, the University of Cambridge is reviewing how it appoints senior academics after the resignation of Professor Jason Ardey in the middle of a plagiarism row. Professor Ardey, who became Cambridge's youngest black professor, has faced allegations of plagiarism and of exaggerating parts of his CV. Claims, though, he denies. A group of academics has now called for an independent inquiry, with one professor warning the university is facing a massive reputational risk. Cambridge says it is aware of public concern and will continue investigating the circumstances around Professor Jason Ardey's appointment. And in Thailand, at least 7 people have been killed and more than 20 injured after a 14-year-old boy opened fire at his home and school on the outskirts of Bangkok. Thailand's Prime Minister says the teenager killed his grandparents before attacking the school, where 5 teachers were shot dead. 9 people remain in a critical condition, with police saying the teenager still had more than 30 bullets left when he turned his gun on himself after being under pressure over his studies. Those are the latest headlines for now. More from the newsroom at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Now, though, let's get back to Patrick.
You can now watch GB News live across the United States of America and the world on Truth Plus. Scan the QR code to find out more, or visit gbnews.com/truth.
Now, foreign nationals will be evicted from council houses and banned from getting new ones. That's what the Tories announced in their policy today. The policy would apply regardless of whether they had children. They would expect to be booted out within 6 months, apparently. Only UK nationals and those with settled EU status would be eligible for council houses going forward. New arrivals from the EU would not qualify, while couples in which neither partner is a UK or EU citizen with settled status would also be banned from getting a council house. So this is actually another case of the Conservative Party trying to clean up their own mess. Let's just have a little look at how bad the problem is. So across London as a whole, 47.6% of social housing is apparently occupied by households where the lead tenant was born outside the UK, so where the lead tenant is a foreign national. The London Borough of Brent actually features the highest localised rate. 61% of social housing is occupied by foreign-born residents. Now, across the UK as a whole, at the last count, around 11.5% of all social housing right across the UK is apparently taken up by foreign nationals. In fact, the First Lady of Sierra Leone actually had a council flat in London, which is hilarious. So did the hook-handed hate cleric, Al-Qaeda and Taliban enthusiast Abu Hamza. In fact, he didn't just have a little flat, no. He was given a 5-bedroom council house in Shepherd's Bush. Apparently, his family still live in it, even though he's currently in prison in America for being an absolutely massive jihadi terrorist. It's remarkable. Westminster Council, which was under Labour control at the last election, even released a video in multiple different languages telling foreign nationals how they could get social housing.
في بلدية ويستمنستر حاليا بتغيير طريقة عمل الإسكان الاجتماعي.
আমরা আপনারা জানাতাম স্যার যে ওয়েস্টমিনস্টার কাউন্সিল আমরা হাউজিং রেজিস্টার সিস্টেম রে বদলাইতাম আপনারা লাগে
Estamos cambiando la manera en que asignamos la vivienda social en Westminster.
Yeah, they even did it in Spanish and French as well, which is I find that fascinating. And this problem will get worse, because we had the Boris wave of immigration. Now, the Tory government issued 3.8 million long-term visas. This resulted in a total net migration influx of 2.6 million people. And it will not be long before they reach the 5-year threshold, get indefinite leave to remain, and bingo, they are on the social housing waiting list, or at least they could be. Apparently, there are already about 1.3 million households on the social housing waiting list. So I want to ask the panel and the audience, should foreign nationals be booted out of council houses and banned from getting them in the first place? Christo, your views on this?
Yes.
Right. OK, thank you, Christo.
I think the detail of this policy is what's important, because there are 1.3 million households on the social media waiting list. Social media waiting list? Oh, God. To get on TikTok. On the social housing waiting list. And we are, if we go back to the debate we're having about the railways, all of those things. I mean, Andy Burnham, by the way, he loves Manchester, in case you didn't know. He has pledged this social housing boom. That's nonsense. That's never going to happen, because if we go back to railways, go back to airports, we can't build anything in this country, and if we do, it takes 60 years of judicial reviews. So that is not going to happen. The easiest way to free up council housing is to make sure, if you're going to have it, you are a British citizen. Now, if you become a British citizen because you have wanted to invest in becoming part of the United Kingdom, then you are still eligible for a council house. This is specifically for foreign nationals. So it means people like my dad. My dad was born in Greece, came here in 1970. He's watching at home now, I'm sure. Hi, Dad. And but he's worked, paid taxes, never taken a penny off the state. If he found himself in a situation where he needed social housing, well, he'd probably have to whistle for it, bearing in mind the waiting list. But he's become a British citizen. He's paid into the system. It would be fair he had one. If he wasn't a British citizen, it wouldn't be. It's really simple, and I don't know why anyone is finding it controversial.
OK. All right.
Well, the ones that find it controversial are those who are ideologically married to this idea that Britain owes the world everything. And what Kemi Badenoch is doing, and this plan that she has, it sounds good. It's a step in the right direction. And I think a lot of people will agree with that because, again, polling shows that, people are really fundamentally unhappy with how the government is dealing with housing right now. Now, it's still a promise. They're not in government at the moment. And I think at this point, people are quite disillusioned with politics and politicians. So it's just yet another promise. People want to see an action. And you mentioned Andy Burnham. He's, the man of the moment, right? And he talks about wanting to liaise across parties. This is what he should be talking to Kemi about. You have Labour MPs and representatives saying that this is, horrible, and what about the refugees? And we are at this point now that we have to put British people first, British citizens first, those who have paid in. I will repeat again, we do not owe the world anything or everything.
All right. The argument against it, and it was interesting the way that the Independent wrote this up online, left-wing newspaper. They very much went off the idea that the Tories under this, they would be making not just adult foreign nationals, but their children homeless. That's what they were going at here. So is it fair to say to someone who has been in the country, say, 4 years or probably longer, get a social housing, get a council house, to say, right, you've got 6 months to get out, and the implication there being, of course, if you can't support your family, you're going to have to leave?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I agree with what both these guys said. There's obviously a fairness principle here that if you're British and you pay into the system, you should take priority in this scenario. But I think there are some practical considerations as well, which is, OK, they have 6 months. I think the Independent mentioned that there'd be about 230,000 households that would be affected by this. I would imagine a lot of them will not find private accommodation within 6 months, given the state of the housing market. It's just a practical reality. So where do they go? They're possibly in temporary accommodation. You might argue, well, they should go back to the country they came from. I think it's unlikely. So they're either homeless.
Well,
they're either homeless or.
But
I mean, again, I agree with the principle.
It's removal of an incentive, isn't it? Again, it's
sure. But what do you do with those who are already here?
Like the scrapping of the two-child benefit cap. We've got. I mean, I actually had a look on that specifically about the two-child benefit cap because I wanted to see actually what do you get in a lot of these countries. So, for example, Pakistan and Bangladesh, if you are unemployed and have more than 2 kids, what is it you get? And the answer is basically, genuinely, a big bag of rice every couple of months and the equivalent of about $5. You don't get a house, you don't get anything. So it's no wonder, is it, that people do want to come from those countries to our country so that you can end up, even if you're not happy with your house, you get somewhere to live, you get all the benefits, you get everything. So it's a removal of some of that incentive, isn't it?
Bearing in mind the cost of living at the moment in the UK, that bag of rice is quite valuable.
Yes.
You could probably do quite well with that.
Well, there you go. What do you think, Andy? Because, look, we do, unquestionably, we obviously do need more social housing. In the unlikely event that they actually build much, which I'm not sure they will be able to build much, we do need to get some people out of it, don't we?
Yeah, I think that I think there are a couple of levels to this. You know, the statistic that you quoted in your monologue about 40-odd%, I think it was 47% of lead tenants in London in council housing being born outside the UK. That doesn't anticipate, as Christo said, people who have now become British citizens. I'd be quite interested to see the breakup of those that were born outside and those.
I'll tell you what.
Well, I think if you're a British citizen. On paper.
Because, but hang on a minute. But why should it be the case that someone who, with the exception of someone, in Christo's example, his dad's been here for like, however many years, 50-odd years.
Well, it takes 10 years to be a citizen, doesn't it?
OK, so you come from a different country to our country, and you hang around a little bit, and we give you a passport, and then we give you a house.
Well, I think if you spend 10 years, here working as you have to, and assimilating and all the rest of it, I think if you've been here for 10 years, it's fair enough that you become a citizen. It's by the by, that was a throwaway point, but I'll ignore that. I think one of the big issues, as Adam rightly raised, is if you are going to throw out 200,000, however many people this is,
230,000.
They're all going to go on to temporary accommodation, which is more expensive for councils. It means more councils will go bust and have to get bailed out by the government. And I think there is a real bizarre thing that Kemi Badenoch has said that it's only non-EU nationals that she's going to apply this to. I thought Brexit meant Brexit. Why are we, changing the rules for people in the EU to people not in the EU? I thought, everyone's a foreigner now. Brexit means Brexit. It's been 10 years since the referendum. Why are we dog whistling about, EU guys are OK, but non-EU nationals are OK? What's the difference fundamentally? If you're making the argument about foreign nationals, surely it's foreign nationals.
Of course.
There's a chap on the front row who's got the microphone. Do you want to make a point on this, or are you just holding the mic?
Yeah, I'm just doing it for fun.
OK, go on. No, you be amazed, because I've thrown a couple of people under the bus that way in a big way before. So go on, what would you like to say, sir?
Yeah, so with the Tories revealing their plans to evict foreigners from social housing, are they just copying reform?
Well, it's interesting, because that is what reform are saying, isn't it?
Are reform saying that?
Yeah.
I mean, they come out.
And they are somewhat solving a problem that the Conservatives had a very, very big part in creating. The one bit of the argument that I agree, the practicality of you two making about what would we do with those people, I also wonder whether there is an argument that we completely change our benefit system and national insurance system to start looking at what people have paid in compared to what they might need to take out at some point. Because, for instance, you might have someone who perhaps hasn't yet become a British citizen, has been here 9 years, has worked really hard, paid into the system, paid loads of tax, and then find themselves on hard times. Well, I'd far rather that person got social housing than someone who's become a British citizen, taken benefits and not contributed at all, but they get social housing instead. So I wonder if there's nuance into how much people put in the system.
I think there's a bit of nuance here that I find it a bit funny on GB News, and I respect the platform and I enjoy being on this show. But we're talking about that 1.3 million who are on the social housing list. I know comrades on this panel and plenty of contributors to GB News that would talk about those 1.3 million if they were to get council housing with disdain. They'd call them good for nothings. They'd call them scroungers. They'd call them burdens on the system. Lee Anderson especially often talks about how problematic social housing tenants are. So I think there is this bizarre duality of thought that we've got where if it's the 1.3 million on the list, they're all class and they're all super sound. But as soon as they get it, they're scroungers and they're good for nothing. So I do think there is a real duality of thought here.
I think you're kind of building a little bit of a straw man argument there.
It's true.
I don't think it's true. I'll tell you why. I think most people accept that there is a need for council and social housing, absolutely, unequivocally. Some of my friends growing up were in council houses, and it's a good thing that they exist. But I feel like at the moment there is a case where those council houses are not necessarily going to British people who've paid into the system or who even like our country. country particularly. And whilst we've got things like, roughly speaking, 7,000 homeless military veterans, single mums who have to flee domestic abuse and cannot get social housing. I mean, I'm seeing that some of them, I interviewed with them, some of them have been put genuinely in shipping containers in Ealing because there isn't social housing. But then you have a look at a neighbouring area, Brent, where apparently 67% of social housing has gone to foreign nationals. That cannot be fair, can it?
No, I agree. I think there should have been industrial council house building over the last 4 years. It was your woman Thatcher that sold off all the council houses, right to buy. She sold off all the council houses and didn't build any more of them. That was the problem. That was the problem. She did.
Don't you dare go for my Margaret.
She did.
She gave people the opportunity to have their own home.
And she didn't build any more of them. They were community assets and she sold them off, and that's why we're in the situation we are.
Not building more, and Labour not building more from 1997.
Yeah, I agree. They were wrong for that.
All right. So we are going to bring you some breaking news now. GB News can confirm that the attempted burglary referred to Counter-Terrorism South East took place at a London property owned by Reform UK leader Nigel Farage. Investigators are looking into the death of former MP Anne Widdecombe, and they've reopened an old burglary case. So after identifying a potential lead that was missed at the time, they are now looking at this. The attempted burglary was reported to the Metropolitan Police in Greater London last April, but the investigation was later closed with no arrests. Officers now say that a line of inquiry which may have been relevant was not identified or pursued during the original investigation. The handling of the case has been referred to the IOPC, and the police watchdog is now investigating the conduct of a staff member at Counter-Terrorism Police. So I just want to reiterate a couple of the points here, because I get that with breaking news sometimes it doesn't all go in the first time round. GB News can now confirm that the attempted burglary referred to by Counter-Terrorism South East in relation to their investigations following the murder of Anne Widdecombe is a property owned by Reform UK leader Nigel Farage, and they are concerned that they may have missed a potential line of inquiry the first time round. There is also a line here about how they are investigating the conduct of a staff member at Counter-Terrorism Policing. No doubt there will be more details on that as we get the front pages in, but I just wanted to bring that to you. Look, coming up, well, Reform UK have also unveiled some plans for a large-scale military operation in the Channel. Is that the right thing to do, though? Should we be using the Navy to stop the boats? And, of course, I need to talk to you as well about the early prisoner release scheme. All of that and much more coming your way.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much. I just want to start, I'll take a little bit of, by way of noise, a little bit of a straw poll in the room. Who in this room thinks we should put the Navy in the Channel?
Yes.
OK, does anyone not think we should? You don't need to feel alone here. No? OK, all right, so it's pretty unanimous then. Well, could the Navy be used to stop the small boat crossings? Reform UK are unveiling Operation Fortress, which is their plan to deploy the Royal Navy and the Royal Marines to return illegal migrants to the shores of France and Belgium. Nigel Farage believes the plan would see a drop in Channel crossings.
But under a reform government, within a fortnight, there would be no more boats. And whilst this issue may not be uppermost in the minds of many in Westminster, I can tell you out in the country, it is. And that comes down to a simple point: fairness.
So, the plan is already facing questions over whether or not it's legal or practical. France has warned that landing British forces on its shores would violate French sovereignty and international law. The jokes there do write themselves, though, don't they, to be fair? We go back to D-Day. Anyway, so, yes, look, with this now then, would it work? Can it be done, Adam?
I didn't know we had a Navy. Do we have a Navy?
No.
I mean, it was Farage himself who said, I think 6 months ago, our Navy basically doesn't exist. And now he's saying we can mobilise all these... We couldn't get one ship to the Mediterranean when it was kicking off in the Middle East, and now we've got to have this armada in the Channel. Okay.
Are you anti-armada?
In principle, I'm very pro-armada. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
But I just really question its practicality. And actually, I was speaking to someone who used to... who was a source within the previous Tory government, shall I say, who had some hands-on with this area. And they came up with some really wacky ideas. I mean, someone should write a book on it. They genuinely thought about having a massive net in the Channel. They thought about, I think, mines at one point.
A wave machine.
Wave machine.
Yeah, but actually,
they thought about sonic boom weapons.
Now a really good idea. The wave
we
machine.
don't have a Navy.
Like centre parks.
Yeah, because it is. Because when we've had all this good weather and Labour have been going, oh, you see, the boat crossing has been down despite the good weather, it doesn't matter about the weather. It's not about how hot it is. It's about the direction of the waves, direction of the wind and the size of the waves. So actually, a wave machine that would be able to generate just enough wave in order to put it in the other direction would actually be the perfect solution.
No, but then you affect the commercial shipping routes. I don't know.
No, they're bigger boats. So they don't mind. It's not like an oil tanker's brought down by somebody the same level of wave that would stop a dinghy, is it? See?
I don't know much about wave machines.
Not just a hat, my friend. Anyway, no, but...
Not all of them are massive, though, so it would affect them.
I do think that what Reform seems to be saying anyway, that there is maritime law that does support this. Are you against this? Ada, what do you think?
No, I am not against this. I don't actually think it's some big radical thing. I don't think it's so extreme like some people try to make out it is. I mean, extreme compared to what? Tens of thousands of people coming freely, you know, some of them potentially compromising our safety, women's safety. A lot of them, no doubtedly, burdening our already stretched system. So this isn't some big radical thing. A lot of you agree. Another poll, more in common poll, 60% of people agree, so it can be done. And for those saying that there are laws, you know, French sovereignty, what about British sovereignty? And one of the clearest ways to secure your sovereignty is through controlling your borders, and we're not doing that. So, yes, send them out, send the boys out.
Oh. There we go. There's a chap with a microphone there, sir. What would you like to say?
Hello, Patrick.
Hello.
It's a good show last night, by the way, Essex.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, we weren't there, but we saw it on the TV. It's lovely.
Oh, thank you
Beautiful.
very much. I
Happy
appreciate
birthday.
that. Cheers.
Patrick, my name's Glyn Evans. I'm from the naval capital of the United Kingdom, the home of the Royal Navy. That's Portsmouth. Of course, I'm very proud of the Royal Navy. But when we're talking about an armada, it won't be an armada, because if you listen to Nigel Farage, we're not going to stick aircraft carriers, destroyers, frigates. We've got fast patrol boats out there, and these things whiz along there at like 50 knots, and you've got no chance. And it's not just the Royal Navy, it's the Royal Marines, it's the Royal Air Force that you've got up there as well. So you're going to have lots of surveillance going on. They'll know exactly where these boats are coming from, and these fast boats will be able to get there very fast. Nigel Farage has got a very, very good friend the other side of the Atlantic. The minute he says, Mr Trump, we need a few ships over here, do you think Donald's going to say no chance? He's going to come over here because he doesn't like what's happening to the migration in Europe as well.
Oh,
so there's so very proud of our Royal Navy, all of our military service, and it will work. And also another thing, it's going to help France, because instead of us giving millions and millions of pounds to the French, why don't we just loan them an army? Because they just got some Nancy police over there doing nothing. Well, they have. They got nothing over there. Put the military on there. It will stop them coming, and it will do the France a favour.
OK, all right, well, there you go. Apologies for a slightly fruity turn of phrase there, but there we go. Yes, well, indeed. But yes, I can't work out why you were shaking your head there, Christo.
Look, this is a great idea, but it's unfortunately without more detail, and that's always the slight flaw, I think, with Nigel Farage. I think this is an idea most people are going to be in favour of. But if we don't get the detail, it's nonsense. And I'll tell you why it's nonsense. Because it's been tried. 2022, the government, the Conservative government, had a majority. Priti Patel instructed the Navy and the Marines, exactly who you have just outlined, to do just this. And they outright refused. Now, well, yeah, absolutely. But we need to know what they would do if they refuse again. There was a pushback rejection by Royal Navy and military chiefs. They said safety and legality concerns. They would not do what they considered dangerous manoeuvres. They even put a post on the then Twitter about it.
I'm sorry, but seriously, having had the honour and the privilege of, especially in this job, meeting various different members of our armed forces, I can guarantee you it would not be a hard job to find a group of people who would be perfectly happy to do this. Tell you why they reject it, Christo, because that will have been some kind of press release from some person who's probably never served a day in their lives. Some of them will be, right? But some of them won't be, and completely infected by all of the woke rubbish that's been going on in these things. And actually, if you ask your average man and woman who served this country in the military, they would see it as an absolute honour and a privilege to defend our borders in the Channel. 100%.
I don't disagree with that, but the problem is we need to know then that that's what they're going to do. Are they going to force the military? Are they going to have some sort of other border force that is going to do this? Because as it was, when it was asked of the military before, and you're quite right, it might have been higher-ups in the military. The people who are practically out there, like yourself as well, might have been absolutely up for it, but the commanders in the Royal Navy and the Marines refused outright. So we need to know, how would reform get around that problem? That's all. I feel like I'm Mr. Practical tonight. I mean, I keep popping like little balloons.
So why is it OK, then, Andy, for, as we saw in recent days, for Spain to use the military, who are in the ECHR as well, to use the military to defend their border and then immediately deport tens of thousands of people, if you believe that they have actually deported tens of thousands of people? Why is it OK for them to do it, but we can't put Navy in the Channel?
Well, this is the great question, I suppose, of reform. Because I remember at their party conference last year in September, it was actually overshadowed because Angela Rayner resigned. But Nigel Farage made the commitment that within, I think it was 90 days of a reform government coming to power, all the boats would stop and we would have left the ECHR. He then had to re-clarify and say that within 90 days of leaving the ECHR, that would take a couple of years to do, all the boats would stop. And now, 11 months on, he's now saying that within, what was that, 2 weeks, a month? I can't remember exactly what he said, but a much shorter time frame, that all the boats would stop immediately because the Navy would be in the Channel. I think there's just a lack of consistency from reform on their policy.
I mean, you had, the whole mess, was it yesterday or the day before, when they announced this policy about whether or not the British servicemen and women were going to be on France's beaches or not, whether they were just going to push the migrants off onto the beaches, whether they're going to escort them off. I think there's just a lack of clarity, because I don't want, we can laugh about it and go, yes, send the Navy in, ha, 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 ha. But then, if a young British Royal Marine, and it won't be us, it won't be the chattering classes, it'll be some working class lad from Mansfield or Sutton or somewhere like that, who was then arrested by the French because they've invaded their country. I think this is just completely... It's a complete lack of idea.
That wasn't why they refused last time. They refused...
Well, no, that's what they do.
The safety of the migrants.
The issue is with reform, they haven't clarified whether they would send British service people onto the beaches of France, because then that would be objectively a military invasion. And I don't think it's fair to be gambling with the lives of young working class people like that.
I'm sorry, but I do actually look at what's going on in France at the moment and see the French police aiding and abetting the invasion of Britain. And I think, well, hang on a minute, why don't we care more about that?
But we're TV pundits. We're not experts in law. We're not experts in military. If the First Sea Lord is saying, no, it's not good, if the First Sea Lord is going, no, this isn't tangible, I'll believe him.
Maybe we need another Sea Lord, OK? Because this is an invasion of Britain that's taking place, and the French...
So what we need to do, we need to invade France.
Every single day, towing illegal migrants, pretty much, into British waters. That is, they are complicit.
That's why numbers are down year on year. Year on year, numbers are massively down.
Let's see where we are at the end of the year.
It'll be down.
Okay.
It will be down.
But I still think they're far, far too high. That's the point.
It's a long-term strategy. It's a long-term strategy.
There shouldn't be one.
Patrick, it's a long-term strategy.
And this is what people don't understand. Regular people don't care actually about percentages by 1%. They actually don't. What they see is their communities and their cultures changing.
The communities and cultures are not being changed by 200,000 small boat migrants. They're not being changed by that. They are not being changed by that. They're being changed by complete underfunding of our councils. It has absolutely destroyed our local communities. It is not...
Go and talk to those people.
With respect, I'm from, a quite small working class town in the East Midlands, Mansfield, which,
has it got a military barracks with 1,000? Has it got a population?
It's got a military barracks. It's got a military barracks. It is not small boats migrants. It is not a small boat. It is not small boats migrants that have ruined Mansfield's high street. It is not small boat migrants. It is not small boats migrants that have taken away their industry. It is not small boat migrants that have decimated the schools there.
And this is what
that is not small boat migrants' fault.
A lot is that you pick a completely different thing.
No, she's talking about the decimation of our communities and our high streets. It is not small boat migrants that have done that.
I can give you loads of examples of places where
it's not. It is not.
Have you heard of a place called Linton on Ouse?
It is decades of deindustrialisation and austerity. It is not small boat migrants that are the cause of the degradation of our society, Patrick. It is not.
I'm afraid to say to you, it is not the degradation of our society, the underfunding of things that has led to...
It is. It's the removal of industry and it's the removal of council funding. That's what it is.
That has led to military barracks in small British villages being filled with hundreds of young illegal men. That has got nothing to do with...
That's not the degradation of our communities and our society.
Yes, it is. It's the degradation of those...
It's the removal of industry and the removal of our local services. That's what it is. Come on. It is not 200,000 small boat migrants.
Stand up for working class people when it suits you, but not when it really matters.
Small boat migrants are working class people.
Welcome to Orlis Santi by Domes Resorts. I'm in one of their beautiful sea view rooms. Luxurious, right? And there's just 2 weeks left to see how you too could be enjoying the 5-star lifestyle. There's over £65,000 in cash and gold to be won. First, you can bank an incredible £60,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like. That's cash you could save, spend the rest of the year spending, or just relax somewhere like here. The award-winning Soma Spa will also give you a fine gold bullion bar worth over £5,000. Just make sure you don't miss out as lines close on the 21st of August.
For a chance to win, text GOLD to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB22 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 21st of August. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pooled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Heat is still a big talking point across parts of Europe at the moment, as well as the fact that there's a lot of dry weather not helping with the ongoing wildfire risk in many places. For Spain, yes, there will be a few showery bursts of rain around tomorrow, but not many, and temperatures are set to rise again as we go into next week. It's still hot across Italy, and there could be some thundery downpours here and there, as well as across parts of Greece, the potential for some thundery showers here. Lots of dry weather into next week, with temperatures for some rising.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk then? No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Serious issues with Britain's justice system. First, the government's controversial early release scheme that would see about 5,000 offenders released at minimum, including 2 of PC Andrew Harper's killers, who will be eligible to leave prison after serving just half of their sentences. And today, a serial sex offender who was being monitored by the Metropolitan Police has been found guilty of murdering 2 women and raping a 3rd in London. This came just months after the police had deemed him less dangerous because of his poor sight. Simon Levy killed Carmenza Valencia Trigdro in March 2025 and Cheryl Wilkins 5 months later. Levy also raped a third woman in January of last year. So there you go. I mean, before he committed the murders, like I said, the Met basically downgraded his level of risk. Ada, I know you were quite keen to talk about this particular chap and this particular case. What do you think is going wrong here with our justice system and everything?
OK, so I think, firstly, they're spending their energy on the wrong things somehow. And the institutional rot in the police system is getting out of hand. So this was a prolific sexual predator by their own admission. And, you know, a string of failures could have prevented these two women, these people, from being harmed. You even have someone, like we heard him say, that they missed opportunities, and then you have the sorries, you have the mistakes were learned. People want competence. They want to know that they are adults in a room, and the adults in the room responsible for our safety are getting it right. With the 5,000 prisoners being released early, the thing about that is the Labour Party, Andy Burnham, they're making it sound like, of course, we know that prisons are full, so they're making it sound like they're handling a crisis, but they're actually creating more of a crisis because you are putting criminals out on the streets. And when you have, you know, leaders of probation services and so on saying that they're not willing to handle this, then I think we're in serious, serious trouble here.
Well, we definitely are. Christy, do you think Mark Rowley should resign?
Yes.
OK.
Yeah. Look, you're absolutely right to point out. I was reading this earlier, and I just wanted to look at it again. This string of absolute failures, because you know the Metropolitan Police, when he first committed the rape, didn't formally interview the woman involved, arrested him for apparently this other murder, but then released him. Then the British Transport Police, you know, had arrested him 3 times over horrific sexual assaults on public transport, but then granted bail. So basically, you have this scenario where this guy was arrested, was in the police's hands, and was repeatedly let go. That is bad enough. But then it all goes back to, I think, this sense of fairness. When you look at the stories we were talking about earlier, Jason Arday, the journalist being investigated, the police use resources on nonsense like that, and then when there is a murderer and a rapist that is literally in the police station, they let them go. That is what I think drives people absolutely mad, and that is why Mark Rowley and more heads need to roll.
OK.
It's not just Mark Rowley.
Very quickly, Andy, your views on whether or not...
I mean, I know I've gone on about structural failures over the long term. I do think genuinely prisons is one. You had, you know, Tories that didn't create more prisons but increased the sentences of people. So they caused more people to go to prisons because, you know, with the crime policing bill, they increased the mandatory sentences for lots of other crimes. And I think this is something that goes back to the Labour government of the 2000s. I think over the last 20 years, we've, you know, cracked down on more people, you know, rightly so, I think, but we've not increased the prison capacity. At the minute, we're at 97, 98% of our prisons. If one of those, in men's prisons, if one of those prisons has an electricity outage or a water outage, we're done. No one else can go to prison. So I think, actually, it's a really, really difficult one where it takes 6 years to build a prison. We've got more prisoners than ever coming through, and I think it's really, really, really difficult. It's not necessarily the Met Police's fault. I think it's, you know, a structural failure of the MOJ and the Home Office over 20 years.
All right. Look, sorry, Anna, we're going to have to... just because I do want to leave a bit of time for our final segment, but I need to say that the Met has since reviewed its handling of the Levy case and made a voluntary referral to the Independent Office for Police Conduct. In January 2026, they are carrying out an independent investigation which is ongoing. We've also heard from the Chief Crown Prosecutor for the CPS, who said, our actions fell short of the standards that victims' families and the public are entitled to expect. We recognise our responsibility and we are sorry for the shortcomings we have identified. Well, there we go. Well, look, I thought, obviously, it's been a bit of a heavy topic, that, to say the least, so I thought we'd try and lighten it up to finish the show with Greatest Britain, Union Jack. Going to need a lot of audience participation. You get to decide it, so we'll do that when we come back.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, But I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis, in the car,
in the kitchen,
GB News breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
All right, OK, welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much. So, time to round off the show with Great Splitting Union Jackass. We're going to start this one with Union Jackass. Adam, you go first.
I mean, we've already mentioned him tonight. James O'Brien, well done, mate. Union Jackass. Although I have slightly moderated my view because I you know, like I said earlier, it's fantastic that Mr. Ade got him to admit that he was a mug, so maybe he should be praised for that. But look, the guy sells a book. What is it? How to Be Right? Yeah. He still sells that book, if you can believe it. It's still on the shelves at Waterstones. How to Be Right. James O'Brien, sorry, mate. Union Jackass. There we go.
Nice, good start. OK, Christo, who's your Union Jackass?
Well, the man who's caused the angst for James O'Brien, Jason Ade. It's recently been revealed he now invented the wheel. Congratulations, Jason, for that. But, of course, you know, all of this nonsense that we've had from him this week is why he's my Union Jackass.
OK, all right, well, a solid start here. Go on, Ada.
Mine is Harriet Harman. So she recently came out and said that the next leader of the country has to be a woman. And she's also said once that when men are in the room, then things go wrong all the time. Actual quote. This is a peer in the House of Lords.
OK, all right. Well, there we go. Good. Right, go on then, Andy.
Mine is Reform UK MP Sarah Pochin. She did a quite silly tweet about the French, talking about the resolve in the Battle of France. And if they cared so much about their sovereignty, why didn't they put up such a fight in World War II? You know, 90 to 100,000 Frenchmen died in the Battle of France. I think that's pretty resolved. And I think it's just, you know, this boomer attitude of... She was born 20 years after the World War II ended, but she still kind of claims the glory. I think she's just a bit of a loser, to be honest.
Oh, OK. Well, there you go. Don't hold back. Right, let's vote on Union Jackass, then. Did anyone think that Reform Sarah Pochin is the Union Jackass? No. There we go. You had a clap.
There was one at the back there. There was one at the back. There was one at the back.
Then we've got Harriet Harman for Union Jack, has anyone? All right. It turns out he'll just clap anything, the guy in the back. Then we've got Jason Arday. Or his now former friend, James O'Brien. I think it's a tie. Right, OK, let's do Greatest Britain. So we'll start with Adam, your greatest...
Oh, yes, I've cheated because I've got two. I've got the Gallagher brothers, because Oasis are coming back again next year. Did anyone here have tickets last time?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, fantastic. So they're going to do Nebworth next year. And, the Greatest Britain's ever to do it.
Fantastic. All right, yes, go on then. It says here, Ada, you're next. With your
I couldn't fully think, so I'm just going to go with someone I really admire, and that is actually Claire Fox. I think she is one of the greatest fighters for freedom of speech. She was also talking about this Jason Arday situation, you know, really holding our institutions to account, and we need more warriors like her.
Oh, good stuff. All right. Well, that is, it's a very, very good one. OK, right, Christo, who's your Greatest Britain?
Well, I have gone for someone who's an honorary Greatest Britain. After the announcement this week that she could be doing a residency at Hyde Park after the duet with Kylie, it's Madonna!
Not again.
Yes.
Not Britain. No. Qualified it, mate. That's 4 weeks in a row.
No.
4 weeks in a row.
This is a homophobic incident.
I'm not...
I have the right to disqualify me. I am leaving this panel.
What's your camera? We gave him pride lights. You know, what more do you want? You got to be very quick.
John Turner. He's
Who's
a
that?
25-year-old cricketer, played for Hampshire and England, was retired at 25. I think he's great.
OK, well, I'm going to give my Greatest Britain to the Gallagher brothers.
Yeah.
I will see you all next week.
Today's outlook: cool, calm and completely horizontal. Boxed Aircon sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening. Coming to you from the Met Office, this is your latest GB News weather update. There's more wet weather to come across northern parts this weekend, but further south, where we really are in desperate need for some significant rain, it's staying drier and turning hotter, all because we have high pressure dominating here. Further north, a different story, with a front gradually making its way southeastwards this weekend. It's already brought a fair amount of rain to northwestern parts of Scotland today, and will continue to do so as we go overnight. Many other places will have a dry night, but a bit of cloud and a few spots of rain pushing into Northern Ireland later on as we head towards dawn. With lots of clear skies across England and Wales, it is going to be a fresh night. Temperatures in some places similar to last night could get as low as maybe 4, 5, 6 Celsius, that kind of thing. Possibly as low as 3 Celsius, perhaps, in some prone spots. So we wake up tomorrow morning to a bit of a fresh start. There will be a bit of cloud around some parts of England and Wales, but it should be mostly bright. Similar for parts of Northern Ireland, but the chance of some thicker cloud and some rain is there, especially in the west. And then southern parts of Scotland, a few outbreaks of rain here across more central northern parts, especially northwestern areas. Well, here it's going to be wet and quite blustery. Then that front, as I mentioned, does gradually make its way southeastwards through the day. So rain spilling in across Northern Ireland and across much of Scotland too, perhaps reaching some parts of northern England later on in the afternoon, maybe North Wales as well, seeing a few showers perhaps. Elsewhere across England and Wales, often dry, well, actually pretty much totally dry. There'll be some sunshine as well and temperatures higher than today, getting into the high 20s Celsius. That rain in the north edges a little bit further southwards as we head into Sunday, so central southern Scotland, northern England, Northern Ireland having a fairly wet day, a bit drier across the far north of Scotland, but the sunniest weather will be across central and southern England, where we're going to see temperatures getting back into the low 30s with more dry and at times hot weather to come next week.
Today's outlook: cool, calm and completely horizontal. Boxed Aircon sponsors the weather on GB News.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk now? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Okoye, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh no, he didn't say that, though. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
All right, OK, look, welcome along to Patrick Christys' Tonight Late Edition, and we're going to actually start with some of that breaking news. Investigators looking into the death of former MP Anne Widdecombe have now reopened an old burglary case at Nigel Farage's home. I'll have more details on that in just a moment. Also tonight...
Simon Levy is a dangerous and predatory offender. His crimes were calculated, cruel and deeply disturbing.
Well, the Daily Mail leads with sex predator let out to kill. It's the harrowing story of Simon Levy, the predatory monster who was on bail when he killed 2 women despite his history of convictions for attacking women. The women's family are failed here by multiple different authorities who had multiple opportunities to stop him. Also,
lunacy of net stupid zero.
Andy Burnham is reportedly looking to roll back some of Labour's climate change commitments to ease the cost of living crisis, as the Times goes with net zero plans rolled back. So is the end now nigh for Ed Miliband's passion project? And
fans from everywhere in the world would gain immeasurably from this game-changing potential. It will transform football in their countries.
Well, they were now dropped plans to open up the World Cup to private investment that got Gianni Infantino into hot water. But could things be about to get worse for the embattled FIFA president? As the Telegraph reports, Infantino's lover was paid off by UEFA. Also...
Son said, Dad, you know who's going to be there today? And I said, no. I got a lot of things going on. He said, Messi. I said, really? He's a big fan. He's a big fan of yours. He thinks you're just a great person.
The Daily Star leads with an astonishing report that for many people, the greatest player of all time, Lionel Messi, was actually the target of a suicide bomber whilst on US soil during the World Cup. Gosh, well, on our panel this evening, we have got political commentator Ada Okpala, editorial director at Guido Fawkes, Adam Cherry, political commentator Andy Twelves, and he stuck around. It is. Yes, he's back.
You apologised in the break for your homophobic rant, banning me from
Union Jackass, and I have forgiven you.
Yes, exactly. It's his broadcasting royalty and Madonna enthusiast, Christophe Boufas. Yes, I'm just starting with that breaking news to bring you. GB News can confirm that the attempted burglary, which has been referred to in a press release by Counter-Terror Police South East, took place at a London property owned by Reform UK leader Nigel Farage. This comes after investigators looking into the death of former MP Anne Widdecombe have said tonight that they've reopened an old burglary case after identifying a potential lead that was missed at the time. So the attempted burglary was reported to the Metropolitan Police in Greater London last April, but the investigation was later closed with no arrests. Officers now say a line of inquiry, which may have been relevant, was not identified or pursued during the original investigation. The handling of the case has been referred to the IOPC, and the police watchdog is now investigating the conduct of a staff member at Counter-Terrorism Policing. I mean, it is obviously a significant development here. There's several key things that stand out there, not least the investigation into the conduct of a staff member at Counter-Terrorism Policing. It's a very worrying development, that. And just to say, again, to reiterate that, they now are saying that they believe, or sources are telling GB News that we believe that that is in relation to a property owned by Nigel Farage. We'll give you more updates on that as and when we get it, but I just want to run through tomorrow's newspaper front pages first. We go to the Daily Express, and they lead with sex predator let out to kill. Serial attacker murdered 2 women and almost killed a third whilst on police bail. The Mirror. Cammy, my cancer scare. This is Chris Kamara, and he says he's fears over tests for deadly prostate disease. The Daily Mail, tube monster bailed to rape and murder. Yep, it's that same story. I think we'll probably lead with that one when we finish the roundup. The Sun, it's all Ola. Well, it's an absolute tragedy, I'm afraid. Strictly star, Ola, and husband James Jordan, you're saying?
James Jordan, yeah.
You're very invested in this, Andy?
I think it's a tragedy, really.
Well, they've ended it after 60... It's not 62 years of marriage, that would be funny. 22 years.
That's still a long time to be married.
It is. With great sadness, I can confirm that we have begun a trial separation. So there you go.
A trial separation.
A trial. It's not quite as bad as an unconscious... What is it? A conscious
uncoupling.
Yeah. Conscious uncoupling.
Trial separation.
Brief. Well, anyway, The Times. Net zero plans rolled back. The iPaper take control of tap water to tackle pollution, sewage, dumps and leaks. Burnham is urged. The Guardian. 2/3 of NHS trusts set to cut mental health care. The Telegraph. Infantino's lover was paid off by the EU. I'll have some more details on that for you shortly. The Daily Star. Bomb plot to kill Messi. Wow. All right. Well, there's a bit of variety on the front pages. I think we should start with probably the most serious one, unless you happen to be Lionel Messi, of course, which is the Daily Mail's front page. It's also the Daily Express's, but the Daily Mail will go with. So they have got this story of the tube monster bailed to rape and murder. So a convicted sex offender was free to kill 2 women and rape another, despite plenty of warnings that he was a danger to women. He actually committed the second murder whilst on bail, suspected of carrying out the first murder. And the details of this are utterly, utterly horrendous. And, yeah, there are going to be huge calls here for the Crown Prosecution Service and the Met Police to face an absolute reckoning here. 2 women are dead, another one was raped, and, you know, this is stuff that there were warning signs right there, and yeah, you didn't get a chance to talk about this in the previous show, Adam. But
yeah, the Met.
You think that there should be serious repercussions for the likes of Mark Rowley, who's the head of the Met Police?
Well, how many times on this channel, on your show specifically, have we had stories of incompetence at every level within the Metropolitan Police? Of course, there are questions for the CPS as well, as is pointed out in this article. But what good are the Met for? I think it's rotten to its core. Maybe there'll be a resignation at the top. Maybe Mark Rowley will be scrutinised. But he is only in that job because his predecessor resigned under chaotic circumstances. So it goes beyond just one person. This is obviously the most severe case and the most damning indictment of the Met. But even with petty crime, which is not petty when it happens to you, how often have you... I mean, you know what? I saw this last week, not to trivialise this story, but just as an example of how poor the Met is. I saw a guy get his phone stolen, as usual, on one of these e-bikes, one of these idiots. I ran up to help him, offer my own phone for him to call the police, and on the line they said, oh, just file it online. And that was it. That was it. They didn't even bother asking where this guy was, what he looked like, nothing. So, I mean, so that's a smaller case. But look, I don't see any good in the Met. No. I take a very, very dim view of it.
I mean, we have also had the Mark Rowley quote from today, where the Met had spent 4 months investigating a journalist for doing his job by looking into the Cambridge professor Jason Arday, which it turns out he was absolutely right to do, because that guy appears to very much just be one of the biggest Walter Mitty characters this country has ever produced. So they've got the resources and the time for that, and then he goes, "Oh, sorry, we dropped the ball." Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, mate, but if that's dropping the ball, what the heck is this? You've had a guy in custody who is clearly a deranged lunatic, and now 2 women are dead and another person's been raped. It's just monstrous, really.
To be honest, it's part of a pattern that we see. This is not the first time that there's so-called drop the ball. Remember Al-Shami? Remember the guy that terrorised the Manchester, well, more than terrorised, that's underplaying it a little bit. And he had previous dealings with police officers. It's more than warning signs. They had, they had dealings with him where he was found to be, breaking the law, and yet he went on to terrorise and drive cars into the synagogue. It's absolutely absurd, and I think there has to be serious repercussions, because lives are being lost. Not just the police institutions, but our institutions across the board. We saw it also in the Valdo Calacane case, where there were clear signs again. Previous assault on warehouse members, not looked into, just let out, just carried on. And lives are being lost. 3 people are dead.
Ridiculous.
We can't keep going through this cycle, I think.
No. And when I think back to the reaction to the Southport disorder, and there were people remanded in custody over social media posts. Look, people can argue with the rights and wrongs about how serious those social media posts were, but the point there is, if you are remanding people in prison and in custody for social media posts, and you are not remanding a bloke in custody who you suspect of having already committed 1 rape, who then goes on to rape another, to murder 2 people. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I'm honestly, the litany of failures is just unbelievable. First known sexual assault in 2018, when he groped a woman at a party. Arrested in jail for 3 years in 2021 over sexual assaults. In 2022, accused of grabbing a female prison officer's bottom. February 23, released partway through his sentence, but then groped a woman on the London Underground. May 24, arrested in connection with an alleged rape, recalled to prison. That month, he was attacked and blinded in his right eye in response to the alleged rape that he was back in his prison for. Then, released from prison in August 24, having served his full sentence, put on the sex offenders register and subject to monitoring by the Met and graded as high risk. But then, the Met downgraded his risk level to medium because of his poor eyesight. Then, visited every 3 months, his risk level was never increased despite him becoming a suspect in a murder investigation and several sexual assaults. Kept reoffending, then he kept going on the tube and being accused of groping women. In 2024, attacked 2 women, arrested by the British Transport Police and bailed. Then the identity parade was delayed. Then, 2025, launched an attack on a sex worker, refused to pay her, raped her twice, broke her clavicle, suffocated her till she lost consciousness, reported the incident to police but didn't want to give evidence because she was withdrawing from heroin. So these are vulnerable women as well that he was attacking. February, one of the women assaulted by the levy on the Underground attended this delayed identity parade, picked him out, but he wasn't charged till May. Then the body of this poor woman, the first victim, was found. He'd used a stolen Oyster card to get to her property. Despite the arrest, he was allowed to keep the Oyster card, which wasn't registered to him. And then He groped another woman after the arrest for the murder when he had this Oyster card, then visited his home for an assessment, and then basically arrested for the death. But a post-mortem failed to determine a cause of death. So then he was released. And then went on, after groping a woman on the Victoria line, bail was extended again before then going on and killing someone else. The Met have admitted this litany of failures, admitted that death, the second death at least, could have been prevented. How is it that this person who... I mean, there was more I couldn't read out. How is it that we're in a situation that this person was deemed not even a high risk? Even after you are arrested for murder, when you've got a criminal record, how can you then not be deemed high risk again?
I mean,
It's
I don't know if
mental.
when you hear it listed like that, I don't know if I've ever heard of a case quite as ridiculous as this.
No. I mean, it's insane. I think it's a structural failure of both the Crown Prosecution Service and the Metropolitan Police. I think, exemptions to the rule like this, exceptions to the rule like this, are becoming too regular, to be honest. Often, I've been on this show plenty of times, and there's only so many times you can go, "Oh, this is a one-off failure of the police." Like, this is becoming really, really regular. I think we do need to really. Well, I think you do have this real problem where you've got almost 4 separate entities, where you've got the police who investigate and arrest them, you've got the CPS who will then prosecute, you've got the prison service who will then look after them in prison, and then you've got the probation service that will look after them when they get out on bail, on probation even. And you've got these 4 entities who are all working towards the same goal, but doing 4 very separate things, 4 completely different data structures, and 4 very different standard structures. So I think you've got this real issue where some sits in the Home Office, some sits in the MOJ, some sits in the Ministry for Local Government and Communities.
Yeah.
And I think you do have this real issue where you've got, not to get too HR about this, but massive silos between these 4 operating bodies, where mistakes like this are becoming more and more regular. And, Andy Burnham, he's been in power, 3 weeks now. There's only so long he can get away with making big changes with the political capital and the goodwill that he's earned in Westminster. And I hope that he uses it on this reform. Shabana Mahmood was kept in the Home Office. I think he should use as a condition of that to really reform how this works.
There are huge questions over Mark Rowley's competence as well. And we've seen it, for example, there's obviously been multiple different incidents there over the course of the last couple of years in Golders Green. Now, Golders Green is something like a 1.5 square mile part of London. It's not massive. And they were promised all sorts, the residents there. They were promised things like more armed police officers, patrols, more drones, all of that. Basically was like, look, we will keep you safe. And they did that for a couple of days, then they went away, and then there was another incident in that particular area, an anti-Semitic incident. And it keeps happening and keeps happening and keeps happening. And I was there that day after that latest attack there. And Mark Rowley turned up to give a statement. And you've got the press all waiting there, and you've got, some very angry and scared locals, understandably, who have been involved in this. And he stood up. He didn't say hello to anyone. He didn't show any kind of human interaction. He just stood behind a microphone that actually was just for the press. The residents couldn't hear it. Delivered a kind of 30-second, 1-minute thing. Did an about turn, just turned on his heels and walked off. And it was like... And I think it was because he didn't like being heckled. Well, no one likes being heckled. But at some point, you have to face serious accountability. And this is another one, At least one woman is dead when seriously, and another raped. And these are just the ones we know about.
Can I just say something that's going to drive you absolutely mad, or everyone here mad? By 1 year after he was released from prison, by 1 year, he had assaulted 10 women on the Underground. 10 was the suspect in a rape case, had raped and assaulted a sex worker, had raped and murdered another woman. Now, asked why the British Transport Police had never searched his home during the ongoing inquiries, it was said there's a fine line between going fishing and breaching someone's human rights and dealing with things efficiently and effectively. And I did worry whether there is going to be that sort of element within this case, that actually, this is someone who had a lost sight in his eye. Is he going to be deemed as vulnerable? Are we going to be breaching his human rights, even though he's done all of this?
What about the human rights of the women who were getting relentlessly sexually assaulted on the London Underground?
Have you seen those adverts where they have sexual predators underground, and it's always the white man in a business suit? They should probably have his picture now.
Say it sorted.
Yes.
I mean, why would you ever report anything like this again?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Look, while I'm hearing all this, and my thoughts are just going, and I just feel we need to come back to a time, or go to a time, where police feel confident and free to police. And I'm saying that because we've just had a recent finalisation of a court case with the police officer of Chris Cabba.
Yeah.
And he's been exonerated, and that was 4 years, if I'm not mistaken, of him being dragged through, lawfare. And, things like that, police don't want to get it wrong. And by not getting it wrong, people are dying. So I just don't know how we build or have this culture or this institutional confidence that we need to get criminals off the streets. Again, I know prisons are full, but that's not an excuse to not send real criminals, not your so-called far-right protesters who are, fighting for the country, or someone sending a mean tweet. Real people who are a danger to myself and many of my friends.
I think you've got this romanticisation. I broadly agree with most of your points there. I think you've got this romanticisation that is, goes beyond this studio of policing, in the 70s, 80s, 90s, where it was, your local copper on the street that you could go up and talk to, he'd ruffle the kids' hair and all the rest of it. There were structural problems with the police back then. The Spy Cops inquiry that's going on now is a great example of that. In the 70s, 80s and 90s, policemen were embedding themselves in local communities under fake identities, getting into sexual and personal relationships with women in those communities, and then just disappearing. There were massive structural problems with racism against Irish people, against travellers, against Jewish people. I think there is this romanticisation of an era that none of us really remember. And there is a danger of going, oh, well, if we go back to then, everything would be OK. Well, I just don't think it would be.
Has the pendulum swung, though, too far now that police are so worried? I think you raised a really good point, Ada, about they're scared of their own shadow now, and actually where there may well be a genuine threat, they're worried, will I be accused of being racist? Will I be accused of being insensitive? Will I be accused of this? And that is at the forefront of their minds rather than policing.
There was a serious example of that recently. I don't want to get the case wrong. Was it the Valdo Calicane one? Which is where the police were concerned about being accused of racism, and so therefore they
said there's too many black men in medical detention.
Right.
Henry Novak is another
Henry Novak, an obvious one, of course. So there are several.
Problem.
All right. OK, well, we've heard from the Met Police. They have since reviewed its handling of this particular case. They've made a voluntary referral to the Independent Office of Police Conduct. That was in January 2026. They are carrying out an independent investigation, which they say is ongoing. Elisa Ramsaran, who is the Chief Crown Prosecutor for the CPS, said, our actions fell short of the standards that victims, families and the public are entitled to expect. We recognise our responsibility and we are sorry for the shortcomings that we have identified. Yes, OK, look, we've got loads more coming your way. I am going to talk to you about, apparently there was a bomb plot to kill Lionel Messi. Net zero plans are going to be rolled back. And, as well, does a trial separation in a marriage ever actually work? That's next.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation,
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
and each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB Newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and this is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
OK, well, welcome back to Patrick Christys' Tonight Late edition. Look, we've done a very, very, very dark and depressing story, so I thought I would, well, I was going to say lighten it a little bit, but not really if you are indeed in this couple that is doing a trial separation. But it's on the front of the Sun. It's all Ola. Now, this is Strictly's longest loved-up couple, James and Ola Jordan, are splitting after 22 years of marriage. But are they really? Because I'm going to read you the quote here, which says, "It is with great sadness I can confirm that they have begun a trial separation." Now, I was wanting to put to my panel here, do we think a trial separation is ever going to work, or should you just instruct the divorce lawyers now?
I think that first of all, this is a very, very sad story, and I've lobbied for this to be covered, and I thought Patrick was going to tell me to go someplace, but he's actually covered it, so, you know, kudos to the GB News channel. I think this is really, really sad. I think Ola and Ola, as they say, and James are a really great couple, and I think it's very sad it's got to this stage. Generally, when you see these people, you know, going on a break or opening the marriage or, you know, going on whatever they see, one is typically a lot more attractive than the other. But these are both really, really good-looking guys. You know, you look at that. You know, Ola's 43 and James is 48. You look at those. You know, look at that jawline there. You do not think that he's 48. I think if they are going to have, a trial separation, this is. I think they'll do very well out of it. Personally, I
just think it's interesting that, given the state of that picture, that you seem focused on his jawline.
Well, I don't think they would be Ofcom, legal.
No, I don't know. I mean, because it reminds me a bit of the conscious uncoupling of Gwyneth Paltrow and Chris Martin.
She ate bread. She ate bread during the lockdown. That was her low point during the entirety of the pandemic. She had to eat bread.
Had to eat bread. Well, she's relatable. So I don't know with this. I mean, you're married?
I'm married, yes.
Well, I mean, obviously, hopefully it never comes to this. But yeah, at the point when you start saying, let's have a trial separation, is that...
Look, every marriage is different. I personally wouldn't. If I reach that point, then I think it's time to call it quits. But why aren't people staying together? Come on, guys, you know.
22 years is a good run.
It is, so, you know, why not go all the way? And they say something about a Strictly curse as well. We heard that, so, right?
So that is a good point, though, seriously, because it's also in the kind of profession that they're in, you know, by definition, they're not always dancing with each other, aren't they? You know, and it's a very close, intimate thing. You've got to, you know, add the drama, all of that, the passion, Christo.
Maybe they fancied a cha-cha change and one of them fox-trotted away, which is a shame because it does usually take two to tango.
Hey, well done.
Weren't going particularly American smooth for them.
Nice.
Well, that was amazing.
That was good, mate. I think it's quite sad. They've got a 6-year-old child, which I think is, you know, is always a bit of a shame. When
they're
a child that young.
family at the heart of this.
Devastated by this, aren't you?
I'm a bit upset, actually.
Well, on that point, I think it would be much better to have a courteous trial separation than to... I don't think they're shouting and raving in front of... But I think that is an important point. I think a lot of people do stay married for whatever reasons, religious or whatever, and the child suffers more. So as long as it's amicable, and I think she said...
I think it's peak that this 6-year-old in, you know, 10 years or whenever, looking back at the newspapers, they'll be looking at the front page of The Sun, where that child has got to see that their parents had a quote, trial separation.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Do you know I've done endless
This is the other
panels
side of
with
public
you.
life, though, isn't it? I
I've
suppose.
done endless panels with you about the state of Britain, the economy in the toilet, prisons falling down, the police in crisis, and you are more upset about this than any of that.
This is...
to be fair, the quote came from their manager, right? So there's a lot of PR nonsense going on here. The trial separation, conscious uncoupling, it's always the managers. They always spin it for the newspapers. So you're right, there's a family at the heart of this, and it is a shame. But I don't think, once you go down this road, it's pretty difficult to recover.
I think it's difficult to come back, isn't it, to be honest with you? And, all right, OK,
he's got a good hairline still. Like, even though he's got it short there, if he grows it out a little bit... And,
Are you all right?
We get it, you love this guy.
He's so good looking. It's mad.
Well, I mean, he's available, so...
I know it's not the black,
Yeah, well, you're going to see for a moment with Ola where she says there was a third person in our marriage, and it's just anyway, let's go on to time.
12's from the judges.
Oh, you should have quit while you're ahead.
Yeah.
Anyway, right, OK, let's go to the Times. The Times. Net zero plans rolled back. Electric car sales targets to be watered down. Energy Secretary could delay Clean Power Pledge. You are saying,
No, I like this because this is what happens. You send Ed Miliband halfway across the world, so we can't interfere with this. And his pet project dies within about 3 weeks.
Nice.
I will say, treat this with some scepticism. It's obviously been briefed out proactively to try and win back some goodwill after a tough week with headlines about immigration. Nonetheless, Miat van Buller, who's the incumbent Energy Secretary, succeeded Ed Miliband. She herself his prodigy, is just as much of a zealot about the project as he is. So, although she's more junior, so she's perhaps more pliable, I would imagine this is a top-down diktat rather than Miata seeing the light.
Yeah, I don't believe a word of this. What this is, and anyone who does, I think, is frankly moronic, because what all this is trying to win reform votes ahead of a snap general election, which will probably come in the next 6 to 12 months. Andy Burnham, everything we will be getting now from Andy Burnham will be in pursuit of that, so he can get his own majority. Because, I mean, I'm looking at a list of climate change quotes from Andy Burnham as I speak. Over the next decade, we must accelerate our response to the climate crisis, because we can make Manchester a better place to live. The environment has never been higher on the national and international agenda. These are all in the last couple of years. Tackling climate change isn't about protecting the planet. It's a powerful opportunity to build a fairer, greener future. All of that has come from Andy Burnham. He knows to win the next election, he needs to roll back on that nonsense so he can get his own majority and then go down twice as hard on it. And that is what will happen.
I take fundamental issue to this idea that he'll call a snap election. Keir Starmer got a majority of 411 Labour MPs.
He needs his own.
With by-elections, suspensions, etc. It's about 400 now, give or take 5.
Yeah.
Like, why would he ever give up that majority? I suppose it's, Theresa May called the election early, Gordon Brown called it.
Well, there are a couple of reasons, right? Because, one, he'll want his own mandate to do radical things, particularly on social care, as he laid the groundwork for last week. And second, because there'll be some sort of Burnham bounce. I mean, you can look at some polls and dispute that. But he'll never be as popular as he is now, and every day that goes by he gets less popular. So if he wants to go, he should go early, particularly when Reform aren't in a position, or let alone the Tories, right? When the right is fractured, this is a good opportunity for it. And that's why I agree with Chris, that's why this headline is in the Times today.
I don't really accept that it has been rolled back. You've seen what Dunwich Heath...
Has been what, sorry?
Rolled back.
Rolled back, right.
Per the headline, net zero plans rolled back. It talks about electric car sales being taken down, and that's about it. And then maybe they might delay the Clean Power Pledge. Half the seat in Edinburgh on fire. Dunwich Heath, completely decimated by wildfires.
Most of
half of Derbyshire in fire.
Most of that is because we haven't built enough.
People are genuinely seeing the at-home effects of climate change. It's no longer far away in Australia. I think a lot of people are feeling...
Yeah, but let me just ask you about that, because, OK, if we say that we're seeing the effects of climate change, what that, I think, loosely means is that, OK, it's getting hotter, right? Fine. But we could have very easily negated a lot of the serious negative consequences of that, such as fires, if we'd have built more reservoirs and we'd have had better water and people were able to, we were able to counter it. So it's like, oh, this is absolutely awful. OK, all right, but we haven't done anything about it. It's like we've got the worst of both worlds, isn't it?
I mean, this is the David Frost argument, that we shouldn't respond to the climate crisis with net zero, with economic changes. You should just adapt to it. That's the Lord David Frost argument. There were Unite the Union bus drivers in London, TfL bus drivers, it was up to 40 degrees in their cabins. You know, how do you adapt to that? Do you just put more aircon in and then you just get hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter? I think there are genuinely things that working class people, far from the TV studios of Paddington, are genuinely feeling, and I don't think we can ignore that. I don't think Andy Burnham should ignore that.
Countries that have aircon and that have bus drivers and people within the infrastructure.
People shouldn't be working in 40-degree heat.
No, because they are in air conditioning. You put them in air conditioning. That's fine. What about Middle Eastern countries? What about Dubai? These people function very, very well in these countries. It's just an excuse for people not to work, or more importantly, to tax us. I look at net zero and I equate it to tax.
Christo, we're in this beautifully aircon studio. We could not do 3 hours of television at 40-degree heat. To say that because they don't want to work in 40-degree heat is an excuse not to work, it's naive and stupid thing.
I'm talking about. I don't think those bus drivers want an excuse not to work. I think it's terrible for them. But what you do is you have the solution is to aircon the buses. That's how you do it. This idea that we have to bankrupt ourselves to the tune of billions on net zero rather than just get some new buses is absurd.
Your views on the idea of net zero being rolled back a bit, do you believe it, Ada, do you think?
No, and it's like I was saying much earlier. I definitely agree that this is some sort of stunt to kind of keep his ratings, even though they're going to start dwindling after the recess. But again, he is saying the right things that people want to hear. Net zero is very costly, and it's nowhere near achieving the aims that, even people who supported it, the older lot of this country that supported net zero till 2050, they're having real doubts about it. So I think people, even those who care about climate change, I feel that they want to, they want money to be redirected, other places that matter more immediately to them right now.
Yeah, well, indeed. All right. Well, OK, I believe I do have to tell you, which is quite unusual for the 11 o'clock hour, but we've gone for the hat trick of Great British giveaways this evening. It is time for the Great British giveaway, and it's your... No, it's not. You've still got 2 weeks left. 2 weeks left to make all of this cash and this gold bar yours.
Welcome to Orlis Santi by Domes Resorts. I'm in one of their beautiful sea view rooms. Luxurious, right? And there's just 2 weeks left to see how you too could be enjoying the 5-star lifestyle. There's over £65,000 in cash and gold to be won. First, you can bank an incredible £60,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like. That's cash you could save, spend the rest of the year spending, or just relax somewhere like here. The award-winning Soma Spa will also give you a fine gold bullion bar worth over £5,000. Just make sure you don't miss out as lines close on the 21st of August.
For a chance to win, text GOLD to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB22 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 21st of August. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pooled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
OK, yeah, look, welcome back. When we come back after the break, we're going to be talking about the bomb plot to kill Lionel Messi. We're also going to be talking about Andy Burnham considering a U-turn on releasing PC Harper's killers, and the FBI claims that British Muslim charity is bankrolling Hamas. But which one? Well, stay tuned to find out.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday Five.
You got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
OK, welcome back. Look, before we crack on with all of tomorrow's newspaper front pages, I want to tell you now about what's going on in the Late Show Live from midnight until 3 o'clock in the morning, and who best is to do that than the wonderful Ben Leo, my fellow GB Dads presenter as well, which has been released today. So, yes, you should all go and watch GB Dads. But anyway, Ben, what's on your show? Dad friend.
Father friend. Hello, Patrick. How you doing? Yeah, great to be back in the Late Show Live studio. By the way, if anyone doesn't know what we're talking about, GB News has released an episode of GB Dads, which is to kind of, well, not rival GB Mums, but it's just a Dad's version, which is on YouTube. So go and check it out. Me, Patrick, Martin Daubney, James Ray, the priest who does the daily sort of sermons for GB News. Anyway, long story short, what's coming up on today's show? Well, President Trump has just been ordered by a court here in DC to stop the $400 million construction of his new ballroom at the White House. Of course, he's been tearing down the East Wing. All the lefties have been moaning about it. He's now been told to temporarily stop work. Elsewhere, really weird story in the Times breaking this evening. Talking of Trump, apparently when he had his state visits to the UK, was it last year now or the year before? The government, Keir Starmer, Sir Ollie Robbins, the civil servants at the time, they were going to present him, and they'd even ordered and commissioned a special dispatch box, like the briefcase that is carried into Downing Street, the red box, the infamous red box, gold-crusted with Trump's name on, the presidential seal, things like that. There's now a big mystery as to why the president was never given that gift. It was made, it was ordered. Lord Peter Mandelson at the time was talking about it. Sir Ollie Robbins was emailing Mandelson about it. Mandelson apparently was going quote-unquote tonto because it wasn't being made in time, and he said that the whole situation, the gift, the manufacturing of this box was something from the thick of it. However, there's a big mystery as to why the government, despite ordering it and spending money on it, never gave President Trump that box. So all that, plus loads more, including Labour, net zero, rowing back. Is it going to sustain the burn and bounce, rowing back on net zero? Does Labour care more about putting money in people's pockets than their sort of deranged march to fossil fuel evisceration? But yeah, we'll see. Lots more on top of that coming up on The Late Show Live.
OK, all right, Ben, thank you very, very much. Ben Leo there, who will be live from midnight until 3 a.m. with The Late Show Live. I'm going to throw it over to my panel here about what you really want to talk about next. There is this Gianni Infantino story on the front of the Daily Telegraph, which is that supposedly his lover was paid off by UEFA, which seems to be...
It's suddenly come out as soon as UEFA have declared against him. I think that's a very suspicious timing to appear on the front page of the Daily Telegraph. He needs to go. He needs to go. It's time to go.
I can't believe he's still there.
I think, you know, we jest a lot about former prime ministers in this country and what they get up to post. You know, John Major went and was the president of the cricket club, and Gordon Brown went on to fight child poverty. Tony Blair went to be, you know, found the TBI. Liz Truss has gone and done a very poorly received YouTube show. I think this could be one for Keir Starmer, president of FIFA. I think he would genuinely get on extremely well at. Like, he genuinely loves football as much as it comes across robotic, and, you know, he is genuinely passionate about the sport. I think that would be a very good cultural export if we sent Keir Starmer to go and be president of FIFA.
Can't be any worse. Speeches about the process and offside.
You wouldn't get any of this nonsense about, you know, the Americans getting their red card overturned. None of that with Keir. Genuinely, I think that would be fantastic. You know, I think he has to have a football position. Arsenal give him an honorary vice presidency or something like that, so he can go and be FIFA
anyone
president.
wants to be associated with him?
Genuinely, I think he would be fantastic for that job. Do you not think?
No, I don't think he'd be fantastic for any job.
Bad take, Patrick Christys. Bad take.
No, Keir Starmer needs to just disappear.
That's an L take.
For the Met knock on my door. He needs to just disappear into the ether. Just, I don't know.
How about the Keir Starmer Foundation?
Focus on being a husband and a father, Keir.
He's going to start a podcast. He's going to be a podcaster soon. I can see it coming.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Well, just give you a bit of detail on this. It's important to say this is a Daily Telegraph report. It's their investigation. Anyway, UEFA paid off an alleged mistress of Gianni Infantino whilst he was their general secretary. This is according to the Telegraph. The woman allegedly received a six-figure sum after the alleged relationship with Mr. Infantino whilst he was a top official. She is alleged to have been promoted by Mr. Infantino during their relationship. After she left, the football body is said to have paid for her to do an MBA at a business school. In a statement on Friday night, UEFA admitted that a payment had been made and that it was aware of the allegations the woman was in a relationship with Mr. Infantino. It said it had since tightened its regulations to reflect those found in a modern, high-profile organisation. So there we go.
Apparently, as well, he used his connections to secure a new, different job for her as well within, like, football in a similar field.
Yeah, he wasn't going quietly, so now the Dirty Tricks campaign has started. He will not last. He will be gone.
That's mad that at least 2 women have had sex with him. I think that's crazy that his wife that he cheated on and be his mistress.
Are we talking about Keir Starmer here?
Well, no, Keir Starmer's only had sex with one woman, Lady Victoria Starmer, and, you know, to suggest otherwise, I believe, is, you know, in the level of getting a letter from a very, you know, scary lawyer.
No,
but no, it's mad. Could you imagine? 2 women have had sex with Infantino. That's mad.
Yeah, well, that's the big takeaway here.
I suppose Ola's single now. They're on a technical situation.
There is something that I found not admirable because it's just, but the naked level of in this case, quite literally, one of these of what some people might regard as corruption, where it's like, Trump calls him, overturns the red card. We've got all the kind of commercial breaks. We've got all this stuff. If they're willing to do all of that in full view and not give a toss, what on earth has been going on behind the scenes? Yeah. It raises questions, and this is not Infantino's doing, by the way, but about how Russia and Qatar got the World Cups and all of that.
Sepp
and then you've got
Blatter,
things like this. Sepp Blatter. I mean, Sepp Blatter has now come out against him, but Sepp Blatter, regarded by many as one of the kind of seediest blokes in football, is now trying to use Gianni Infantino as his road to redemption. That's how bad Gianni Infantino has been.
When Blatter is the moral high ground. Do you remember when John Terry was the character witness for Andy Cole? Was it Andy Cole when he did the trial? You know, Cheryl Cole's ex. Who's that?
That's
Ashley Cole.
Ashley Cole.
And he was the character witness. You think, my God, if John Terry's your character witness, then what kind of character are you? And this is the same. Blatter coming to be his character.
You know, I'm really like John Terry.
I'm just saying.
Just gonna throw that out there. I really like him.
I'm starting to really question the legitimacy of the FIFA Peace Prize at this stage in the proceedings. You know, Trump is its inaugural winner. I've got to really question the legitimacy of...
You think that FIFA Peace Prize might have been...
I'm really questioning the selection criteria for this at this point, to be honest.
That's the funniest thing he's ever done. Massive trophy.
What's going on there? Who's going to win it next? You know,
the only thing we'll just say this, just throw this out there very quickly before we go on. You know, there is a chance that this alleged lover, assuming she exists, didn't want this out there herself, and now it's on the front.
Yeah, that's the pro-worker take, isn't it?
Well,
fair enough.
I'm not
No, it's all right. I was in it for a second there. I saw you look at me and I was like, we'll mind. It's all right. We don't have to have views on everything. Anyway, right. Look, when we come back, what are we going to talk about? Well, sorry, it might be another football one. This one involves the bomb.
That one I can talk about.
So there we go. But yes, a bomb plot to kill Messi, apparently. US cops revealed that the GOAT was the prime target. What, so they went after Ronaldo as well?
Yeah, good.
Boo.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Heat is still a big talking point across parts of Europe at the moment, as well as the fact that there's a lot of dry weather not helping with the ongoing wildfire risk in many places. For Spain, yes, there will be a few showery bursts of rain around tomorrow, but not many, and temperatures are set to rise again as we go into next week. It's still hot across Italy, and there could be some thundery downpours here and there, as well as across parts of Greece, the potential for some thundery showers here. Lots of dry weather into next week, with temperatures for some rising.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain,
with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News breakfast is there.
With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So look, let's just round off with the front page of the Daily Star. It's a bomb plot to kill Lionel Messi. It was apparently at the World Cup. I've got some more details for it here. Football icon Lionel Messi was the prime target of a chilling World Cup terror plot involving suicide bombers. A police dossier details a terrifying series of threats aimed at football's biggest stars, plural, and officials at last month's tournament. Apparently, the bomb plot involved a bloke saying, I'm going to walk into the Atlanta Stadium and blow up Messi with 4 bombs stuck in my body.
Sounds like a bomb threat, to be fair.
Does sound very much like a bomb.
Pretty open and closed case
well,
there.
at least he was so honest about it. I mean, that's not like an honest bomber. But the Argentine icon was identified as the most targeted player for threats during the competition.
The referee would have just given anyone that went near him a red card and said that it was a foul. So
Yes.
been fine.
Yeah. And then said about Las Malvinas. But also now this will really get out Ronaldo. The report said that rival superstar Cristiano Ronaldo did also face threats, but these were more to do with non-stop harassment. So in the Messi-Ronaldo stakes, I'm afraid to say Messi's had the best death threat.
There. He wins there, yeah. Well done. On a more serious point, though, well done to the American authorities for nipping this in the bud.
No, I disagree. I think it would have been better for all of us if, you know... I'm kidding. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Too excited.
It's free speech on this channel and we can't have it.
To
You
a
know,
point,
we can have fun.
Yeah, to the point where one of the world's richest men instructs his lawyers, and then, you know...
Lionel, listen, I was...
becomes a lot more serious.
But
I was having a bit of a joke.
We were having that Messi-Ronaldo debate during the break, weren't we? And I'm sorry, a separate point from this, because it's obviously very serious, but, you know, after that game and how he behaved, Miss Ronaldo all the way for me.
Both George Best, really.
All right, guys. All right. Well, thank you very much. To a wonderful show. We'll go over to the Late Show Live. Have a great weekend, everybody. Take care.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening. Coming to you from the Met Office, this is your latest GB News weather update. There's more wet weather to come across northern parts this weekend, but further south, where we really are in desperate need for some significant rain, it's staying drier and turning hotter, all because we have high pressure dominating here. Further north, a different story, with a front gradually making its way southeastwards this weekend. It's already brought a fair amount of rain to northwestern parts of Scotland today, and will continue to do so as we go overnight. Many other places will have a dry night, but a bit of cloud and a few spots of rain pushing into Northern Ireland later on as we head towards dawn. With lots of clear skies across England and Wales, it is going to be a fresh night. Temperatures in some places similar to last night could get as low as maybe 4, 5, 6 Celsius, that kind of thing. Possibly as low as 3 Celsius, perhaps, in some prone spots. So we wake up tomorrow morning to a bit of a fresh start. There will be a bit of cloud around some parts of England and Wales, but it should be mostly bright. Similar for parts of Northern Ireland, but the chance of some thicker cloud and some rain is there, especially in the west. And then southern parts of Scotland, a few outbreaks of rain here across more central northern parts, especially northwestern areas. Well, here it's going to be wet and quite blustery. Then that front, as I mentioned, does gradually make its way southeastwards through the day. So rain spilling in across Northern Ireland and across much of Scotland too, perhaps reaching some parts of northern England later on in the afternoon, maybe North Wales as well, seeing a few showers perhaps. Elsewhere across England and Wales, often dry, well, actually pretty much totally dry. There'll be some sunshine as well and temperatures higher than today, getting into the high 20s Celsius. That rain in the north edges a little bit further southwards as we head into Sunday, so central southern Scotland, northern England, Northern Ireland having a fairly wet day, a bit drier across the far north of Scotland, but the sunniest weather will be across central and southern England, where we're going to see temperatures getting back into the low 30s with more dry and at times hot weather to come next week.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Five hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans? Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country. There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor. Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Bev Turner. Thank you for joining us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. A catalogue of failures across Britain's criminal justice system left a serial sex offender free to murder 2 women.
Simon Levy's risk level was downgraded just 7 months before the first killing, despite his history of attacks on women, and 2 police officers are now under investigation following his conviction.
Simon Levy is a dangerous and predatory offender. His crimes were calculated, cruel and deeply disturbing.
Well, of course, the case comes as Andy Burnham reconsiders the early release of PC Andrew Harper's killers, raising fresh questions about whether dangerous offenders are being allowed onto Britain's streets.
Also this morning, Vladimir Putin could attack